Good morning, duelists. Welcome back to our coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Lyon. So yesterday, we had 8 of our 12 rounds of Swiss, which means today we've got to play our 9th round, which you're about to see on our feature stage very shortly, and then we're into the top 256 cut, which means those last people will be playing the last 3 rounds of Swiss before we then head into the top 64. It's going to be a good day, it's going to be a long day, but we've got plenty of coverage to bring you guys of our feature matches and much more content beyond that. So to give you guys a bit of a breakdown of the decks you're going to be seeing and some of the prizes that people are playing for this weekend, I'm going to hand you over to the wonderful Alberto and Marcello. Guys, what's going on today?
A lot, I can tell you that much, Ed. And welcome everyone to day 2 of YCS Lyon 2023. What a blast we had yesterday. 2,400 duelists pretty much gathering from all over the world to compete for a grand prize that is going down today. And we'll have so much action. Still 4 rounds of Swiss remaining plus top 64. So 10 rounds in total for the day. So a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Going on. And it's getting down to the wire. These are the rounds that mattered the most. Yesterday you could relax, maybe take 1 or 2 losses, but now a lot of our duelists have been knocked off already and they are fighting for a spot in top cut, which pretty much requires you to have maximum 2 losses in a draw, I would say. So it will be definitely interesting to see, but before we talk about that, we have mentioned 2,400 among those lines, duelists breaking down, but what are the rules for YCS Lyon? Let's go over them once again. As last time, 45 minutes. Those 5 minutes we have seen how they've changed the game, but still sometimes our duelists manage to grind it out in a close game 3 that goes into time. We have seen it even on stream, but they will fight it out for that spot in the top 64. But what is it up there? What, outside of the glory of being crowned YCS champion, which is obviously an honor by itself, it has a lot of incredible prizes, but let's look at the top. Who is the winner gonna take home? This is an incredible list of prizes. Of course, standing on top of them all alongside the trophy is the beautiful ultra rare copy of Another Verse Dragon alongside this template, which is gonna show where it was won and when, which is obviously a great accomplishment to keep, I would say, your whole life, to just have that memory of what went down this weekend with so much action going on. But it's still plenty of time before we get to the finals. So, as mentioned, basically 2,400. The final total was 2,379 players gathering from all over the world. But guys, outside of talking about where they came from, we want to see what they played. So let's bring up on the screen the deck breakdown for YCS Lyon. And wow! So 32% of tier elements, obviously different version with Kashtira and other versions, but that's an impressive number.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting tier elements being played by most of our players during this weekend, but honestly, this is a very impressive number. Because also on the other side, we are seeing that also Sprite and Kashtira have been, I think, fairly, representing this weekend.
Absolutely, and I want to give a shout out especially to Kashtira, because if the other decks were already there for months, if not more, Kashtira being at 10% of the field being released essentially a day before the event, I gotta say is impressive. And we can tell you already that the conversion rate is looking pretty good. There are a lot of duelists, even undefeated at 8-0, sitting with the Kashtira deck. But before we jump into this round 9, let's go back to Ed to see who will go first with the die roll.
Thank you very much, Marcello. I am now joined by Herman Hansen and Anastasios Zanidis, who are ready to kick off today's festivities with our feature match with round 9. So, gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going first. So, Herman's going to roll this dice first. That is an 8 for Herman. And that is a 6. So, which are you going to go first? You're going to go first. Herman is going to go first. So, guys, I'm going to hand straight back over to you guys. You can commentate our round 9 feature.
Thank you, Ed. Long time no see, I guess. But yeah, we are ready for round 9. And as you could tell, it's an incredible matchup already. Two players that are really accomplished. Yesterday, our last future match, at least for me and Alberto, was between two players accomplished, we can say, in their own regions. Connor against Sonny. Yep. But here we are talking about a whole different breed. These guys have international accomplishment. Anastis, one of the best Greek players, really, really well known. Still missing that really highlight performance, that win, but so consistent with multiple top cut finishes. On the other hand, what can we say about Herman that we haven't said already?
I mean, we have seen him a lot of times during our YCSs and tournaments, and I think it's not, honestly, he's playing one of these decks, no?
Absolutely, because he's not just a one-hit wonder, and after time after time after time after time, he keeps on innovating, he keeps on playing these very unique decks. You would think that this weekend, as mentioned in the meta discussion me and Alberto had, focusing especially on Photon Hypernova, of course Kashtira took the spotlight, but we mentioned one other deck that was the underdog and shouldn't be underestimated. Also, Ket is proving on Master Duel how powerful it is, and that is Labyrinth, which got one of the best drop card support in the latest set, in the form of Big Welcome Labyrinth. And who other than Herman could actually bring this deck? He's going first, and his build looks incredible. I think he has done a really good decision by playing a deck that no one saw coming and no one prepared. And this will be the highlight of this match. But without further ado, our players are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of round 9. And here they are. As mentioned, for anyone not too familiar with Labyrinth, it's essentially a trap deck, we can say. Herman is running just 5 monsters outside of the traps. And as you can see here, he already starts by setting 3 face-down trap cards. He's playing Shifter in the main deck, so we could see that, and his opponent Anastis is on Tier Elements, so I would say this is the best matchup for Herman. It is what basically he thinks is the way that this deck is gonna beat the competition.
Yeah,
so.
and I also think that playing against this kind of Tier Elements and all this format, like we have seen so far this weekend that players are not super prepared to play against this kind of deck, no?
No, absolutely.
They don't have Twin Twister, Lightning Storms in their side decks, and this is one of the main reasons why Herman most likely is on a 7-1 record, and I think it's really paying off, especially because I think that the Labyrinth deck, besides having a very good consistency, I think also the boss monsters of the deck are very impactful.
Yeah, and also an interesting thing is that in the past we saw people at least siding copies of Lightning Storm or RP Feather Duster. Now the trend has switched with Triple Tactic Thrust in just playing 1 copy of those cards. But if you play 1 copy and Herman doesn't activate the monster effect, then you're in trouble. Exactly. But unfortunately there is no Shifter, which means that Anastis is getting a lot of advantage down. He is playing a lot of really annoying trap cards, and here we see the first main deck barrier. This is not something you see every day, and yeah, you can see Anastis being quite annoyed by this powerful trap card. Usually what you see in the side deck, but it is here in the main deck for Herman, and you can't blame him.
Yeah, and I think also here Anastis realizes that basically Herman is on something quite different than the other room players are.
At the same time, I gotta say, opening Perlerano is huge, because as you can see already, he did mill 1 of the Shufflers, which means he can turn the Perlerano into a card that destroys some of Herman's resources, which is huge. And yeah, he mills yet another one. So this is still, I think, looking promising at the moment for Anastis. Herman really needs to pick up one of his welcome Labyrinth cards.
Yeah, Yeah, because here basically, if Herman doesn't have a copy of one of his, Welcome Labyrinth card, that might be in trouble, especially because like he passes with 2 cards in hand, which maybe is might be holding a couple of monsters, but.
Yeah. And here we see the Rhino Art being summoned. He most likely will activate its effect just to get another target in the graveyard for Perle Rhino, I would say. It would make sense, but I think Anastis didn't go for it, which is surprising to me. I think it would have been much better to just send anything. But now we see
something being revealed by Herman. We can't quite tell, and there's the Herald of the Orange Light being activated.
This is huge. We have seen how good Herald is. Wow.
There was the Lady Labyrinth being activated by Herman, but once again, as we saw yesterday, the Herald of the Orange Light is making the difference when needed.
Yeah, that's so strong. The Herald of the Orange Light, one of some players this weekend decided not to use it at all. Anastis and a few other are, and I think it's paying off. I think it's a great addition to the deck. You just have to play it. It stops so much, and you can see here just how it makes a difference, because the Lady was enough to just completely seal this turn. Yeah. This is very unfortunate for Herman, who now needs to pick up something off the top. At the same time, Anastis didn't go for an XYZ before, which could have turned this into a Zeus. So interesting. I obviously really experienced player, but maybe he hasn't played that much against Labyrinth, I would say.
Yeah, because I mean the Time Thief Redoer, it's kind of okay, I would say, and you're most likely, to get to attach a trap card, given the amount of Herman is playing.
And when you do, it's huge.
Yeah,
because it basically turns it into a Phoenix Wing Blast alongside being able to fusion summon. So. As mentioned, I still see this as really favorable. And now he will probably use, as mentioned, the Perle Rhino just to pop a card. Let's see. Seems like it's gonna shuffle 3, as mentioned. Yeah, the Tearlament Kashtira and a Terraforming just in case his Perle Rhino is destroyed. So in the end, he had enough not to have to send a card by the Rhino Heart. But here, let's see which one he hits. Okay, not the greatest, but at least the big Welcome Labyrinth finally having an appearance. So this will allow Herman to pretty much recover a card back to his hand, because it summons and then you get it back to the hand. But this is still really strong for Herman. Yeah, he's explaining it to his opponent. Because it has 2 really useful effects. As mentioned, the first one, essentially you just summon and get back to the end. But then you can banish it from the graveyard, and depending whether you have a level 8, you can return a card from the field to your hand or to your opponent's hand. So it turns it into a really annoying resource once you get to the ladies. Herman, of course, playing a lot of continuous drop cards as well. He is maining 3 copies of Gozen Match and Skill Drain. So definitely not a deck you want to play against, I would say, for our competitors here.
Yeah, especially because I think we saw Dimensional Barrier being played yesterday only by Sonny, as far as we saw. It's not so popular, and I think still it's
in the side
very
deck
impactful.
Even. In the main deck, I think Herman might be one of the, if not the only duelist this weekend doing that. But yeah. Ooh, and that is so unlucky by Anastis. A deck that is made of basically 25, if not more, trap cards, and he reveals a monster. Wow. That's really unfortunate for the Greek player. I mean, not the end of the world, but yeah, it's still really, really unlucky. At the same time, though, you take away a one-off from your opponent's deck. And now, as mentioned, he got to get to the Arianna, which means he will draw a card now. Let's see. He can add one to his hand, and then, as mentioned, you can easily get to draw a card once you activate a trap card like Compulsory or some of the other ones. And now, yeah, let's see what he wants to add from the deck. The lady has been taken away, so I think he will get just another copy of the Big Welcome, it seems like. Or is it? Yeah. It looked like it was another Big Welcome. I like Herman deck, honestly. And even here, the one Herald is obviously a punishment.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if that wasn't there. I think this game was already over.
Yeah, because basically once you got on the field, the Lady Labyrinth, it's very hard to get through that. And
yeah, and you have all these trap cards, which, as we mentioned, people are not prepared for.
no, exactly. That's the main point. I think also that this deck is so good during this weekend because basically most of our players are just, you know, playing tech cards such as, you know, Book of Eclipse, Dark Ruler No More, all these cards, you know, very impactful against Kashtira or Nibiru, for example. And by not having Twin Twisters, Cosmic Cyclones, and you know, Lightning Storms, here I really want to see, after side decking, what is going to happen. Because now here with the trap being in the graveyard, basically Herman. Oh, okay, there's also the Compulsory. Wow.
And there is Compulsory, so this is huge. He will get to draw a card. So much advantage. So as mentioned, he can use the Big Welcome Labyrinth to spin a card back, forcing the Time Thief, and then he's gonna chain these effects to get so much advantage. I think this might have been a small misstep by Anastis, which isn't that experienced, because he could have used the Shuffler to shuffle back the Big Welcome when he couldn't really activate.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, a little bit of a misstep here by the Greek player, I want to say, but can you really blame him? This deck is not something you're that familiar with. And as we mentioned, that's just Herman's strategy every time. Last time we have seen him, he was in top 16 of YCS Tournament playing Madolce.
Yeah.
So, like, not a surprise that he has brought once again a deck that not most of the field will be comfortable with.
No, we really have to give credit to him, honestly, because he always finds a way, you know, to face these, you know, the competitive decks with a deck that is as competitive as all the other ones. So
absolutely. Okay, and now at least he's trying to fight back. He's gonna mill a few cards, and he hits, to be fair, both a Scream and an Avnis, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like his opponent has any form of answer. So we'll probably see a Soliek plus Kit Kalos here. Is debating which to send back. Once again, Photon Hypernova giving the Tier Element deck the Tier Element Kashtira, which is such a great card. Anastis is playing the whole 3 copies of the card. I think it makes sense. We have seen everyone run at least 2, but 3, I think, can be correct. It is both kind of bestial cards. It's an extender. It does so much for the deck.
yeah, it gives a lot of consistency, honestly. And as we saw in this situation, if he didn't have it, maybe this game would have been sealed, because with the Metaverse, Herman is able to bring on the field the Necro Valley. And here we're seeing that basically Anastis...
yeah, instead they will be able to fight back, summon a Kaleido Art, and just improvise whatever he can to stay in this game, and the situation is not even that bad at the moment. Yeah. And here it is, so he goes for the Kaleido, allowing him to send back. He's gonna think about what he can do, because that cannot be targeted. He already used. Let's see. He's thinking about his chain links. And yeah, he cannot target the lady, therefore he will get rid of both the Metaverse and the Arianna, leaving Herman in a not really comfortable spot.
Yeah, we have to say that in Blink of an Eye, basically, just with the Kashtira, was able to come back, but the Pot of Prosperity now being activated by Herman gives him some hope. What are you looking for now, honestly?
It's tough because, as mentioned, you really need something to shut down your opponent. Maybe one of the trap cards. This doesn't seem like it's that great. Yep. Interesting decision. The first three are obviously a no-go.
Yeah.
The rest is all decent, I would say, at best. Nothing too special. Because barrier gives you time, but not that much. And yeah, might be Metaverse, just to take as much time as possible here. But if there is another shuffler in the graveyard from Anastis, which I think there is, you can just destroy the Necro Valley as soon as it's the field. Let's see. Definitely tough spot for Herman. It looked as if he was in a better situation, but let's see if he's gonna use it right away. Okay, no, yeah,
okay.
as we knew, he's gonna. He had the. We know every card. He had the Big Welcome Labyrinth, and he had the Necro Valley option. So, of course, with Mystic Mine gone, Metaverse came back to free, and it's nice to see Herman finding a way for that trap card to still shine.
Oh, but we said that this deck is very, very consistent, honestly, and with all the trap cards being played by Herman, such as Kill Drains, Dimensional Barrier, basically you're able to stop your opponent's strategy entirely. Also with Gods of Match, which I really like. And either going first or second, the deck has a lot of different options, and we'll check them out later on.
Yeah. And here he's gonna go and grab a compulsory. So, returning the lady to the end and summoning the lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, which is the other one-off in his deck. Anasti is gonna take a look at it. It's definitely quite annoying because it has multiple effects. First of all, your opponent cannot activate monster effects in response to your normal trap cards. At the moment, of course, the other effects are not really useful, but if another monster leaves the field by your normal trap, you can destroy a card. So it's definitely up there, and the Big Welcome Labyrinth, as we mentioned, has another effect, which is you can banish it to pop a card. So it will be able to deal with some of the situation from Anastis at least. And as we know, there is now an active Necro Valley, because the Perle Rhino is not there, so I think we will see that with Metaverse. Yeah, makes sense. Well played by Herman, recognizing his position. And now, as we mentioned, Metaverse is just gonna bring one of the we can see the real, the OG annoying field spell, which is Necro Valley. And there it is. We have seen multiple decks, even at YCS Dortmund, such as the Pendulum from Federico Megozzi, using Necro Valley as a way to shut down tiers. And now it is once again here, but with the Labyrinth deck. But compared to the past, where Mystic Mine was really popular, as we mentioned, the outs to this kind of cards have been dropped significantly. And actually, I'm surprised that Anastis is even playing one in the side deck, which is the Quick Spell from tiers, which is the Heartbeat, because most tier decks don't even play the one copy of Heartbeat anymore.
Yeah. That was interesting. Also, looking at his side, like he has some options that other players are not playing this weekend, and I mean, overall, I think this list is pretty solid. But as you said, maybe if you're not experienced playing against a certain kind of deck, such as Labyrinth, this might be, you know, not helpful for you. But we'll see if he finds his way to seal this game one. I think he has the triple tactic talent in his hand.
Yeah, he might just try and go for a push, you know, just going all in. We have seen now, as you can see here, looking at the BLS in his extra deck, one of the few, if not the only player using it. And you can see here maybe finding it and being like, what? Did I really put this card in my deck? Okay, might as well use it now that it's there. Really interesting to why he decided to play such a card. Probably for the multiple copies of talent to just take away a monster from your opponent, but definitely not Yeah, you can see Herman being confused about what's going on. And yeah, there is the BLS, which is really not something you see every day. And could be a really good way to deal with this. Wow.
And he did.
Yeah, because just like BLS, it has quite a few annoying effects. He can get rid of the Necro Valley now. So let's see if he will activate it. Unfortunately, it cannot attack right now. So if you choose to attack, he can attack twice the next turn, which is much slower. But you can banish a card, for example. He's really thinking about which to get rid of. And it makes sense, yeah. But in the end, he gets rid of Necro Valley and swings directly, leaving just 100 life points for Herman. Honestly, what a punish.
Yeah, I mean, this Blackluster Soldier, honestly,
yeah,
not expected,
no,
but...
I'm really confused as to why it's there, but Herman getting punished by it. What can you say? So now Anastis will activate its effect, just sending back the big welcome Labyrinth and debating whether to send back the other two monsters as well. And he will. Makes sense. Gonna get rid of everything in the grave from Herman, which leaves him top decking with just the lady in his hand, I believe. And he will now summon it. Let's see. Gonna draw a card, sets it, and activate now the compulsory, which gonna get a Sully exchanged, which is gonna require some thinking from Herman. But yeah. As you can see here, he couldn't target. So let's see. Still in a really good spot, I would say. Because you cannot target it while you control a set card.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you can see here, I mean, the Salek can be flipped, but not really activate its effects. So still a really comfortable spot by Herman. As you can see, he can just search copies of cards like Compulsory from his deck. At the same time, the Luster is not the easiest card to deal with.
And I think Herman as well, that knows the game very well. I think that he might be finding a hard time dealing with the Blackluster Soldier, which I don't think he was really expecting at all. So
No.
it's...
No
He's
way.
just going, I think, maybe for setting the dimensional barrier or something else if it really feels like. Let's see.
Yeah, he has an interesting card, which is Terrors of the Overroot, which essentially allows you to get rid of a monster your opponent has, and then set a different one, or a different card rather, from the graveyard, which is definitely an unusual one, but I think he got another big welcome, maybe.
Yeah, he did.
So now he switches his lady to attack position and just gonna crash. So comfortable spot, well played by both, but Herman now once again in the advantage. But yeah, here Anastis recognizes his situation. He is like, I really need to top deck something good. Might as well shuffle back my Perle Rhinos alongside Terilam and Kashtira. And it has already pretty much been half the time we have for this match, and we are still in game one.
This is getting very tough, honestly, yeah. And the more you play, the more the time passes. And let's see if Anastis here
and he picks up the Perle Rhino. So I guess well played by him by shuffling them back, giving him the best chances to top deck one, and he's rewarded for it, which once again gives him a chance in this match. What a back and forth.
Yeah, I think this was one of the closest game we have seen so far this weekend, honestly.
Yeah, because sometimes you have these grind games in which the game takes 20 plus minutes, but it's always the same player who is winning. In this case, it's a real back and forth. But Herman is only on 600 life points. So we got to keep in mind that you can't really... Oof. And now, yeah, it's getting tougher for Herman for sure with this great of meals, but there is another barrier face down. Wow. you really cannot count Herman out of this. Yeah, so they are both gonna send the top 5 cards of their decks, but it now doesn't matter much what they send. So I would expect Anastis to maybe mill Herman even if he doesn't feel like it.
Okay.
Yeah. Aguido gonna just send the top 5 cards of their decks and then send 2 more. Because any shuffler is still really good because of the Perle Rhino.
Yeah.
So you'll take it and you can try to just win with this Merly, which would be funny enough, to be fair.
I don't think though that Anastis found any shuffler.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Mills will now try to win with the Merly. Is there any shuffle? Really, no shufflers at all?
I think he didn't mill any. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's so unlucky, honestly. So unlucky. Any would have been enough to win the game. That's unbelievable. With 12 cards being sent from the top to the graveyard, and actually 3 more from the Merly. So 15 cards in total, and not a single shuffler is brutal by Anastis, who optimizes his chances of having a win and is now once again in a back and forth situation. Wow. With his back against the wall, Herman, just like a animal, he's trying to fight with all he has got to stay in this and claim the game 1 victory. And yeah, will now attack over the Merly, and once again this guy is playing on top deck mode.
And here it gets very tough for Anastis, honestly. Because Herman drew into another trap card, most likely. And we saw Perle Rhino being milled for Anastis the turn before, so he's left, I think. What did he draw?
Avnis. Yeah, with Avnis and Talent, you're really looking for something else. We know that the face down is the Saliek, which he cannot use on the lady as it cannot be targeted when there is a set card. And now Herman actually goes for the big welcome. Interesting. Probably his opponent ended his turn, I want to guess.
Yeah, and a very interesting play, because basically you get to bounce back the Lady Labyrinth, and then you set back the Welcome Labyrinth, and then
you get it back again.
Yeah, this is a very nice move from him.
Nice played. You can see he's experienced with this deck, even though it's definitely not the most straightforward one. He even gets to set another dimensional barrier, and I think Anastis will soon enough pick up his cards, as it is Herman who is, after a very well thought out game 1, finding the way to seal this game and take it home. Now you get to set even another card with the lovely... And yeah, he gets one of the tech cards I was telling you guys about. As you can search easily for normal trap cards and you need some that gets rid of a monster. Herman thought that Terrors of the Overroot would have been a good one. Let's see these mills. Nothing. Complete whiff by Anastis. So the only hope he had was hitting jackpot here. Unfortunately he didn't, and now this seems almost impossible. He needs to force out Talent, I would say, to then just try and win just because of the 600 life points. But yeah, now he can at least activate the Saliek. Yeah, really debating what targets he even has left in his deck.
This is honestly, I think, one of the most complex games we've seen.
Is he playing 2 Kid Kalos, by the way?
Let's check. He plays 2. Yeah.
Okay, so he can still go for a Kid Kalos here if he feels like it. Let's see. Those go to the bottom of the deck. And yeah, he will now reveal information that he is playing double Kit Kalos. And so he will be able to use both and actually get rid of the Terrors face down. Interesting. Now we can probably access the Kaleido Heart, I guess?
Yeah, I think so.
And really, really well played by the Anastas.
Yeah,
honestly, what a match. Both on low life and fighting with their whole life.
Yeah, because once again, here comes the Kaleido Heart.
And this is a crucial decision. He gotta pick something to get rid of. And it's unfortunately a spell, I think. So he kind of missed the crucial one, but still really good chances to just try and attack over for game. Let's see. One last draw to pick it all, and it is Mudora, I believe.
Yeah,
yeah. So really close one. Gonna count these cards even to just see. I mean, it has been a long game, basically 30 minutes down the wire, and it's still game one. Both duelists super low on life. Let's see.
Because I think here Herman now has, we know Dimensional Barrier, right? Being set.
Yeah, we know Dimensional Barrier is there, and actually cards are picked up. Herman shakes his head, and he knew that he was just so close to winning this one.
But also,
what a start of day 2. Wow.
I don't know if Anastas were expecting, honestly, to win at the point.
No way.
Because like, there was a moment in which there was only a Merle being face up on the field from him, and then Herman having the Lady Labyrinth plus other true trap cards, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, what a game. We mentioned that these are different breed of players. Like they are up here, they are among the best by far in Europe. If honestly it was just based on results, credentials, they for sure would belong in the top 64 of YCS Lyon. To be fair, regardless of who of them loses, there is still a chance for both of them, so we might see both making it all the way to the top cut, but we might also see a draw in this one, because as mentioned, game 1 took 30 minutes, and this is always a consideration when you bring a deck like Herman's.
Yeah.
It might shut down everyone, but then it takes a lot to win sometimes, and when you get to the side deck, for example, Herman is siding 3 copies of Solemn Judgment, which are amazing, but can you really side them in? We have seen yesterday duelists siding Scattershot when there were like 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
So you see that you don't really want to pay 4,000 life points right away if you then can't beat. And I would guess that, of course, Anastas is playing something along the lines of Scattershot.
Yeah, indeed.
He's
playing it.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
And this can turn into definitely a game where Anastas, worst case scenario, could lose game 2 and then just go first with few minutes remaining and go for a Scattershot play if there is no shifter by his opponent. But you can see here Herman was super quick on side decking, so our players are ready. Let's find out the winner of game 2. Looking at the side decks, we can tell you that, of course, it is Anastas who is in trouble outside of time, because he is playing only 1 copy of Crime and Heartbeat, which are the only really useful cards for this matchup. The rest of his deck is really completely useless against what Herman is doing. And you can see why Herman is trying to play as fast as possible. Just setting up his field, and I see opening with the pot of Duality. Let's see what he will reveal. Goes and match, big welcome and compulsory, and he gets the big welcome right away. So probably gonna set even 5 potentially. Let's see if he is afraid of Lightning Storm or evenly matched, or if he's just gonna go all in setting 5. He goes for a middle ground, setting 4 cards, and play is back to Anastas. So who picks up a Kelbeck, can't quite figure out the rest outside of Merle, but probably has either a Sulliek or a Crime and a spell. Let's see what that is.
It's also interesting enough, Anastasis is not side decking
Yeah.
his Feather Duster, which...
He has Gamma, by the way.
Does he? Ah, yeah, it's true. Yeah, he's added in Gamma.
I mean, might as well if you have... It's better than a Bestial, I can...
Yeah, for sure, honestly.
Maybe, I guess. You have some application for Bestials, but of course Gamma could be decent.
And again, Perle Rhino, best way to start. It's really important. We saw how in game 1 it was pretty much the only way how he was able to even steal a win at the end.
Yeah.
Just turning this, but actually just gonna set one and pass. Interesting. Not even trying to go for Merli. Wow. And you can see Herman kind of confused by what's going on here. This might be because of the Gamma, to just try and prioritize it, but here we actually get to see another of the trap card, which is the Welcome Labyrinth. So he has both the Welcome and the Big Welcome, which is great. And now let's see if we will see the Gamma from Anastis. I mean, you cannot really hold it for much longer, and we do get to see Psyframe Gamma. If Sight is one of my favorite side deck cards, I can tell you my favorite Entrap, it's definitely Gamma. And it's great to see some duelists still using it nowadays. It's especially in the side deck for going second. We have seen how it was able to steal the very first game against the Sprite of the whole YCS Lyon, when Susi used it against Giski Sprite. And it's definitely a really powerful option.
And now Hero plays back to Herman. Oh, okay, enters battle phase, attack.
Yeah, just want to make sure he's ahead on life, I guess. And now he will activate even a second one. Wow, we could see game here. If there is nothing from his opponent, this is enough to win the duel right away, I can tell you that. Because now he gets to see, and he goes for the Big Welcome, and this is enough to have game. This could be a super quick game, and it is, wow! So, Herman OTKing with Labyrinth, something that is rarely said and it's probably gonna not come out anymore out of my mouth. An OTK from Labyrinth. Herman just keeps on giving us a show. And just when we were worrying about time, this is where Herman really pushed on the accelerator and gave it his all. And now it's interesting because there are around 9.5 minutes remaining. You probably still side in the scatter shot if you're an Astis, but it's not going to be enough to win.
No.
So you're going to take some chances. At the same time, it's true that Herman just OTK'd, but he went first. When you go second, you essentially need another turn to activate those trap cards, which makes the scatter shot still a solid choice. Because essentially you go first, unless there is a shifter, you get to combo off, which takes a while if you have a good hand, and then you scatter shot, you pass, and then they have to go through their turn setting traps, and then you have a whole new turn, which I think is probably what's going to be the strategy from Anastis. But if we see a shifter, this could be over in the blink of an eye, so you never know. And regardless, I'm sure they will try their best to just give us a really good game free here. I think our players will be ready in a moment, and so we can just quickly go there and find out who will be the winner of round 9. And here they are. You can feel the tension in these players when they are looking for one last time of their decks. As mentioned, one of them will be advancing with an 8-1 record. Very solid chance of making it to the top cut. Pretty much guarantees with only an additional win. And this is really what matters. You also want to start the day on a good note. We know how it's important at the very beginning of day 2. It's a whole new day. My number one advice for new players going to these kind of events is to take a game at a time. And if that's hard to do, yesterday when you play the last round really late at night, it's really important to reset when you go into game 2
because that's actually really, really important. And as you can see here, 8 minutes remaining, and it is Anastis who will go first and try to set up his tier element board, setting up some side cards such as the Crime and the Heartbeat, which are gonna be useful against Herman's Labyrinth deck.
And looks like that Anastis' hand is very nice. I saw Perlereno, but also there's the Keldo discarding the Kel back, so very good start from him. Now he's going for the Agito as well. And they're going to mill 5. Okay, we see also Ghost Winter Cherries being milled from Herman's side. Let's see Heartbeat being milled, the Crime, Merely. Not bad at all. Okay, and now he's going to use both of his effects.
Yeah, at the same time, you don't really want to see Heartbeat in the graveyard, but when you mill it alongside the trap card, it makes it much, much better. So now, as mentioned, you can get to a really good start already. It is really a card that we haven't seen much of. It was really popular as a out to Mystic Mine, but I do like the one-off, I would say.
Yeah.
It's just a card that you can search, and there are still a few decks. We know a friend of ours who lost to Subterror last round of Swiss yesterday, so there are these decks which you really want to have an Heartbeat, especially when you're up in a field of 2,400 players. As we saw, 32% of the field was and is tier elements, but almost as much is made of other decks.
Yeah.
So you never know what you're up against.
Ooh, here comes the Scatter Shot as well, being milled.
Yep. So Scatter Shot, so already making an appearance here with 5.5 minutes remaining. It is Herman who will have the pressure now to deal some damage to his opponent. And you can see being milled one of your favorite cards for this weekend, right? Which is the Winter Cherries from Herman.
I really like it, honestly. I mean,
yeah.
I think it's very powerful during this weekend, especially because you can go for it getting ring the Kid Kalos, or if you play against the Kashtira, you have multiple options, honestly. And I think it was a very good choice.
Absolutely. We still were not able to see it in action. It was mostly being milled off, but we'll see one time when we get a player actually activating. I know there are a few, actually more than a few, I would say, pure Kashtira decks which are actually maining it and are all either X1 or more at the top table. So it seems like it's definitely a strategy that's working. We'll try to get one of them on future when we can, to just see how Winter Cherries can be a good card in the main deck. But yeah, now we see what an opening from Anastis. And here we get to search the Crime if we haven't already. So, wow, what an opening.
Yeah,
really.
I mean, a very good start from him, especially because he milled, I think, both the Heartbeat and the Crime in the very first milled. And yeah, unfortunately for Herman, there was no Winter Cherries.
Or Shifter.
Yeah, or Shifter, yeah.
This is the risk of playing a deck like Herman's. When you go first, you're really in a comfortable spot, which I think will be the main concern thinking back on game one. You could see when he picked up his card that he was really disappointed by how he played it out. To us, honestly, it didn't seem that big of a mistake, but you know that when you're such a good player, you know really, you really notice every single thing, and you take it harder on yourself, I want to say. You're kind of tend to be a perfectionist, and this is exactly what went down. Here we see an amazing opening by Anastis, just setting few cards, and play is back to Herman, who with 500 life points already down the line will have an hell of a job to come back into this. And let's see if Anastis will pick up once again a monster, because that would be so unfortunate. Yep. Ooh, and still has not actually done with this. So gonna send some more shufflers, I think, and yeah, gonna take it to maybe summon an elf or let's see. Goes for a dark, summon back. Yeah, he can summon back either the lady, and he does. What an opening.
Very, very nice here, honestly.
I would have liked Winter Cherries back and then a Black Rose with the Mud Dragon to just clear your own field. That could have been a nice combo Bernie.
You will be proud of.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think, he passed.
Pass turn, and we start things off with Necro Valley. Here it is. One last turn probably for Herman to try and push this 500, but he cannot. He extends the handshake, and it is Anastis who takes round 9. Great match to start things off here in day 2 of YCS Lyon. Yesterday we went through the first 8 rounds of Swiss and we started with a great one between Herman, Labyrinth, Deck and Anastis and his tier. Honestly, really well thought out. I think the whole match was decided though by game 1.
Yeah, very warm welcome, I have to say, for us.
Absolutely, absolutely needed. And as just we mentioned, it's just one card. I think Herman showed us how a single card, because Big Welcome Labyrinth is the addition from Foron Hypernova, changed and made Labyrinth an option. He was sitting on 7-1. Really solid record, and game 1 was so back and forth, really the most back and forth match we've had all weekend, with both duelists fighting it out for more than 30 minutes, and at the very end they were sitting on 400 and 600 life points respectively, so it really could have gone either way, and I want to say whoever won it probably was winning the match.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a very, very close game, and from what we saw, honestly, it could have gone either way. There was a moment in which Herman might have won, basically, just because Anastis only had the Merle on the field, and then we thought, okay, maybe just go to game 2. And then the game suddenly changed when he milled some good cards with these elements, and while instead game 2, when we were saying there are almost 10 minutes on the clock, then like in 1 minute the game was sealed by Herman.
Yeah, absolutely. We really thought that it was going to end on time already in game 2, but surprisingly Herman, as mentioned, really experienced player, just proved that the Labyrinth deck apparently cannot TK. Yeah. And he just needs a lot of welcoming, and he did. He drew a lot of copies with double Welcome Labyrinth and a copy of Search, the Big Welcome, and he was able to OTK surprisingly enough, but nothing is sure and nothing is over yet. Anastis advancing with an 8-1 record, really solid chance. As mentioned, our duelists are trying to go with a record of 9 wins and 1 draw, I would say, to guarantee their spot in the top cut. Herman gonna fall down on an X2 record, but still plenty of chances. There are still 3 rounds of Swiss remaining before going into the top 64, so they have their chances. You just gotta keep your composure, it's fine, not a big deal, but a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh coming up nonetheless. Also outside of the main event, we can say, or is the main event, what our tournaments between the caster that went down. We saw yesterday one of them, the Time Wizard of March 2005. Unfortunately, in the finals, you lost to the better player. But sorry, yeah. But shout out to Lawrence for giving and actually borrowing him and borrow me the deck that I had to win with. But we have more, and I'll actually, a little spoiler for you guys, we might have, allegedly, a live tournament between us in a different Time Wizard format later on today. So regardless, we'll see, and we'll leave you to the most important stuff, let's be real, because it is Anastis with Ed for the winner interview. See you guys in round 10, but before, let's go to the interview.
Thank you very much, Marcello. I'm joined by Anastasios, who's just won our first round of today in round 9. So that's very exciting with your tier deck. Congratulations. Have you faced a Labyrinth deck before?
Actually, last round yesterday I faced again a Labyrinth deck, so yeah, I kinda knew the cards. I'm not fully aware of what all of them do, but since I played yesterday, I was kinda aware of what they're doing.
That's quite a good advantage then for today.
It was really important for me to win the dice roll, but I didn't make it, so that was kinda awkward for me. But I managed to win the game 1. I lost game 2 really quickly.
Really quickly.
Obliterated me. But game 3, I had all the advantage. If I open the field spell, the matchup is in favor of me, so.
Well, speaking of, let's go through some of that, because you're talking about game 1. There were a lot of interactions there. So for a start, immediately threw down Dimension Barrier on you. So that's already a slightly difficult moment. But then you used Herald of Orange Light on Lady Labyrinth. So that was good. So in moments like that, despite there being a back and forth, how are you feeling in bits like that?
Actually, it was a great game 1 because like we're going back and forth the whole time. As I mentioned earlier, the dice roll was really important because if I went first, Dimension Barrier wouldn't be that good. So winning the dice roll was huge for Herman at that point. But since I had the field spell game 1, we were able to interact in both turns, and it was in favor of me. I didn't play my best Yu-Gi-Oh, but at least luck maybe have been on my side with the mills, with the top decks and stuff, because I top decked the second Perlino. When I used my Keldo to shuffle back my 2 Perlinos back into the deck, I top decked it, so it was really important at that moment.
It was, and there were so many other moments as well where it just kept kind of, I mean, you had to deal with the Necro Valley and things like that throughout game 1. It ended up being quite a big moment where you went from sort of like 8,000 life points all the way down to 400. And then just ended up we moved into game 2, which, like you said, just went very, very quickly. So when a game 2 happens like that, are you nervous for game 3, or are you thinking, no, don't worry, I still know my deck, I'm confident we can do game 3?
You know what? Because I was to go first in the game 3, I was kind of confident because like I know that if I go first, I can set up my board. I had Duel, which is really great against Labyrinth. Like most of the times, even though I hit a Lady Labyrinth and not a trap, most of the times you should hit a trap against that deck. So it would be really good if I had that Redoer. I was only afraid of casuals as Lava Golem over the Winged Sphere Dragon of Ra. But other than that, I felt really confident going first. I didn't have any issue. I was really afraid of the first game where I lost the dice. Rather in the third game, I was really confident that I would make it.
And then third game was sort of having to build quite a big field, and then that scatter shot just for that extra little bit of damage, which we've seen quite a lot in some of the tier decks. But congratulations, a good win, taking the first win of today. You're now X1, aren't you? That's pretty good. So are there any decks that you're slightly anxious about going up against in the remainder of Swiss?
I'm afraid of losing the dice roll to Kashtira, but it's okay. We have a side deck, we are ready for everything, and everything will work out.
That's a great way of looking at it, a positive outlook. Well, congratulations. And guys, don't go anywhere because we're going to move into round 10 very soon once we've sorted out our top 256 cut. Don't go anywhere.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle eyes, and rod scale and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with the card you choose. Trust in the heart, the heart of the card that'll do. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Trust in the heart of the card.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below. Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise and shine, Ruby. Looks like we got some work to do. Crystal Beasts are back and ready to rack up some wins with their new advanced Crystal Beast forms. You can score cool new cards and add some precious gems to your collection with this all-foil set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back to more of your commentator coverage here at YCS Lyon. So, you've seen us play one of the Time Wizard formats, but now we're going to jump into a Speed Duel format with a little bit of a twist. We are going to be using some of the decks that are character themed. Right now, in front of me, I have a list of skill cards that have been shuffled, and each of our players are going to take one and then reveal them one by one to see what decks they're going to be playing as the tournament progresses. So, gentlemen, I'm going to fan some of these out for you. I want you to just pick a card. So we'll start with Leo. Why don't you pick a card? Okay, remember, don't look just yet, because we're all going to find out together. Basti, pick a card. Okay, Alberto, pick a card. And finally, Marcello, pick a card. So, one by one, we are going to reveal exactly which Speed Duel deck that these commentators are going to be using in the tournament you're about to see. Starting with Leo, which character are you? Jaden Yuki, okay, already a strong start. So, we're going to have to see Basti. Which character are you?
I am Axel Brody.
Very exciting. Okay, right, so Alberto, which are you?
I'm Jesse Anderson.
Woohoo, okay, this is going to be interesting. And finally, Marcello, which character are you?
I am Zane Truesdale.
Oh, okay, we've got some exciting cards coming through in this. This is going to be a fun tournament, and obviously we're going to have to play through a number of rounds to see exactly which of our commentators is the ultimate Speed Duel champion. Right, let's get to it. And here we are, through the magic of editing. So, right now we're going to get into this first round. We have Basti versus Leo here in the quick Speed Duel commentator tournament. So for round one, we are going to see exactly which one of you is going to be playing first. There's obviously Volcanic versus Heroes. Gentlemen, while you're shuffling, a quick high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first, please. Okay, that is an 11 for Leo. Okay, and that's 7. Leo, are you going first or second? You're going to go second, so that means Basti is going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto and Marcello, who are going to be your commentators for this Speed Duel round. Guys, take it away.
Marcello, Alberto,
I think we are Zayn and Jesse. So and here we are ready to commentate on the first top 4 of the second commentators tournament, and it's gonna be speed duel. I'm definitely excited to see it. We have good decks on our ends. Maybe we'll find out, I guess, because they were given to us by the draw we had previous on. But I think we don't want to waste too much time. Let's see who the better German is and who will advance to the final to play against one of us. And our duelists are ready. Let's go to the table. So let's see who goes first. So the decks are already revealed, and it's gonna be Volcanic against, I mean, of course, from Jaden, Elemental Heroes. Who do you think has the edge? Oh, and a slow start from Sebastian, actually.
I mean, I like the Elemental Hero deck, but on the other side, I think Volcanic's a very explosive one. But honestly, given the edge, I think Leonard must maybe be in a better spot.
Yeah, and already 1500 dealt by Wild Art. Oh, but what a top deck!
From the top.
This can be as over as it can be, because thanks to the skill from Sebastian, he can summon the monster from his hand. Let's see if he sees the line, though. And he flips over his skill to make it essentially turn into 3 Accelerator. This is huge.
Also, Leo passes without having anything left on
Monster
the
at the
field.
end.
Here comes the rocket, and it will get Sebastian another piece. Okay, he gets the 3 Blaze Accelerator. Interesting enough, without the Volcanic Rocket being drawn, otherwise this would have caused him some problems. But now comes the skill being activated by Sebastian.
Absolutely.
Here comes
the boss monster of the deck coming down. What a hand from Sebastian, considering these are all one-offs in the deck. Definitely lucky against his friend.
And this is very scary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because now the pooled Wild Art is left alone.
Definitely tough here. This is so much damage, basically already over 34, I think. So 600 left from Leonard, who is up against the wall. Very unfortunate for him. Let's see if he can find anything off the top. Or is it just gonna be a quick match to advance to the finals for Sebastian? Ooh, but polymerization will be added from the top. This is exactly what Leonard needed to hope. Let's see polymerization. Let's see if he has enough. But I think Sebastian is reading his card. He has a really good trap card, though. That trap card allows you to boost the attack of one of your monsters by the attack of another you control, so it's huge. And actually very unfortunate because Leonard has a really good hand with this polymerization. He's gonna read the skill again, gonna use it. So if he does, he's gonna gain 800, but unfortunately, the trap can come down from Sebastian, who is considering it. And also his opponent is forced to attack the other monster because of its effect. He cannot attack the rocket. He is forced to attack the other monster. And here comes the trap card from Sebastian that I was telling you guys about. It's essentially gonna boost the attack by the other ones. And unfortunately, handshake, and it is Sebastian who takes it with this Volcanic deck, and he's gonna advance to the finals. What a quick match, very explosive, as fitting for the Volcanic team. Start by Sebastian, and this means only one thing, my dear friend, that it's again up to us to find out who will advance to the finals. Against Sebastian, it's gonna be me playing Zane against you playing Jesse. So, guys, keep watching because we will be back as soon as you can blink with the next match, finding out the finalist.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
So some of you watching at home have been to some of our live events before, but some of you may have not. So for those of you who have never been to one of these, we're going to take you guys around the venue and show you guys how it all works. Behind me, you can see we're clearly at the main event stage. This is where all of the duelists taking part in the main event will be making sure that they're all signed up, making sure that their decks are registered. And as you can see, there's thousands of duelists already taking part, playing the public events, getting their decks ready, just having some fun as this weekend starts. But the main event will be taking place on the Saturday and Sunday, and you're obviously going to be watching all of that right here on YouTube and Twitch. It's very exciting. So this is where all of the duels happen, on these many banquet-length tables. Each of these will have a pair of duelists getting ready. We can see some now, preparing for the weekend. But this is where all the main and public events take place, right in this beautiful hall here in Lyon. And so speaking of public events, as you can see behind me, this is the public events stage. So this is where you come and sign up for things like your 3v3 and your Time Wizard format, all here, where you guys can collect points, which you can exchange for some amazing prizes. Let's take a look at some of those prizes. This is the prize wall. When you play the public events, you accumulate points, and you can exchange those points for some of these amazing prizes. As you can see, we've got things like game mats, we've got card cases, and on this other side as well, we have sleeves, we have even more mats, we've got pop figurines. It's all some amazing prizes for you to get. How do you claim those prizes? Well, I'm glad you've asked. So Marcello, how do you go about claiming these point prizes over here at the prize wall?
So we have here in this stand absolutely lovely stuff prepared, much more than I am, but you can collect them at public events all over the day and all over the weekend, even starting today. And here we have a new customer approaching, surprisingly, for once in his life, winning some events, which is our lovely Alberto over here. So he comes here to claim some of your prizes, and we can just go through for you guys some of the options we have depending on the amount of points, and it's quite a wide variety of choices. So what would you like us to pick for you, Alberto?
Yeah, I just had a look at these beautiful playmats that we have available. I would really like to claim the Masquerena one.
Get the Masquerena playmats. Marcello's going to grab that, and you'll see exactly how it all gets collected and bagged up.
And our duelist, having won these 10 points that were needed to collect this 2020 WCQ IP Masquerena playmat, can now collect his well-deserved, hopefully, prize. So, congrats, Alberto.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure. Bye-bye. See you soon.
But if you just want to wish and look at all the amazing prizes that Ed has showed off for you guys, you have a lot of options. You have all the way from card cases, sleeves. Some of my personal favorite, if I can show you, are both the Kaiba Corp sleeves. So these are one of my personal pick, which I play also in the Time Wizard formats. Maybe we'll see some of them later on stream, but these are just one of the easy prizes you can get for just 2 points. So if in the case of Alberto you could have got 5 packs of this instead of the playmat, so plenty of sleeves for your decks. So thank you, and again, just all this amazing stuff waiting for you here.
Absolutely, and we hope some of you guys will be getting your hands on some of these prizes. So this is where a lot of the magic happens throughout the weekend in terms of the content and coverage. Behind me, you can see where we have our feature match stage. 2 duelists will be coming on here, and they're going to be the ones that you guys see on this live stream. We have the red player and obviously the blue player, got cameras and everything, making sure that everything is filmed so you can see all the card game action happening before your very eyes. This is where a lot of the magic happens. And speaking of magic, this is where even more magic happens. So, we obviously have Sebastian and Leo here, our 2 wonderful German commentators, and this is where the commentary team sit. Also Alberto and Marcello sit up here as well. And this is where you can see in front of us they have screens where they can see exactly what's happening throughout the duels, and then they have cards that they can put up on screen to make sure that they're discussing. Right now you guys are playing some speed duel. What is it that you guys are doing?
Crystal Beasts is my deck right now, and we're just trying them all out because later on we might have a little bit of a show match with those decks, who knows?
We certainly might. We've got ourselves some plans to do a little bit of the commentator/coverage tournaments, which for us is quite a lot of fun because we typically watch and shout about a lot of the card games, but today we get to play some just for your wonderful entertainment. Always good fun. Leo, how are you finding the speed duel going over here? And are you excited for YCS Lyon?
Yes, first of all, I love Speed Duel right now. We are all getting really into it in preparation for the tournament, to be honest. Destiny Hero is quite hard to play. I'm not too sure if this is the best choice, but I think we're going to pick decks at random. But the other question, yes, I am excited for Lyon.
Excellent. We're going to see exactly what happens. So that is going to be it from this little walk around update for all of you guys. Don't go anywhere because we've got loads of amazing content coming your way. Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take center stage with new spells and traps so strong that only an Egyptian god can empower them. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2022, Kin of the Pharaoh's Gods. Unleash your past, empower your deck, fulfill your destiny. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately.
And welcome back. So we're here with our second round of our quick speed duel commentators tournament that you guys are seeing right now. Obviously, we just saw Basti win against Leo in the first round. So now we're here with Alberto and Marcello ready to jump into the second round. So we won't waste any more time. Guys, let's do a quick high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Okay, that's a 9 for Marcello. Can Alberto beat the...
Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take center stage with new spells and traps so strong that only an Egyptian god can empower them. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2022, Kin of the Pharaoh's Gods. Unleash your past, empower your deck, fulfill your destiny. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox.
Gather your friends
Then clean their clocks.
with 4 new decks all in one box.
Prove you're clever like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox.
Over 100 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Obviously, the main focus of these tournaments is to get many of these duelists together from far and wide to come together and play the amazing trading card game. So what better to do than go and interview some of the players? Okay, where did you come from and how long did it take you to get here today?
I came from London and it took me about an hour and a half flight. Just got here and arrived here yesterday.
I came from London. It took around 5 to 6 hours with the airports, planes and trains. It was quite a long journey.
I came from Edinburgh, Scotland, and it took me about 4 hours train plus an hour and a half plane, so it wasn't too bad.
I'm from Belgium, and it took only 2 or 3 hours by flight. If I went by car, it would have been probably like 8 hours, unfortunately, but I was very fortunate that the plane ride was not quite as long.
I came from the Netherlands, but I'm actually Italian, and it took 9 hours of driving, so shout out to my friends who drove me here because I cannot drive.
I came from Italy. It was a long travel. I took 3 buses to come here, 16 hours or so. And but I'm only here for the side events. I'm not here for the main event.
I come from Belgium. It took me about we went by plane, so it was about 2 hours by plane. But we just ran around all day before we actually came here. So it's hard to say.
What is your favorite deck?
Oh, that's a hard one. I've only been playing for about a year and a half, so probably Punk, like pure Punk.
What do you like about it?
Just all the free draws, the fact you can play a lot of hand traps, non-engine, good stuff.
Favorite deck at the moment is Kashtira. Love the banishing, love the aggressive playstyle with it.
Our favorite deck I'd say it's probably Draco Pals from 2016. I love Pendulum, so hope to make a comeback at some points.
My favorite deck has to be Wind Up. I played back in 2013 when I was still a little kid, and something about that deck in particular was just so attractive to me, and I still love it to this day.
My favorite deck is Purely, and I cannot wait for the supports coming out in Cyberstorm Axis in a few months. So,
My favorite deck, I have to say, is Necros, because I had a lot of fun with it. I'm really looking forward to see that deck come again because I really love it.
My favorite deck, definitely Tier Elements. Issues Tier Elements. I've only been playing for 7 months. I've played for 2/3 of those 7 months. I absolutely adore the deck.
What is your favorite card?
Hulk.
Why do you like Hulk?
Tuners. It was broken. It was fun. You could make Scythe, you could link climb, it was really fun.
Favorite card? Sword Soul, Sinister Sovereign, Qixing Long Wan.
Why?
Burn, burn, banish, banish, draw, draw, win. That's it.
Favorite card, to go back to Pendulum, is Performance Plush Fire. He was gone too soon, so I hope he comes back one day for sure.
My favorite card is a bit more recent, Tri-Brigade Strike, the Ominous Omen. I played Tri-Brigade competitively for a very long time, and it's definitely one of the cards that stuck by me the most.
because of my favorite deck, I'd have to say it's probably Purely or X Purely Noir. So yeah, that's what I will be playing tomorrow. So thumbs up for that.
Last time I said shooting Quasar Dragon. I'm not going to change my mind, but I have a strange preference to Moki Moki Adrift.
My favorite card used to be Thunder Dragon Colossus. Now it's probably Kit Kalos.
Why?
She just does everything. She just makes the deck just merge together in such a satisfying way.
What deck would you like to see make a comeback in the new format with the new Forbidden Unlimited list?
Punk again, because there's the new Sargus, Champion Sargus, that you can use with the Synchro that came up, the Plant Synchro as well. Punk cards, level 8, they can overlay into it, add Therions, seems pretty cool.
With the hit to tier limit, I feel like decks that have a lot of engine space are going to do well. I'd like to see Sword Soul come back. You've always been able to cram 10 to 12 just non-engine cards in there, so I've always loved the consistency of it as well.
It's a fair question. I think there's a lot of decks that could make a comeback with this, but I kind of would like to see maybe Spiral with the 3 resorts and no master plan to kind of see what different kind of approaches you could have.
Well, I hope Sword Soul will make a comeback, because with Ishizu tier and all the pops, it didn't really have a lot of space to really react, but it's still a really, really strong deck, and if there is just a little bit less powerful, I think it might be a very viable option again.
I would love to see branded play because it's always a very interesting deck, and it can play a lot of you can play a lot of different versions, and it's probably going to be one of the top contenders, I would say.
Honestly, I don't know. We have tens of thousands of cards, and I feel anything can make a comeback. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to see what other people's ideas are.
I have my own on Plunder Patrol. Plunder Patrol looks like a really fun deck that probably has a chance now. Probably not going to be the best deck, but I do think it's going to be pretty viable.
And finally, Dark Magician or Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Dark Magician, for sure.
It's got to be Blue Eyes White Dragon, surely.
I think I'm going to go for the Dark Magician, just because I'm a Yugi fan. I just like Yugi. I also have the shoes, so...
Pretty cool.
Thank you.
Dark Magician.
Why?
Because I love rooting for the underdogs.
I always say Blue Eyes. He's a dragon and he's cool, so for sure.
Blue Eyes.
Blue Eyes White Dragon, of course.
Why?
It's a dragon. I love dragons.
Welcome back. We're here with round 10 of our YCS Lyon coverage here. We've already had our first round, so now we're starting to head towards the end of Swiss. Rounds 10, 11, and 12 still to come. So in front of me are your duelists for the next feature match. We have Baptiste Lepore and Yuri Polizzi, and we are very excited to get this match underway. So guys, can we do a high roll to see which one is going to be going first once you guys have cut your decks? Yeah, just so someone grab the dice and go first. Okay, that is a 9 for Baptiste. And that is a 6. Who's going to be going first? Guys? Who's going first? Okay, Baptiste is going to be going first. So, going to hand you guys back over to our wonderful Italian commentating duo who are going to take you through today's feature match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 10. As he mentioned, there are 3 remaining rounds in the Swiss portion before advancing to top 64. And just like in the previous one, we saw Herman being defeated and eventually losing out and going on an X2 record. We have yet another interesting one for you guys. And interesting enough, quite similar to the previous one, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Because as we mentioned, one of the highlights of the weekend was the 32% of tier elements as the deck breakdown, which meant a lot of players had to figure out a way to beat this deck. And here Baptiste is the one who will go first with his tier deck. But his opponent is actually on one of the different decks that these guys decided to
I guess let's give it a try and beat Tier Elements, which is Yuri and his Sub-Terror deck. It has been a while ever since we saw it last in action, and if we could say that Photon Hypernova helped the deck from Herman, we can't really say the same for Yuri.
Yeah, but I think the strategy that is paying off this weekend for this duelist is that most of our players playing Tier Elements are not playing any copy, as we mentioned, of Twin Twisters, Cosmic Cyclone, Lightning Storm, and this might be one of the main keys helping them out.
Absolutely, and as mentioned, Sub-Terror just like good old days, we can say, with the same deck list and actually playing Red Ice Fusion. So he's playing obviously the Sub-Terror core and a lot of these very annoying trap cards to deal with alongside Shifter, which can be Necro Valley, and he's playing Summon Limit, a card we haven't seen at all this weekend but can be really, really annoying, and I think it is paying off. Yesterday in the last round of Swiss, Yuri was actually the player who kicked out of the tournament our friend Federico Mecozzi and very known other Italian players. But now our players are ready, so as Erboygen would say, dai treni, let's go to the table. And here they are, unfortunately for Yuri and Sub-Terror fans. He lost the die roll, which I feel is so important, and I don't think he picked up Shifter, but he plays Ash Blossom in the main deck? Let's check.
He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't?
He just plays 3 Shifter and that's it.
Okay, because the card in hand looks a lot like Ash, but it's probably something else. Yeah, it's not Ash. Okay, so we see his opponent starting things off with a very interesting hand, actually, because I saw some Bestials, which obviously are gonna be completely useless for the most part in this matchup. But at least he's starting things off in a way in which for other decks would be really good. I'm interested in knowing whether Baptiste has any clue what he's up against. Obviously, the later we feature this duelist, the higher is the chance that they were just sitting near to each other and could take a look at their decks. But I think round 10 is still probably not as late as it would be for something like that to happen. But it does have a Reinhardt, which makes this hand already significantly better. And without any interruption, he will be free to do whatever he wants. Obviously, we've seen this plenty of times. Kikalos will show up on the field, and then you can set up a board. But when you don't know what you're up against, this hand could also be a Dueller.
In general, I think you go for that. I mean, blind Dueller makes sense, honestly.
And you can see on top of the deck, he's already considering it. And honestly, it is an issue.
I think that arriving at this point in day 2, also, I think this is something that you don't really expect at all, like to play against Sub-Terror. So,
absolutely. I mean, 7-2 is no joke of a result. It is being among the best players in Europe. And here we see Sherin being used with the Kelbeck. So maybe he knows what he's up against. And if he didn't, he will now take a look. Wow. And the Agido as well. This is going to be brutal opening by Baptiste. Wow. Milling 10 cards, but he's thinking about it. Because maybe if he's up against the mirror match, he's confident that he has already 2 shufflers. Honestly, I would mill every time here. Why would you not?
Yeah, because you already have 2 of them, so...
Yeah, you have 2 shufflers, but I think he only activated 1, maybe. Let's see. Ooh, and Dark Magician is sent off the top of the deck. But no, he activated both, so 10 cards are gonna be sent, and both Dark Magician and Red Eyes are sent, unfortunately, from the top of the deck.
And now I think Baptiste now will soon realize what he's up against, and I think after having started things off like this, we must be very confident, honestly. But again, I think you really need to find a good solution to, because like the Dueller, as for now, will be not useful at all.
We've had a discussion backstage yesterday whether which of us prefers Dark Magician or Blue Eyes White Dragon, but I don't know the answer to that question, and it's a tough one for any of you guys at home, I guess. But what I can tell you is that we haven't seen Blue Eyes going 7-2 at a day 2 of YCS in a long time. Dark Magician is there though,
yeah.
So that gives a point to good old Yugi, I can tell you that much. And now we get to see Kashtira tier element come down as well. Yeah, this is a huge opening. You can do so much with this hand, and now you know you have knowledge. So, what do you think can change with this opening? Because you know you're up against Subterror, which I think is not a pleasant surprise.
Not at all, especially because Subterror, as we saw, he milled skill drain, so he's always on some limits, which is not useful at all at the moment. And I thought he was playing something like Gozen match, but he doesn't.
No, he's just playing the, as you mentioned, summon limit and skill drain. That's it.
So overall, I think that either going for the Stapelia might be a good solution, because basically you have the fill spell, you know, the hidden city, flipping up your monster, and then you can basically resolve the Guru. Because apart from that, honestly, I don't really think that going for something else might be relevant. You might go for the elf if you really feel like. Let's see what these mills are, but
yeah, gonna mill so many cards, just gonna pretty much go through the entirety of his deck, which makes it so that if you mill some of these cards, such as the Saliak, you just get even more resources for next turn. At the same time, as you can see on the screen, Mad Dragon, it's a really strong card against even rogue decks, such as Subterror, just to prevent targeting, and some of the cards that we have seen in the previous round as well, such as Compulsory. And now Rule Kalos makes an appearance. It obviously would have been really good against the Fusion, but with all the materials in the graveyard, that's not really an option anymore. And I think we've always mentioned a couple of times how the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is decks coming back time after time again. Sometimes adapting, such as in the case from Herman to the latest set, with new cards coming out. But sometimes just an old deck, no changes at all, can work as well. And I guess Yuri is trying to prove that this is the case for Subterror.
Yeah, and I really liked the deck back then. I think my last YCS I played was 2019 with Subterrors, honestly, when they were Salaman great, actually.
And you couldn't name a single continuous trap card in the quiz. Okay, I see how it is. Maybe someone is sabotaging me to make the German commentators win, I guess.
Oi, oi.
Not only continuous, the counter traps. He couldn't name Solemn Warning after hearing Solemn Judgment and Solemn Strike.
I have no excuses.
No, you don't. But we'll take you just like this.
I felt the pressure, I felt the pressure.
Yeah, we can say that. And now we get to see the Redoer once again. Let's see if, just like last round, he will be able to pick up one of the few monsters in the deck, because that would be unfortunate. And yeah, that's it. Let's see what he will pick up. A trap would be really strong, and it is a trap card, so this makes this Redoer significantly stronger and makes this opening much more impressive from the French player. But as we know, Prosperity is one of the best way to start Sphinx off. There are a few interesting cards, especially in the side deck, I want to say. In the main deck, I don't think he's maining them much, right?
No.
Only going first cards.
Yeah, that's the issue here, because basically, like, going second, you don't really have much going on. And let's see what he reveals with Pot of Prosperity.
Okay, there are some interesting ones. Skill Drain is obviously really strong. Hidden City, also really good. So, a lot of options among these cards, depending whether he needs a trap or just the engine to go through. Necro Valley is actually the pick, it seems.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So Necro Valley being picked up, obviously really good, but at the same time I want to say compared to other rogue decks such as the one from Herman, usually Subterror needs a field spell. So you would think that Necro Valley would work slightly less than other matchups. But here we see finally the Guru coming down, great card. And is actually gonna use its effect to put the Redoer face down, it seems.
Yeah, and if he has the fill spell, honestly, that will be also very big. But I don't know, like here, yeah, I think, yeah, you force your opponent to activate the Redoer.
Then you can discard the Findus, maybe. But let's see what's going on from Yuri.
I think he has the fitness, right?
Yeah, I think so as well. And he does. So he's gonna use the Findus to negate the Redoer altogether, but this seems kind of underwhelming, I wanna say, because Findus only negates, doesn't destroy.
Yeah.
So his opponent will get to keep the Redoer, simply changing it to defense position, which honestly, it's not that great. And yeah. Yeah, Redoer shouldn't be destroyed. Yeah, it's only face down, that's the issue. It doesn't destroy, it just puts it face down, which you can see Baptiste. I mean, you can't blame him. Most of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, most of modern Yu-Gi-Oh cards that negate auto destroy, but wow, look at these mills. This is so much advantage, and I see a Solemn Strike, a Crackdown in the end, but I think those cards are not enough going second.
No, exactly, because especially, I mean, now facing Baptiste Fields, you're in trouble, because basically now with OVNIs being milled alongside the other trap card, honestly, you're in trouble. And as you mentioned, going second, you don't really have much going on, especially because Yuri's not playing any cards such as Gozen Match, for example, or Lava Golem.
Yeah. And he's now able to go for a Kaleido Art, just getting rid of the only protection from his opponent. This seems like it will go Baptiste way quite smoothly in game one.
Yeah, and here, honestly, it gets very complicated for him. I think he's only holding the strike and the crackdown, right?
Yeah, he has strike, crackdown, and Necro Valley. And Necro Valley is really good against tier ones, but not against this field. Like, look at this. All that Baptiste needs to do is just switch his monsters to attack position, and he has an easy time. Yeah, he should have changed that earlier. Now it's too late to do so, but honestly, that doesn't really matter. Play is back to Baptiste. You can see him being a little frustrated with forgetting about the Necro Valley, but I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. He will now pick up his cards, switch everything to attack position, and unfortunately, although there are a lot of trap cards in Yuri deck, there is no Mirror Force.
Yeah.
So this is really tough at the moment. He will activate a Crackdown, most likely to get a monster. Then we're gonna see a Redoer, and then the Solemn Strike, which it's not that useful, I have to admit. I think you are forced to probably take the Kaleido here, which makes it your only hope. Maybe if you take the Kaleido with the Crackdown, you negate the Redoer with the Strike, you have a slim glimmer of hope. A glimpse of hope. Well, let's see. Yeah, and this is exactly the play that Yuri is going for. Thanks to the Solemn Strike, he will be able to stay in this game and hope for the best. And this is what exactly is gonna come down. Yep. as expected, Solemn Strike coming down, negating and this time destroying the Redoer finally. No, that's not his card. Yeah, that kind of a mix-up. He should give his opponent the Subterror Trap.
Yeah.
And yeah, he takes the Kaleido Art with the Crackdown, which is its last line of defense. Everything, and all of his soaps are in there. Is it really gonna be enough? I see a Druid Swarm, so worst case scenario, you can just normal summon it and just use it for a Link Summon, which is enough for game. So I think, and I hope that Baptiste will see this line. Yeah.
Because I can't really think of anything else, right? I think that's the play to go for. Because otherwise, how do you deal with the Kaleido Heart in defense? I think that is seeing the move. Yeah.
Yeah. He does see the move. Well played here by Baptiste, who recognizes he can just normal summon it as mentioned and use it, which is gonna be really, really well played to push enough damage for game after going into, for example, a Dark. So, the Dark Charmer, I would say. But I think he passed back. Yeah. Interesting. Is he not playing Dark in the extra deck? In the extra deck.
He does.
Yeah. Interesting decision here by the French player. We saw how last turn he was a little frustrated with his line. And maybe, yeah, he didn't see this, which is weird because he went for the normal summon of Druid Swarm.
Yeah.
So it seems as if everything was leading to this line of play. But instead, he's now giving his opponent a chance to fight back. And Yuri is gonna do so, not in the most spectacular way, by setting a monster face down. And now we are gonna see another normal summon. This type of Magnamote doesn't go for.
Okay, goes for the wall though.
Yep. Finally goes for a monster, and it is the Wallow, which again, it's not gonna be able to use its effect because of Necro Valley, but at least he's gonna be able to boost every of his monster attack by 100 for each card in the opponent graveyard. And attacks over the Guru, which is now gonna give his opponent a +1. Definitely an interesting line of play. I feel like Baptiste is taking a lot more risks than he should have. Hopefully he doesn't get punished for it. We have seen multiple times this happen. Playing on stage is no joke. And especially when you're doing so in day 2 and you're basically on the bubble, we can say. Because an X3 record is very tough. Maybe 1 or 2 can slick into the top cut, but for the most part, if you lose, you're out. So a lot on the line. And now we see the Zeus finally coming down, gonna clear the whole board and bring back some of these tier element monsters from the graveyard. Checking what he has left in deck. It has been a long game nonetheless, basically 15 minutes down the line. And yeah, he gets all of his tier element cards back. He gotta send one from the graveyard. And again, just like we mentioned before, Yuri is unfortunately not playing many cards to fight back from a situation like this. So I am pretty sure now, although taking a little more than he should have when taking this game 1, Baptiste is in a really, really comfortable spot. And I think if you're Yuri, you should really consider picking your cards up again because of end of the round.
Yeah.
Sure, there are 30 minutes, but your deck needs to win 2 games. So it's not the fastest at doing it. We have seen Herman OTKing, but this is not the case for Subterror. The deck is much slower.
No, exactly. Especially because, like, I think Yuri is only left with 1 card in hand, right? So honestly, I can't really think of a card that could help him out coming back into this game.
There is really no card, no single card such as that, especially with the fusions being gone. Not that Rule Kalos could have negated them, so here just, you know, the nail on the coffin with this Perle Rhino, and Yuri just trying to keep his mind focused as much as possible, maybe already thinking about what to side deck for next game when he's gonna go first, so he's gonna have a huge advantage considering the amount of trap cards he's playing. And yeah, he already normal summoned this turn as he went for a Bestials to then go for the Wallow. So the judge luckily reminded him about it. He's not gonna send cards from the top of his deck, it seems like. But that's mandatory, so yeah, he's playing a little too fast, I wanna say. He has to resolve his effects first and just send some cards from the top of his deck. Yeah, and as you can see here, aboard, Baptiste has managed to accomplish here so much stuff going on. And I think play will be back to his opponent. Our judges had just informed that he received a slow play warning, which means we have a 3-minute extension in our match. So Baptiste will need to be careful because another slow play warning will cost him a game lost, and you really don't want to give away a win like this at this stage. But yeah, now Yuri gets the Hidden City once again, trying his best, but I really don't see how he's still in this game.
Yeah, because honestly here with the Hidden City you can get back either the fitness or the Guru, but honestly, as mentioned, with 27 minutes remaining on the round and being this game is very close, honestly I will consider, if I were Yuri, picking up his cards if he doesn't really find a way to come back into this, because honestly Baptiste Fields is very impressive, and dealing with that, I think he has another, maybe 2 copies of Hidden City in his hand, another one. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, and now, as you can see, his opponent just sets face down a monster and plays back to Baptiste, who has literally nothing to do other than attacking for game. And we will soon go to game 2, which was to be expected considering the great opening and that Baptiste had. He was able to mill 10 cards from both with Kelbeck and Aguido, which is always a really nice feeling when you know that you cannot get punished by doing so and by the cards that you mill off your opponent deck. So
and yeah, I think Yuri picked up his cards and we are now going into game 2.
As expected, Baptiste is the winner of game 1. Really one-sided duel this time around. He went first, made a huge combo. For a moment there, he actually was panicking a little bit because of Necro Ali plus Crackdown, and I think he could have closed this one much earlier. But at the end of the day, it might not be in his best interest regardless. So he was able to keep his composure, find out the winning play by normal summoning his Bestials into the Wallow and Zeus. So at the end of the day, still well played. And now it's Yuri who goes first. Will use a lot of his trap cards, but he has quite a few more in the side deck, right?
Yeah, he has 3 Soul Judgment and 3 Soul Drains, honestly, that are very scary.
Absolutely, all the drains, so Skill Drain, Soul Drain coming in. Mind Drain, unfortunately not, but maybe next time. But yeah, Soul Drain, amazing card in this matchup, and we still haven't seen it, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. On the other side, I think, just like before, the trend for this weekend is to cut the spell and trap removal. So what are the hopes for Baptiste?
Nice question, honestly.
Because
looking at the side deck,
zero. Zero outs in the side deck for Baptiste. Not even a single Lightning Storm, Feather Duster, nothing. There is nothing in this man side deck that can be used in this matchup. Only the Tier Element Crime, which is obviously good going first, but going second not so much. So I'm kind of worried for him. At the same time, there are 3 copies of our all-time favorite Dark Hole Erbudo, which can come in here against Guru. They can be negated by the Fiend, but you'll try your best.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, at least you can side out some Bestials,
exactly. Which are completely useless. I mean, we did put in some work, normal summoning them, those cows, we can call them. But yes,
La Mucca.
La Mucca. But for now, I think Baptiste will have a tough time regardless.
Yeah.
You're going second against a trap deck. So your hope is probably try to stay in this deck as much as you can in this duel, and then game 3, you're going first, you're going to make a huge board and hope for the best. Worst case scenario, there is always a concern, but spoiler alert, if we ever get to that time, Baptiste is not playing Scattershot, but he's playing something else. Let's see if who guesses it. But yeah, now our duelists are ready, so let's go to game 2. And here they are, of course, Yuri looking. He really wants to pick up the Hidden City or Red Eyes Fusion. Ooh, and I see, unfortunately, a Red Eyes, but it is not the Fusion. It is Red Eyes. That's it. Yeah.
Still, I think with this end, you kind of feel very confident, especially... I mean, Yuri doesn't know that Baptiste is not playing any Lightning Storm, Twin Twister, and Cosmic Cyclone.
Yeah.
And
if he did, he was worried.
Yeah.
As he doesn't, this end is still solid because of a card among them all, which is the all-time favorite Summon Limit.
Yeah.
The OG, one of the really annoying ones to deal with. And when you pair it with a card like Solemn Strike, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Of course, there is Perle Rhino. That's the #1 priority, I think, for Baptiste. If he has a copy of the Feel Spell, Summon Limit is super easy to deal with. But instead, a normal summon of Avnis. Interesting. Wow. Wow, wow.
No?
Yeah, interesting.
Ah, okay, Dark
And there
Hole.
is the Dark Hole. Ooh, this is actually quite annoying. As mentioned, really strong here.
Yeah.
Wow. We mentioned that one of the few cards that he could have sided in was Dark Hole. He pairs it alongside Avnis. Is Yuri gonna be forced to use the Solemn Strike here? I think Baptiste could signal a weekend, which I think makes sense if you go for the strike. But instead he's gonna allow it, which I think is a huge risk, because now if you strike the Kid Kalos, they get to mill 5. So maybe a wrong decision by Yuri. Yeah, I really don't like this strike. At the same time, I guess it makes sense because of Summon Limit. You might want to allow him to mill and just use the Summon Limit afterwards. But, I mean, he's taking a risk.
Baptiste instead sets 1 and passes.
Yeah. because he's just gonna use it on the summon instead, not on the effect, to just prevent the millings. It was an interesting decision, but yeah, Yuri gonna just speed through this, and we see an Agido.
Ooh.
Interesting. Okay, so Agido gonna mill 5. Let's see if there is anything interesting. I see a Shuffler, I see Shireen, maybe a Ravnis. Yeah.
I think a few names and I think at least one Shuffler. So good from Baptiste. And we didn't get the chance to see last Yuri's set car, honestly. We know that one of them is the Sub-Terror final battle, and he has the summon limit, which is still holding. Okay, it was the crackdown, I think. Okay, now the summon limit is being activated from Yuri. And as mentioned, Baptiste on the other side doesn't have any other interruption to stop the summon limit, as he's not playing any copy of Twin Twister or Cosmic Cyclone. Okay, now it goes for the Fusion Summon.
Yeah, and now it goes for a Fusion Summon. As mentioned, Baptiste did choose not to mill with Kikalos, so maybe he just thought he couldn't because of the strike.
Yeah.
Which is weird enough, but now finally summon limit comes down, but the worry is that life points are an issue. And this was the case just for Herman, as it was, but the crackdown top deck is huge here from Yuri. He was left with nothing, and he top decked the card that mattered the most, one of the few that could have saved him, which is crackdown to take his opponent, Rule Kalos. Wow.
Yeah, buys him some time, and honestly here for Baptiste this is very bad news, especially because now, yeah, he's forced to activate the card in the graveyard. Yeah, shuffles back.
Yeah, just gonna get back some of the cards you can top deck, such as the Darko. I don't mind the Darko, so yeah, why not? Might as well try to pick up another one. Already playing 3 copies. My shuffle, the 4th back. So at the same time, Crackdown, as you mentioned, gains him some time, but it doesn't really apply the pressure because you cannot attack or activate the effect. So it's just a wall, we can say. And yeah, play is back to Yuri, who will top deck, looking for the Hidden City. Can he pick it up, or is he just gonna pass back to his opponent? It does set one more and plays back. This one will be a long one, I can tell you that much. With 18 minutes remaining, as mentioned, we could be in here for a while they both try to fight back. And yeah, that's the case. As we mentioned, there are no outs for summon limit outside of Perle Rhino plus a Shuffler in the deck from Baptiste. So he's really trying to find the field spell.
Yeah, he doesn't even play L'Estinto.
And no, he does not. But instead, it is Yuri who finds his own copy of the field spell Hidden City, which makes it much harder for the French player to stay in this game, because Sub-Terror can get so much advantage turn after turn when you have the Hidden City set up.
Oh yeah, now we can set the Guru, activate Hidden City, flip the Guru,
yep,
then activate Guru. Can make a lot of things here. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Absolutely, and Hidden City reminds me of a great playmat that was won at the LDS finals a few years ago as the prize, and there was won in Italy by Federico Mecozzi nonetheless, the only final he has ever won in Ravenna. But it is what it is, still a final, still a final. And now, as expected, you get to the Fiendus, which makes it even tougher. It is one of the cute things I would say about Subterror, because after siding, essentially you have an out against their outs. But in this case, there is no out. So basically, it's there mainly for Dark Hole, we could say. So maybe we could see it not using it, but he attacks. Was it in the same column as Crackdown, or?
Okay, because he flipped it face down with the Guru, and then he flipped it face up. So, okay.
Exactly.
That's why. Yeah. And now this is very, very difficult for Matisse to come back, honestly, without having anything else.
Yeah, because now there is real pressure coming from the Subterror player.
Because even if you do the Dark Hole, Yuri has the Fiendness in his hand. So.
Yeah. And you can see here Baptiste just trying to stay in this, looking for a top deck that might not even exist, honestly. And yeah, I mean, 15 minutes remaining, still some time. Gonna shuffle back a few cards, just for the sake of it. Maybe giving his opponent some bad top decks or trying to do so. And yeah, he's done with his activation. Again, gotta keep in mind that he doesn't want to waste too much time or play too slow, because he has been issued already a slow play warning. So if he has to receive another one, he would be knocked out of this duel if he loses game 2.
I would have used the final battle, honestly, on the Guru, just set it, no? In the end phase. Then the final battle comes back. But anyways.
We're still in the end phase, so he might use it. But he heard you, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, he's gonna use it. So as you mentioned, we're still in the end phase. He's gonna flip the Guru face down, get back the final battle for next turn, and this is the setup I was telling you guys about. When you leave this much space of action to the Subterror deck, every turn they get a +1 at least, which is getting out of hand real soon.
Yeah. I don't know if he milled the Archer, but that might be helpful here, just to shuffle back Baptiste set monster, if he really feels like.
Yeah, and also if he kept it, it might be one of those cards you side out even. So we'll figure it out, but it seems like he just added another copy of Final Battle to the end. He can push some damage here. You can also use the Final Battle offensively, of course. And yeah, just gonna go to the battle phase, push some damage, get rid of a Kelbeck, attack directly, and use the Final Battle in the damage step to even deal more damage, leaving his opponent around 800 life points or something like that. And yeah, this will be tough. So 1200 left for Baptiste, because it's 34, yeah. And now it's one last turn for the French player. Can he come back into this, or are we gonna see a game 3 real soon? He's trying, at least by normal summoning, the Rhino Heart to send a tier element to the deck, and probably summoning Kaleido Heart in doing so. Yuri allows it, as this is already the first summon of the turn from Baptiste. But instead, interesting, he goes for the Kashtira, milling 2 cards from the top of his deck, trying to get lucky. Let's see what they are. Terraforming and a Rhino. Really awful mills, and he picks up his card. So we are going to game 3, 1-1. Close match nonetheless. Again, with these trap decks, you never count them out. It has been a close one, but now we're going to game 3. This time, though, it is Baptiste going first. I left you guys hanging before the start of Game 2 by guessing what card Baptiste has in his side deck with this hand gesture. And well, it is Gagaga Cowboy. There are still around 11.5 minutes left, so we'll see if he decides to bring it in. It kind of surprises me because Scatter Shot, as we saw, you can just mill it. When you start milling 10, you don't need it to go into a Cowboy, which is a lot more demanding. But at the same time, depending on the opening, if there is a shifter once again, we could see a very different game. We haven't seen yet a shifter in the past few games, and today, we can say.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Red Eyes Fusion is there, which is very aggressive going second.
Yeah, also going second, I think Yuri is, I think he has a lot of different options, no? Dark Ruler no more, evenly matched. Lightning Storm, if it really feels like.
Yeah, he has 9 cards for going second, 6 for going first, so we'll see those. At the same time, always gotta keep your clock in mind, because Dark Lure No More, really strong card, but you cannot deal any damage. So if they dealt even the 500 from Scatter Shot or the 800 from Gaga Cowboy, you don't afford to activate. You cannot afford to activate Dark Ruler. So it's an interesting solution. On the other end, though, we have mentioned how his opponent does not have that much for going first outside of Tier Element Crime. It probably will be interesting to see whether he keeps those Dark Holes going first. But regardless, I think that's pretty much it. Maybe there is a word in which he sides in super polymerization just to use it on his own monsters, but I don't know. It would be cool if, since he saw that his opponent is playing the Dragoon, because that's a great target for super polymerization. So to be fair, I could consider it, or maybe just a 1 copy, because why not?
Yeah.
But regardless, our duelists are getting ready for the start of Game 3. One of them will most likely be kicked out from the top 64 right now. The other advancing with an 8-2 record. Let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3 and Round 10. And here they are, almost ready, shuffling the remainder of their decks, and it all comes down to this. 9 minutes remaining, not too much time left in this round, but lot of things that can speed up this one.
Yeah.
Shifter among them all.
Yeah. If Yuri picks up a shifter, honestly, that will be very, very huge for him. And let's see. We haven't seen one today so far. Maybe. Will it be the time?
We don't want to jinx it, of course, for the French player, but it could be a matter of seconds. And here they are ready to draw for one of them. It could be the last important end we could see of the tournament. So it's a really, really important final duo. And it will be Baptiste who goes first. Good luck to both. And now let's take a look at these opening ends. In the meantime, we can go back to us while they finish up the start of this duel. And yeah, as we are getting ready for the duel, we'll check on the timings to find out what and how much time they took while siding, because we know it's always a matter of seconds, minutes, whether they can figure out what to put in for this specific matchup. So in general, as we were mentioning, what do you think is the #1 priority for Baptiste to side out in this matchup?
Honestly, like, he's playing Bestials, which are not useful at all. But on the other side, the thing is that in his side deck, he doesn't have so much going on. There's the Tillman's Crime, which is, of course, useful by going first. And given that there are 9 minutes remaining on the round, the Gagaga Cowboy will be going into this extra deck. But apart from that, honestly, you cannot really afford to side out a lot of cards. Like, if you really feel like you can side Dark Hole in even going first, that will be a solution just to side out any other cards that will not be useful in this matchup. But I think that overall, as we saw in game one, honestly, Yuri's deck list is of course consistent on one hand, but if it goes second, in game one he has problems, especially because like he plays a lot of going first cards, and he doesn't play Gozen Match, he doesn't play Evenly Match in the main deck. So basically, if he loses the dice roll, as we saw in game one, if he doesn't see Dimension Shifter, he might be in trouble. On the other hand, though, I think his side deck is very consistent. He's just played all 3 offs. And when going first, he has Solemn Judgments, Soul Drains, and then when going second, I think he has very good solutions for our meta decks. So Evenly Match, I think it's one of the most generic ones alongside with the Lightning Storm. And then also Dark Ruler no More, it's I think one of the must of the deck, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time, as we mentioned, this is one of those deck lists where it's really extreme. Sometimes we have seen, such as in the case from Herman, where he's playing all of these going first trap cards, but at least he's maining evenly matched, and he's maining some cards that are good for going second as well. For Yuri, it's really one-sided. Outside of I mean, Shifter, of course, but it's both good at going first and second. There is one copy of Feather Duster in the main deck, which is honestly surprising. But outside of that, there is no card for going second in the main deck. So taking going first, I win, going second, I lose kind of approach. And it is working out for him. But in the side deck, as mentioned, he's trying to come up with ways to solve this issue. And it's working out, I guess. But at the same time, on the other case, we can take a look instead of his opponent deck, which on the other hand is more or less something we have seen. The Herald of the Orange Light is in the deck, which, for example, for Anastis was crucial to give him a Game 1 victory, and could be the case even here, because if you negate the Guru from adding right away and you discard an Agido or a Kelbeck, then the advantage gets out of hand. And compared to our Duelist, which we have seen only play maybe 3 or 4, he's playing the full 12 Fairies package, so free Agido, free Kelbeck, and I think this is great news when you're paired against a deck like this.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we've seen it, you're not, or you don't really want to mill them right away on turn 1. When you play against a deck like this, you know you can, you will try to mill as much as possible to just guarantee as much an advantage as possible.
No, I really agree. Honestly, from what we've seen so far this weekend from our players relying on tournaments, either I think Herald of Orange Light should be a must, in my opinion. I mean,
Absolutely.
we have seen how impactful the card is, and on the other hand, I think that the lineup more or less was some Bestials, not the full package. Honestly, we have seen our players relying on usually 5 to 7 Bestials, and then Infinite Impermanence being played either in the main deck or in the side deck. I think this makes sense, especially because, like, as we saw from the numbers, 33% of our players relied on tournaments this weekend. So I think that that choice is paying out as for now. And what surprised me, honestly, is that the approach changed significantly from YCS Dortmund in the sense that the side deck is more or less the same, but like not having Lightning Storm that we saw previously, or even Cosmic Cyclone, if we want to cite Twin Twister, for example. But anyway, these removals that are somehow needed, no, especially in the very first rounds of a YCS this big, in which you can basically pair up against any other deck.
Yeah, I mean, the number one answer to that question is Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
Mystic Mine is gone. In Dortmund, it was played by most duelists, even in the main deck, and by almost any deck in even 3 copies, and that was an issue for most of these decks. Now that Mystic Mine is gone, they know that against combo decks or against other T-element decks, they're not really going to need those kind of cards, and they don't want to draw those kind of cards. So essentially the goal is I just want to beat the decks I'm more likely to play against, I would say, in a field like this. Then if I'm paired against one of these decks, I'll just try to win the die roll, and at the worst case scenario, it will probably come down to a 50-50, as in the case from Yuri, I want to say.
Yeah.
So I think Herman made a wise choice by putting some going second cards, so at least it's not as extreme as this, and when he goes second, he still has a solid chance. But I agree with you that some of these duelists are maybe not as careful as you should be, especially I want to say when we take into the picture triple tactic thrust, because a trend again has been to play 3 copies of triple tactic thrust and that just side in cards like 1 Lightning Storm, because you can search it. But the issue is, if the deck you're up against is actually a proper trap deck which doesn't use monster effects, the trust is completely useless. So you only have 1 copy instead of the 4 you think you have by siding 3 trust and 1 storm. Regardless, I think it's a matter of decisions. The formats are evolving completely rapidly and quickly, changing week after week with new releases and new forbidden limited lists. So you can't really settle, and duelists had to quickly adapt to changes and prepare for this event. Still, we have among the decks, and we will able to show you guys the breakdowns for the event later on as we go. A lot of different duelists competing, but still some of the high caliber players up there doing well. Some on the bubble, some already locked in for Top Cut, because this was the official first round in which you could be locked in, because 10 guarantees you, of course. I want to say even 9 and a draw, but this is the first time where we have some locked-in duelists for Top Cut, which we will see later on in Top 64. And of course, we have some good names as well. We don't want to spoil them right away, but at the same time, I want to say some of the duelists were also knocked out. For example, you know, Diego. The Flowander is God.
We were not expecting this, honestly, because this was the last tournament of which Diego wanted to play his Flowander's deck, actually, and it was 3-0, I think.
Absolutely. And he got unfortunately knocked out. However, we are finally ready to show you guys the end of Game 3 with about 9 minutes remaining on the clock. Our duelists are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of round 10. And here they are, as mentioned. Baptiste is the one who will go first, and he does so with an hand that is looking like it will be a Kelbeck Mill 5 to try and fish for some of his tier names, and he does it at least 1 and aside the Rhino. So it's a pretty decent meal. Interesting that we see the Feather Duster from Yuri in the graveyard.
Yeah, he kept it, which honestly, I mean, it's okay, nothing super special, but once again, no shifter being drawn, and Baptiste looks like opened up a very good hand on his side. And
absolutely. As you might have noticed, we had to wait to check just how long our duelist sided, because it was slightly over the 3-minute marks extension, which is why they have received a 3 minutes extension, and time is now back to 10 minutes and 30 seconds for this game 3. So.
And I think we could be seeing something closer to what we saw in Game 1, in which basically Baptiste went for the Rook Kalos plus the Kaleido Heart. I think this end might be what he was looking for, honestly, and without having any response from Yuri, which is not playing, as we said, Ash Blossom, for example, or Infinite Impermanence.
He does get, though, the side deck Crime, which is a great tool against any deck really going first, and especially against a rogue deck such as Subterror. Debating his options, really doesn't want to take too much time, but he could go for the Cowboy if he feels like it.
Yeah, he already has the option. It depends on what his ideal end board would be. Here's the Cowboy, just in case.
And now he's gonna go for the Stapelia, and let's see if he goes for the safe Redoer line, or if he actually goes all in with the Cowboy. Okay, he's debating it. I see the Cowboy in the end, taking his time. I mean, it's not an easy decision, honestly. And he just sets 2 cards face down and pass. At the end, he doesn't feel like it, but it doesn't feel like going for the Redoer either, which is interesting to me. I think if you don't go for the Cowboy, you go for the Redoer for sure, considering the amount of trap cards in the deck for Yuri. It just turns into such an amazing card.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would have gone honestly either for one of the two. Consider that there's 8 minutes remaining, honestly.
Yeah, but the issue is that once he goes for the Stapelia, then the crime would have been useless. Yeah. He needs to have a tier limit monster, and here you see why.
Okay.
He has to negate the evenly matched with the crime, so at least well played by him in recognizing it. And yeah, the evenly match is negated. He will go now for a fusion summon. Probably getting the Kick Kalos back once again to the field, exactly. But let's see if maybe there is a second evenly matched.
Oh, might be.
That would be interesting for sure. Now you can get back a card for next turn, you can get the Avnis, you have a few options. Definitely getting something like the Rhino would be interesting, I feel like. And yeah, he goes and send the Suliek. He doesn't want to top deck it, instead goes for it, and I cannot tell which tier limit monster he added to his hand. And we see the Red Eyes Fusion. Wow.
This is going to put a lot of pressure on Baptiste's side.
This is huge.
Yeah, and we will be seeing the Red Dice Dark Dragoon.
Gonna be a close one.
Yeah, I would say it's been a while since we last saw.
Absolutely, but this is one hell of a powerhouse card. So strong. It does so much because it does damage, so now his opponent is in trouble.
Yeah.
Cannot be destroyed by card effect. Cannot be targeted by card effects. So it's really tough to deal with it. And as you see, you can just destroy 2 monsters and inflict damage equal to the original attack. So this is a really good position now for Yuri, dealing a lot of damage to his opponent.
Opening things up with both evenly matched and the Red Dice Fusion, honestly, that's what the deck is really aiming for. Yeah, he gets rid of 2 monsters, and looks like Yuri also has, I think, 4 cards remaining in his hand, so maybe there's a couple of trap cards as well.
Yeah.
And now Baptiste is going to use the Mudoras to just shuffle back some cards, as the Red Dice Fusion has been already used. Is going to shuffle it back, so that will be useless.
And it is here, as mentioned, gonna shuffle his decks, but Dragoon does not target, so he will destroy
the Kit
Kalos.
Yeah.
And this will be devastating by Baptiste, who maybe did not realize this, or he did just to mill the 5 cards, unless his opponent wants to negate it. So this is so bad for Baptiste. He loses his whole field, takes 5,000 life points, and with just 5 minutes remaining on the clock, it looks like Yuri might be in a really comfortable spot here. But now we get to see a couple of mills. These are really important, and I think it's a whiff completely. Wow. Really unfortunate here by Baptiste, completely whiffing with this Kashtira tier element.
Very unfortunate. And now I think it's left a top deck, right?
Face down card from Yuri. Gonna take a look at the graveyard. Nothing threatening there. So play is back to his opponent, who needs a miracle to come out of this. One way to do it could be a Perle Rhino maybe, but he really is in a tough spot. Yeah, you can see him just checking the graveyards and maybe realizing that there is not much he can do. I don't think he looks like a man who knows how to come back, and he does.
Wow.
He extends the fist bump and he loses this top deck in polymerization. It is Yuri. what a match it has been. Wow. At the end, we do see a comeback from Yuri, losing the die roll in game 1 and losing the game. And then after a really well played and hard fought match, he's the one who comes out on top. It looked as if he would have lost completely after a Kelbeck opening by his opponent, who could have gone for a cowboy or even a redoer. And I think that is where maybe the duel got out of his hands. To prioritize the crime, he could have played probably a little better with having both the crime and, if you think about it, the Rule Kalos.
Yeah, exactly.
Rule Kalos instead of the kit of the Stapelia.
Yeah, you just put Rook Kalos on the field and you basically prevent
and you
your
make
opponent.
Redoer. Because then with the Rule Kalos you can negate the fusion. Because what happened was, evenly matched, the crime was there, but then the fusion completely took the duel. And I think that's very unfortunate for him. If he instead went for a different line, he could have taken it home. But sometimes that's the beauty and the brutality that Yu-Gi-Oh! Can have. And it's why we love this game so much. Regardless, I want to say congratulations to both. And to Yuri especially, because he's moving with an 8-2 record. So great chance to advance to the top 64. But without further ado, I want to thank you guys for being with us for round 10. We'll go on a short break and then with the winner interview real soon.
Yes, I've just been told that the current winner, Yuri, doesn't actually speak English, so we're going to get Marcello over, who's going to be able to translate to Italian for that interview. We're just grabbing them now, so in the meantime, I'll fill. Quite an interesting game, though. It was interesting seeing what happened. I think a lot of people were thinking in game 1 there was going to be a scoop, but it ended up going for 20 minutes. Marcello, come over here. We'll wait for Yuri just over here. So I've been told that he doesn't speak in English, so that's over to you. So how did you think of that, just while we're waiting for the player? How did you find that game?
Really cool match, honestly. I mean, Subterror is not a deck you see every day. It is the only player, actually, in Day 2 with it in the whole event. So it's impressive that he's still in, and great chance to advance to the top cut. So I want to hear it from the man himself.
And here is the man himself. I will hand you the microphone, and I will let you do
much, Ed. Ciao, congratulations. So guys, I'll try to just switch, ask him a few questions in Italian and then translate them for you. So, anzitutto congratulazioni, bravo, complimenti. Abbiamo visto che giochi un mazzo molto particolare, quindi Subterror. Ti volevo chiedere la scelta, come mai, so why is he playing this deck?
Ho giocato questo mazzo perché sinceramente era l'unico che c'avevo, però a furia di giocarlo da tanto tempo comunque sono riuscito ad avere tanta confidence e sono riuscito a mettere comunque delle buone tecce per affrontare questo meta che era palesemente Tieri Shizu, e comunque finora hanno tutto sommato premiato. Il mazzo può permettersi carte molto forti, tra cui Shifter, che in questo formato è fortissima.
Yeah, he mentioned that it's his favorite deck and he's been playing it for a long time. He expected the field to be Shizu, and it was right, 32% of the deck. So it's working out for him, especially with some of the tech cards that he has in his deck, such as the Shifter, and he proved that it is the best matchup for him. So just before closing out, I'm gonna ask you, how does it feel? Is it your first time trying to reach for a top cut? And do you have any shoutouts, I guess? So, ti volevo dire semplicemente se è la tua prima volta per arrivare a una top di un torneo così grande. No, tante altre volte. Ok, bene. E se hai semplicemente un saluto da fare a qualcuno.
Sì, sono stato già diverse volte vicino alla top, purtroppo sempre per poco non ci sono mai entrato. E voglio salutare tutti i miei amici della Liguria, in particolare di Pietra Ligure, di Savona, i posti dove faccio i local, e ci vediamo settimana prossima.
Okay, so he just mentioned that multiple times he was close and he lost on the bubble, so this time we wish him good luck to finally reach the top 64. He has great chances here with last 2 rounds, and finally that was an Italian shutout to his friends back in Liguria. So thank you for being with us, congrats again for winning, and thank you guys. That was round 10. We'll be back quite shortly with round 11 from YCS Lyon.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box. Each box sold separately.
And welcome back. So we're here with our second round of our quick speed duel commentators tournament that you guys are seeing right now. Obviously, we just saw Basti win against Leo in the first round. So now we're here with Alberto and Marcello ready to jump into the second round. So we won't waste any more time. Guys, let's do a quick high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Okay, that's a 9 for Marcello. Can Alberto beat the 9? Okay, that's a no. So who's going to be going first? Marcello? You're going to be going first. Alberto's going to be going first. So, going to hand you guys over to the wonderful German commentators who you've just seen in the last duel, and now they're going to be commentating for you. Isn't this magical? Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Also a welcome from us. The last featured match, Leonard versus Sebastian, was unfortunately decided by the not that cool caster. The cool one just lost. I think he bricked or something.
I don't know. I think I was pretty happy with the last match. We saw Volcanic taking it down. It was a really fantastic match of speed duel. But I'm even more excited to see what we are going to commentate on now, because from the skills they pick, the characters they have, it looks like we are actually going to see Cyber Dragons versus Crystal Beasts. 2 absolute fan favorites. Can't wait to see them in action. Let's see what Marcello and Alberto are going to do with it. Let's start with our second semifinal now.
Alberto unfortunately has to start in a format that is not that fast, not combo heavy. It is, of course, always good to have another card in the draw phase, and that he is missing out on. So he is setting 2 cards, and I do really not agree. I really do not agree
In
here.
Crystal Beast, it's dangerous because you need all of your spell and trap zones for actual monsters to get there. And look, Marcello started off with Cyber Dark Claw, immediately fetching him out the Cyber Dark Impact. And I think I also saw Future Fusion in his hand, so his hand is stacked. And also, I think Overload Fusion on top of all of that. So he really drew all the really strong cards.
And he is opening with Keel, and having Claw plus one of the 3 names is really strong in this deck, because he can now immediately attach the Claw.
Alberto does not look happy. He has Crystal Raigeki in his back row, that's for sure. The other card I couldn't really see. So, and look, Marcello even has another card for his back row. There is the Tortoise.
And he takes 300 damage from Keel. Horn deals piercing damage. Keel deals 300 damage via effect after the destruction of a monster. And the other one, I actually don't.
Fair enough, though. So that's 300 life points already for Marcello, that he's ahead. And Vitertus goes into the back row, though. He's face up in the spell trap zone and goes back over to Alberto. And now, as you were saying, he has a little bit of a problem because he can't activate any spell cards. But he's making some room, popping his own Turtles and the Future Fusion here with Crystal Raigeki. So that's good, because the modern version of Future Fusion, the errated version of Future Fusion, at the beginning, on activation, doesn't do anything. Then in the first standby phase, you're sending the cards to the graveyard, and then in the standby phase after, you're actually going to summon out the card. So a little bit different from what it was back in the day, but definitely still very powerful. So it was good of him not to wait with that Crystal Raigeki there.
And 300 more damage dealt to Alberto Morazzi's life points. This is also really strong for Marcello's side, because he now has a Trap Jammer as well. Oh, Crystal Beacon.
There's Crystal Promise. Crystal Promise can special summon out the Cobalt Eagle. And Cobalt Eagle goes back to the field. The thing is, if he keeps on attacking with Keel, at some point that's just going to be enough damage.
Just 14 more turns.
Yeah, and I mean, I
think your deck outed before that, to be honest.
In Speed Duel, that might be the thing, yeah, actually. But, he has another normal summon.
Proto Dragon is really good. He also has the Trap Jammer, as I already said. So he feels pretty comfortable with that. That is so much damage. 2,500 attack points. No, 2,400. This one is at
Yeah,
1,600.
Alberto dropping down on life points significantly, and he actually draws one of the powerful cards that you would also see in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! In the Crystal Beast deck, the Crystal Conclave. But I don't know whether it's going to be impactful enough here.
He's down to 1,000 life points, and Proto Cyber Dragon also already has 1,100, and there is the handshake. Alberto advances to the finale once again against Sebastian Lemke.
Alberto doesn't. I have to correct you. It is Marcello once again that is advancing. So he already won 2 of those caster tournaments. He won the one in Dortmund, and he also won the one in the 2005 format early on here in Lyon. So I now, with my Volcanic deck, have to be the savior of not making Alberto, not making Marcello.
Now you did.
Now you got me as well.
You did
a 3-time champion. So I will have to try my best to at least not make it 3 times Italy winning versus Germany, because we're also losing quite hard on that end, to be honest. So we really should definitely try to figure it out there. And yeah, we will be seeing you back for that final. I will not be sitting in the commentary booth for that. Luckily, you will be, so you can do your best in commentating, and I will try my best actually playing. And yeah, see you guys for that final in a bit.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise and shine, Ruby. Looks like we got some work to do. Crystal Beasts are back and ready to rack up some wins with their new advanced Crystal Beast forms. You can score cool new cards and add some precious gems to your collection with this all-foil set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle line, string, rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with your card to choose. Trust in the heart, the heart of the card that'll do. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Trust in the heart of the
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Lyon 2023. So, only 2 more rounds of Swiss remain. So, in front of me, I have my 2 duelists for round 11. We have Jonah Rucklin versus Rafael Duriez. And we're going to see exactly what's happening here. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll with the dice. So, would one of you like to roll the dice first? Okay, that is a 7. And that is a 9. Who's going to go first? You're going to go first. Okay, Jonah's going to be going first. I'm going to hand you guys over for the first time today to our wonderful German commentator duo. We've got Leo and Basti. Guys, take it away for round 11.
Thank you so much, Ed. We are happy to be back. Now the German commentary duo also in action in day 2. And round number 11 brings us a pretty interesting deck, which we haven't seen at all yet this weekend. And honestly, we didn't expect it to really be that viable in that format, because there was actually some new approach to the deck recently, and it is apparently working out in the hands of Rafael.
Yeah, Mystic Mine was forbidden with the last Forbidden and Limited list. And there was a new card found, or rather a really, really old card.
Actually, it is a very old card,
that serves a similar purpose, and we are talking about the Runic Stun deck with Messenger of Peace.
Yes, there is Messenger of Peace. That is the card that shall buy you the time you need, and that's actually quite funny, because back in the day, 2005 format, for example, we remember playing that time with that format. Messenger of Peace already had the same purpose, and now it's back in action. Let's see how much time Rafael can buy with Messenger of Peace. Let's see round 11 of YCS Lyon now.
Jonah is going to open this duel, I think.
Yeah, for sure. He won the die roll, and that's a pretty big issue, because when you are playing a deck with a lot of back row, with a lot of spell cards, with a lot of trap cards, you rather want to go first. And also, this card, Dimension Shifter, can be very much of an issue, because you want to get your runic cards into the graveyard to recycle them with Runic Fountain, and that way, you cannot do that.
The good thing is you now know that there is a Dimension Shifter in play. There's not going to be another one, it's just for this turn only. And we have seen on Rafael's hand that there is a Lava Golem, which is also a potential win option, kind of. I mean, you can always just link it away. But we are going to see a combo now. This looks like a really strong full combo board. You can always go for just an Orisa to play around the main deck Lava Golem. I'm not sure if we are going to see it here. However, Rafael is also running powerful cards that stop the opponent from playing, so you can just wait out the shifter and then recycle your runic spells in just one turn after.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I said that there are a lot of trap cards, of course, because we know that from these kind of decks, but even in turn 3, those might come in very handy, because imagine just flipping, there can be only one, flipping a skill drain or something like that, or even just activating your Messenger of Peace, which will stick to the field as a continuous spell card, and all of those cards could actually be pretty problematic for Jonah there.
Now we are, I think for the first time on stream, seeing the
nice combo played out right
Yeah,
here.
true.
Shangri-Ira summoned to the field, and now Riceheart is special summoned, immediately activating the effect to banish the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck, which usually is the thing that Runic wants to do.
Yeah, actually that is now working against him with his own weapons. But you know what could be really interesting to see here? Both players are French. Maybe they know each other. And if Jonah knows that Raphael is on that Runic deck, he may as well just block spell and trap zones instead of monster zones, which is what you usually do. And therefore Raphael could really be struggling versus that. So we are now going to activate the effect of Shangri-Ira.
Big Bang was activated in Chain Link 2.
True,
and
true.
wow, there is a spell
We
trap
are
zone.
actually blocking the spell and trap zones. I think Jonah knows what he's facing here.
So we are immediately going to summon a Kashtira, a Riceheart. Very important here, but I don't know if there's anything else he can do. There is the Birth in hand. That means he could potentially summon the Kashtira Telements from hand. I don't know how important this is to him, because just blocking out
and
one
he's
zone
giving
is
it
not really
over. Just one spell and trap zone being blocked. And I mean, we saw the Lava Golem, so he can just get rid of the Shangri-Ira immediately, and then all of his spell and trap zones are going to be available again.
I mean, it would have always helped to have the Lava Golem, right? So even if there was a full 5-zone block, this wouldn't have mattered here.
That is actually correct. So now you're most likely going to get rid of the Riceheart, and then probably the Shangri-Ira as well, I would assume.
You barely ever activate monster effects, maybe once.
Okay, those will definitely go to the banish pile, yeah. They just realized that as well. So there is now a strong and powerful fire monster on his side of the field that he didn't see coming.
Yeah.
There is Lava Golem hitting the board.
And now the damage clock is ticking, and there is another Lava Golem.
Oh my, the double Lava Golem!
It stops you from normal summoning that turn, but you can always special summon another Lava Golem.
Yeah, and I mean, usually the Runic deck is one that wants to deck out the opponent, but now he has an actual win con in burning his opponent with the Lava Golems on his side of the field, and now there comes the Desires. That's such a good card to activate there, because that gives you one more card than you had before in your hand, drawing into 2 cards after banishing 10.
I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There is IP Masquerena in the extra deck of Jonah, so he can always just link away those 2 Lava Golems.
Yeah, that is indeed true. So he's not stuck with them at least. So, what are we banishing here? So of course, it's dangerous to activate the Desires before we secure that we have a Runic Fountain in our hand, because activating the Desires first might mean that we just banished all of our Runic Fountains. And yeah, there is no Runic Fountain for the moment. We are just setting for and giving it back over to Jonah.
That would actually mean that you might get deck outed yourself.
That's honestly true.
After activating Desires, especially.
Yeah, there is a pretty interesting card in the opening hand of Jonah as well. There is Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill, and honestly, I did not see a whole lot of people play that in this event. I think this is like one of the least played hand interactions in the tournament overall, but it's working out pretty well for Jonah apparently.
Yeah, also, it has a similar effect to Effect Veiler, but the additional purpose of it is to normal summon it, because you don't always need your normal summon in that deck, and go for Baron de Fleur.
Ooh, we go for the activation of Kashtira Birth, but it's immediately met with Runic Destruction. We're banishing 4 cards face down. Oh no, it's actually face up even with the Runic cards.
Maybe a Theosis for some additional resources.
Ooh, it is Theosis indeed. And I mean, yes, you traded 1 for 1 there, but usually what is so powerful about the Runic deck is that you can just recover all of your spell cards with Runic Fountain. And therefore, he's missing that right here, and he's just giving away resources, not getting them back on the spot.
I think he just did not add from...
Ooh, he did not activate the effect of Theosis, that's true.
Maybe it wasn't Theosis?
It looked like Theosis, though.
I think so, too.
So we are banishing Kashtira Birth for Tier Limits Kashtira. It is special summon to the field. I mean, our opponent used Desires, so we might as well just mill our opponent, but apparently we don't want to do that.
So maybe Jonah just wants to put both Lava Golems into attack position, committing into the Mirror Force.
I mean, let me check the list. Is there Mirror Force? No, Mirror Force is sadly not in the list. But does Raphael have a way to prevent this? I mean, there are a lot of runic spell cards, and runic spell cards can just special summon out extra deck monsters, and there's a pretty good one you can special out to protect yourself. Yeah, look, there's Flashing Fire, and Flashing Fire most likely is just going to special summon out the Gary here. Yeah, he's grabbing his extra deck, and Gary does not only block one of the attacks, but it can also pop another card. But no, never mind, we are going for Freki in this instance. Freki, the newest runic extra deck monster from Darkwing Blast, and when an attack is declared involving this card in the extra monster zone, and it will always be in the extra monster zone, of course, you can banish up to 2, or you can banish the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck.
And when it is destroyed by battle, you can add back the Flashing Fire from the graveyard.
That is true. So we are okay. I think I just realized what happened there, and I think that could actually be correct. The Lava Golem already declared the attack. Then we special summoned out the Freki, only leading to a replay and not an actual attack declaration, and therefore the effect of Freki did not even trigger because it's only a replay of an attack and not an actual attack declaration. And therefore we did not banish any cards off of the top of Jonah's deck there.
I think that he maybe just discarded the Moonlit Chill.
Ooh, you think he negated it? That's also true. There's a Moonlit Shell now in the graveyard. You're
also,
right.
it helps him get more damage, and because Freki says no player gets battle damage from
but
battles
now
involving this
Raphael
card.
is just summoning out the next runic monster from his extra deck by Slumber, and this time it is the Gary we anticipated on the first summon already. I mean, as I said, Raphael is going down in resources here. Without the Fountain, it is so much harder for the runic deck to actually keep on grinding, because just by attacking, Jonah now got rid of 2 cards on the opponent's side of the field.
That is true. However, the Kashtira Tillmans is also destroyed. Now we can see the Rise Heart in main phase 2 activating its effect to banish a possible Theosis to add back the Unicorn that you could tribute over the 2 Lava Golems, by the way.
Yeah, you can just normal summon it for real. Let's see whether that's about to happen.
We are seeing one dangerous card in the extra deck of Jonah.
Which one are you referring to?
The Blackluster Soldier Link monster.
Yeah, the Soldier of Chaos. And I was really surprised because this card actually was used in our first featured match of the day that the Italians had the pleasure to cast, where it was summoned against Hermann Hansen and his Labyrinth deck in the Tillmans deck, and nobody expected it there. And I think in the Kashtira deck, it makes a lot more sense. It's much more natural to have that card in the extra deck there.
Also, our European Championships runner-up Zio is using the card this weekend.
Ooh.
Or was.
Fair enough, yeah, he's not in the tournament anymore, I have to say that. But yeah, they are now getting sure that the correct amount of damage is being put on. And Raphael is down to 2,500 life points. That is quite a bit of damage. And we see the Kashtira deck actually is the deck that can feature a lot of hand interactions. He's running Ash Blossom, he's running Impermanence, and therefore the matchup versus Runic is actually not that bad, because you can hit like cards, you can hit cards like Runic Fountain with Ash Blossom, you can hit a Hagen that wants to get you to Runic Fountain with Impermanence, so that could definitely be problematic here.
Also, I think that the card that was banished earlier was the planet, the Pressure Planet Raizoth, because I saw 2 Kashtira Theosis in the deck right now.
Fair enough. That explains a lot.
And now we are getting the Birth Back. Birth effect is going to summon out the Unicorn, and Unicorn is going to be able to search for yet another Theosis.
Absolutely. One card that Raphael would have needed here would have been There Can Be Only One, because There Can Be Only One would have gotten rid of one of the Lava Golems. Also, it would have hindered Jonah from summoning all those Psychics to the field, but he did not have access to that specific card here.
I mean, there's just one Psychic on the field right now, which is
At the moment, yes, true. But before we had multiple. Before there was the Scarecrow Kashtira on there.
He also has an extra deck out for a possible There Can Be Only One, which would be Mecha Phantom Beast Dracossack. However, you wouldn't be able to summon any tokens, so Phantom Beast Dracossack would have to tribute itself to destroy the There Can Be Only One.
Look, we are actually checking how many cards we have left in deck. And I mean, if we go Mind Hacker there, that might already be enough, because Mind Hacker is going to banish a lot of cards from our opponent's deck, because there are already so many face-down cards being banished by the effect of Pot of Desires. And we are going for the Mind Hacker here immediately, and it looks like Raphael is picking up the cards, because the Runic deck out deck has just been decked out here live on stream in Game 1.
That is incredibly cool. I was saying earlier, Pot of Desires is a really dangerous game, especially against the deck that runs Diabloses.
That is actually insane. It's really, really, really dangerous to play Desires in the current meta game.
Yeah.
Because we can analyze the situation of the top tables a little bit further right now. We were walking through the rows as we have not been casting the first 2 matches, and we saw that Kashtira is doing really, really, really well in this tournament. Yeah, when you walk through the top tables, like table 1 to 20, at least every second table, it looked like there was a Kashtira player on it.
I think we have about 70 tier elements in the tournament still, or we had after round 1 of the tournament. And
today.
About 30 Kashtiras, and seeing that there were like 4 times as many tier elements.
Indeed, indeed.
That's a good conversion rate for Kashtira.
For sure. I think a lot of actually really accomplished players are on the deck. I saw a lot of big names playing that deck, and of course they have invested the time to already have their combos figured out before the event, even though the cards are only released for 2 days, but still they already knew their stuff, they know what they're doing with the deck, and I think the deck is a super big contender, and actually even my personal favorite from now on to win the whole thing. If you would have asked me on Friday, I would have probably told you it should be tier. But now, looking at the current situation, I'm rather favoring the Kashtira deck.
I have talked to a lot of tier element players in this tournament, because there are a lot, and they are moaning about Riceheart.
Yeah.
Riceheart is really a problem if you don't have the answer to it, because you have to draw your Eclipse or Lunar Eclipse.
Indeed,
you just lose. Also, many of the players have started to play around Nibiru, because there is an easy way to play around Nibiru. You go Unicorn, Theosis, Fenrir, search a Riceheart. Search Riceheart, a Riceheart.
There's the Riceheart.
As easy as that.
That's enough usually, which is pretty strong. Also,
you take a turn
one card that has been pretty popular among the Kashtira players is Gravekeeper's Inscription, another super powerful card from Photon Hypernova. And it's just a Best Dweller as a spell card for 2 turns even. Yeah, so that's actually really good.
Even strong going second, because so much of the strength of the tier element board comes from fusion summoning in the opponent's turn.
That is indeed true. So that card really helping out all the Kashtira players in the tier elements matchup. Let's see how much of help Jonah will have with his Kashtira deck here in his side deck versus the Runic matchup though. And honestly, I can tell you, there are quite a few weapons he brought, because we are seeing evenly matched, we are seeing Harpy's Feather Duster, and we are seeing Twin Twisters.
And that is way more than usual in this tournament, and it's going to pay off for him this time. So I think the players are just about to get ready, so let's get over to Game 2 of the Round 3 featured match of Day 2.
Here we go. There we have them. Raphael now having the advantage of going first, hopefully being able to set up a Runic Fountain as quickly as possible to get into the resource regenerating game that this deck is supposed to have.
Basti, what do you think about these sleeves that Jonah is rocking?
Oh, they're beautiful, honestly. My favorite card of all time, Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. The beautiful sleeves from Magnificent Mavens. I love them, and I think there's also one thing that Jonah is loving right now, and it is the Dimension Shifter in his opening hand, which is so strong. Just banish all the spells.
By the way, Basti, I thought that your favorite card was a ninja card.
No, it's my favorite competitive meta deck for the moment, but it's not my favorite deck of all time.
Okay.
But there is a super interesting... Oh, we start off with Smiting Storm, and there are no cards on the opponent's side of the field, therefore we only can special summon out for the moment, and it is directly the chain of Dimension Shifters, so the Smiting Storm gets banished. We are summoning out the Moonin, and Moonin is not going to be able to search out anything, as he's not playing any continuous spell cards of the Runic, so there would be Runic Allure, but he's not playing that in his main deck. But also, this protects from targeting effects, which is quite nice, and it's followed by Pot of Desire, so we're getting ourselves into the same situation that we just had last game, honestly.
I mean, we already said it is dangerous, but you still have to activate it. If you did not side it out, then you will have to play it. You can't just start with one less card in your deck, in your hand.
And there also was one card that I already saw in his opening hand, and that's a pretty interesting card because I didn't see it being played in a while. I saw that a couple of Runic players have been on it, but actually Paradox Fusion has been sided in by Rafael Duriez, and he had it in his opening hand, and it's actually kind of nice because it's a counter trap negate, and you only have to get rid of a fusion monster for it. And I mean, in Runic, you usually are going to have that on your field, and you are currently sitting there with one, being the Moonin. So that's kind of a nice thing to start with here. Oh, and there is the evenly matched in battle phase. That was the card that Jonah picked up for turn, but there comes Dark Bribe. Another card that was sided in by Raphael. He really has a bunch to go first. And what's the card we're drawing? Is he just drawing into another evenly matched? No, it's Triple Tactic Talents, which is not really the best card versus Runic, I can tell you.
That is true, but there are still no cards on the field that can stop Jonah from playing right now.
That is true. And normal summon. Oh no, rather special summon of Kashtira Fenrir, but immediately getting rid of it with the Runic Flashing Fire. You special summon this, so I can immediately destroy it with that. And we're also going to banish 2 cards, being the Planet and the Prosperity.
Luckily, it was a Planet, because otherwise, if it was a Theosis, you could just add it back to hand again.
But that means we are going to summon our Rysart here.
I'm wondering why he's not activating the Planet for now, because I think that you could have searched for a unicorn. Oh, it's Theosis. Okay.
They do look very similar, but he activates
right?
Theosis here. They're both secret rares from Photon Hypernova, and they have a similar foiling and also like similar colors on it, so I do definitely understand. And it looks like we are going for the Paradox Fusion here, tributing our Moonin to negate the activation of Kashtira Theosis there.
Paradox Fusion will, of course, resolve. I do not expect to see a red reboot in this situation.
Yeah, and funnily enough, Paradox Fusion does not only tribute the monster and banish it for cost, but also it will return the monster in the second standby phase, or is it end phase? Second end phase after the activation. And that's quite funny, because that could lead to Runic Fusion monsters actually not being in the extra monster zone, where they always are by nature, but in this situation you would have to return them to the main monster zone, which is quite funny, because usually they don't belong there.
A really rare occasion.
Yeah.
But as Dimension Shifter was activated earlier, you can just add back the Fenrir because the Theosis was banished, in fact.
That's true, but there is one card being set. It looks like that is hindering Jonah from playing on. 2 cards left in the hand of Raphael.
But I mean, he outed the entire board of Raphael, so there is still a really good chance for Jonah. I think he has 2 more cards than his opponent.
I think now it's getting easier, because now you can summon out Hagen that gets you into the Runic Fountain, and you can actually do stuff with that, but we're setting... Oh no, we're not getting to Hagen apparently. Oh, but we drew into Card of Demise, which is 3 new cards! What a top deck there for Raphael! He now has all the options. He will not be able to go into Hagen this turn, but maybe he just hard drew into a Runic Fountain. He drew into our Messenger of Peace. There he is. No attacks anymore from monsters with 1,500 or more attack points.
And no monster like a Lava Golem was drawn in this turn, so just 3 additional cards. Nothing has to be discarded. This is absolutely massive for Raphael. I was just saying that it still looks good for Jonah because he has the card advantage and he draws into the Ash Blossom. That is 1 turn too late because it would have been able to negate the Card of Demise.
That would have been a pretty big counter for the Demise, but it did resolve, and now Jonah sits there facing 4 fresh back rows again, which is a lot. So playing through all of that will be quite a task here.
And now he's looking at his cards, desperately trying to find a play, but he has Super Polymerization set. There is just Rysart on the field. He can't Tribute Summon the Fenrir. He can normal summon the Ash Blossom. By the way, if he played Black Rose Dragon, this would be massive here.
That would actually be insane. Let me check whether there are any cool Link 2s that he could summon.
I mean, what he can do
Masquerena
is activate Rysart to push it to level 7, normal summon the Ash Blossom, and go into Baron de Fleur.
Which he's not playing.
Really?
Yeah, he's not playing Baron de Fleur.
Oh, I thought it was so smart to run Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill then.
Yeah, that cannot be the reason for that.
Okay.
So, we are in Raphael's turn again, though. We are paying 100, so the Messenger of Peace will stick to the board. I do understand the decision. That card is saving us for now.
I also agree with that play to keep it on the field.
Yeah, for sure. He's hindering his opponent from attacking. I mean, for the moment, there are not even that many monsters that could attack for Jonah. But all those back row cards there. This is a super comfortable situation for Raphael now. It looked like Jonah easily just breaks the entire board with the dimension shifter he resolved in turn 1. But Raphael is not only back in this game, I think he's in a pretty good situation even. Look, there's even the return of Moonin now, as we talked about it. During the second end phase, it's coming back and it's in the main monster zone. And it's resolving the effect to gain 1,000 life points.
And
there.
it is an attack position. It is taunting the opponent because he cannot attack at all here.
That is true.
I think there are 4 back row cards, so even if you can find your way into a possible Dracossack, your opponent is probably going to have an answer to it.
Most likely, yeah. I would be confused if there would be no answer among all those cards. But Theosis, first of all, is resolving. Last time Theosis was activated, we instantly negated it with the Paradox Fusion, but this time it's resolving and it's fusion summoning, or it's special summoning out the Kashtira Fenrir. With all the Telements fusion summoning, I was like, yeah, that must be a fusion summon there, but of course it's only a special summon from deck. But there comes Flashing Fire once more. Every monster that he's special summoning immediately gets met with that Flashing Fire. And not only that, but also 2 banished cards. And look, that is a good card to banish there with the evenly matched.
History repeats itself right here. We are seeing 2 cards, but we are seeing, is this a Theosis or is it a Raidsov? It's Theosis, but I don't think there's anything to add for him, right? Because you cannot target a different Theosis.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not possible for him. So we are in end phase again. We are gaining 1,000 more life points through Moonin, and we are drawing another card for turn. But still, like, Raphael, if he does not have Runic Fountain in his deck anymore, he may as well be in danger to deck out first here, because I don't know how he's actually going to lower the life points of Jonah, to be honest. And he oh, but there is the Runic Fountain, and that is finally the card you want to see in your field spell zone as a Runic player. And he also has the Runic Tip. That combination here is crucial, but remember, there was Ash Blossom in the opening hand, but we are using it on the Runic Tip. That still means we can resolve the effect of Runic Fountain, though.
The activation was not negated, just the effect.
I would have definitely waited there to just deny the draws of Runic Fountain, but Jonah decided against it. We are now switching Moonin to defense position, got 2 fresh draws of a Runic Fountain, and Raphael is still looking strong here.
Maybe Jonah right now is not on his best mental game. He just made a decision that is rather questionable. Letting your opponent not get 1 card, but instead get 2 cards.
Yeah. And in end phase, it keeps on going. Moonin is just adding another 1,000 life points to the total amount of Raphael, now being at 11,800 life points.
You should see the big smile on Sebastian's face as a passionate Runic player.
Indeed, I love to see that.
We are packing up. That's too many life points for Raphael. Jonah decides that he cannot beat that at all anymore. There is nothing in his deck that can save it in this situation against possible interactions, possible negates for a Harpy's Feather Duster or Twin Twister.
Raphael Durius showcased why this deck is going so strong in the tournament and that he's still a contender here in the second to last round of Swiss for today. So absolutely massive stuff from him there. And now going second. He's not only having the Lava Golds, which we already saw in the main deck, but he's also upping the amount of tribute cards for the opponent. Ring Dragon Sphere Mode is also coming in, I can tell you that. Thrice even.
That is
Do we bring
really
that in versus
strong.
Kashtira, though? Is it that strong versus Kashtira?
I think that it's an interesting decision to even play it in the side deck, you know, because you show your opponent's Lava Golem on turn 1, so maybe they just want to go for an Arise Heart, even though that really plays into Flashing Fire.
That as well, yeah. Flashing Fire is so strong.
So if you summon 1 monster, you play into Flashing Fire. If you summon 2 monsters, you play into Lava Golem. And if you summon 3, you play into the Sphere Mode that you don't know of. So maybe you really want to go for the 3. Also, there is a possibility, I mean, if you open a really strong combo, you can always zone lock your opponent.
I mean, that would be the perfect scenario here for him. He definitely wants to get rid of all those back rows now. In game 1, he already anticipated that there would be a back row deck by locking 1 spell and trap zone, which is obviously not perfect.
But, I mean, it makes sense. If you can only lock 1, you always want to lock a pendulum zone.
Fair enough, because your opponent is going to be able to play anyways. And if it is a pendulum deck, you might as well take away 1 pendulum zone. I agree.
You take the free win.
That is definitely something good. But let's see what Jonah is actually capable of bringing in here going first. And honestly, it's probably just going to be the same back row removals that he already had in game number 2.
Evenly, maybe.
Maybe even that, to be honest, though. Like, even that might be an option, because if your opponent grinds into the game and gets rid of your board somehow with flashing fire and all that kind of stuff, you might as well use a late evenly, and that could absolutely help.
Also, you can just be a bit of an actor, you know, like, oh man, this hand I cannot really play, and when your opponent commits, you just evenly them.
Yeah.
So the players are ready, we are ready, so let's get back into game 3 of round 11.
There we have them, Jonah versus Raphael for one last game here in this round. Nice sportsmanship there, giving the fist pump before the final game. And let's see what the options are here for both players.
We can finally see Raphael opening with a Runic Fountain. Do we see another Dimension Shifter? That would be really nice. No, we are just seeing a super combo here on Jonah's side. There are so many engine cards. He can't even help himself. I can see him locking his opponent out of his entire field, hoping that there is not a Lava Golem.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case.
We are adding this one to hand. We are
yeah, Unicorn is just a card you're always going to go for, because this gets you into more plays, special summoning out the Unicorn, and now it's either going to be Birth or Theosis that we're adding here. And look, both cards right next to each other, and he decides for Kashtira Birth there.
Kashtira Birth is a really strong card, having 2 effects that you really want to use. Now going for the additional, or for the normal summon without tributing, not an additional one. I can see it. You don't want to go for Theosis in this situation because you have 2 Fenris in hand. You would rather keep one more
Probably,
in the deck.
yeah. That's definitely a smart decision. And we are searching for Tearlaments.
Kashtira.
Or Kashtira Tearlaments, rather, yeah. For a second, that name was blinded out of my hat. So, Raphael is watching all of this.
It's actually Tearlaments Kashtira and not Kashtira Tearlaments.
Oh yeah, this way around, you're right. So, and also Rysard already in his opening hand.
So this is the combo that you want to have if you are Jonah. Let's see what he makes of it. Has he just immediately, he wants to pass on a Rysard?
It does look like it, yep. I would agree.
Okay, so he makes the decision to play around the Lava Golem, which also would mean that he wouldn't go for a Kashtira Birth here to summon back the Scareclaw Kashtira that he is contemplating to banish. Yes, he does. And if it's not an Rysard pass, I would be really confused.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there are 4 spells in hand of his opponent and 1 skill drain, so this is basically the worst choice you could make against this deck.
Versus that specific opening hand?
Yeah, yes. Exactly, not versus the deck.
Oh, but yeah, as you said, we are only going to end on 1 monster. A Rysard is hitting the field, and he's placing his extra deck face up there. Look, already fearing his opponent with another Rysard face up there on the extra deck. But we are going to pass on a Rysard, and I think I saw an Ash Blossom in the hand. But as you said earlier, just a singular Flashing Fire would be able to deal with that Rysard.
You can also always gate that card if you want to, so there are multiple options to get rid of it.
Yeah, that is true.
Or to basically make it unscary.
Yeah, so it's either Flashing Fire, Freezing Curses, as you said, could be the way to negate it actually and then deal with it later on. Then of course, I think I saw Skill Drain in his opening hand, so maybe he just delays it by 1 turn and then flips up Skill Drain on the opponent's turn. That does work as well. I am really curious to see which way he goes. I think there also was pot of Duality indeed, so we are grabbing 3 more cards, or we at least having a look at 3 more cards. And Jonah again just using the Ash Blossom on the first thing that he sees. There is the immediate answer to Duality. We are attaching the Duality to our Rysard there. And I don't know, we saw that Raphael actually has Runic Fountain. Ooh. Okay, I thought he has a way to deal with the Rysard, but looks like he does.
But he has the Skill Drain, and there are only 2 cards in hand here. He's activating the Runic Fountain, signalizing, okay, you can go for another turn with your monsters. I will have Skill Drain, I will have answers after that.
The thing is, can't you just use a Rysard now in the end phase and get rid of the Runic Fountain?
Maybe he has Freezing Curses in hand?
That could be something, but don't you... Yeah, it's weird. Let's see. What is the procedure here. Is he going to do something about it? Do we? Yes, we have
freezing
the runic
curses.
freezing curses. That is so strong in that particular instance because it does not only negate the effect of a Rysart Kashtira, but also will give him an additional draw through Runic Fountain because that card is not going to hit the banish pile. It is much rather going into the graveyard, and he can activate the effect of Runic Fountain to draw.
On the other hand, Rysart will trigger and Kashtira Big Bang will also trigger, so the Fenrir under a Rysart can actually be special summoned to the field now after being added to the hand in the end phase.
Yeah, I mean, a Rysart will not trigger because it's negated, obviously, but the Big Bang Kashtira could have triggered, but it wasn't activated.
It will trigger, it will just not resolve.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, normal summon Kashtira Fenrir.
No tributes. Birth is on the field. Birth is also going to be able.
But there is the skill drain we were thinking about. So this is looking pretty good here for Raphael. Does Jonah have an answer to it? His hand looks like Super Polymerization and the Kashtira Telements, or Telements Kashtira.
To be honest, his hand also looks like an OTK.
I mean, yeah, but there's probably going to be another answer. Yes, there is Runic Slumber. So Runic Slumber will be able to special summon out another Runic monster, being Gary here, protecting Raphael by the attack of the Fenrir. And yeah, a Rysart activates, of course, even under skill drain it will activate, and it actually is not even optional, so you gotta always announce the effect of a Rysart there, but it's not going to do anything.
This is also what makes this deck really vulnerable to the triple tactic cards.
That is true. You have no choice but to activate all of those effects. And he's not even going to attack into the Gary, which I think is a smart and heads-up play, because now you're at least giving your opponent not the option to... Oh, but there comes Lava Golem over Rysart and the Fenrir. But yeah, you're not giving your opponent the option to special summon out more runic monsters because his extra monster zone is already filled with the Gary. And therefore he can maybe not advance with drawing more and more cards through Runic Fountain.
But I think that Raphael is absolutely fine with that. Lava Golem will not burn for 1000 damage in the standby phase. It will activate, of course, but Skill Drain says no, 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 no.
No effects on both players' side of the field. Which level is Lava Golem? It's sadly not rank 7, right? It's sadly not rank 7. Oh, level 7, I'm sorry.
Unlike Chaos Hunter.
Yeah,
which
Chaos
was
Hunter
taken by Triple Tactic Talents yesterday, and it was really strong.
Yeah. Could just use it. Okay, Kashtira Birth is being used. We are summoning out the Unicorn, but again, it's not really doing anything for us besides having a lot of attack points. The thing, though, is maybe having attack points here is not even too bad. And yeah, now it makes me think maybe we should have run over the Gary last turn already, and we would have more damage here.
I mean, there is an out to Skill Drain that was on board the entire time.
We just drew into another runic spell. Special summoning out another Gary, and of course using the effect of Runic Fountain to draw one more card by shuffling back the Flashing Fire. He is staying strong in this. We're running over Gary again. Gary is not once per turn. He also tries to destroy the field spell here.
And that is really important, because if he had used Birth in the last turn as well to special summon another body on the field, he could have gone for Shangri-Ira this turn, and Shangri-Ira would have been able to activate in the standby phase, being negated, but Raidsoth would still trigger and destroy the skill drain.
Wow, you're right. That would have absolutely been the heads-up play there.
So that's why I did not really understand why he did not use the special summoning effect of Birth, because he was playing into Lava Golem
and
anyways.
There is Runic Destruction going after the Super Polymerization, and not only that, but also banishing 4 cards from the opponent's deck. So we are progressing with our deck out strategy here quite fast.
So the deck does not only rely on Messenger of Peace, because there are constantly strong monsters on the opponent's side of the field, but you can just basically wall with your fusion monsters and then get extra draws.
Wow, and another card of Demise here in game 3 as well. Refreshing the hand with 3 more cards. What a draw again. Raphael back-to-back games resolving card of Demise.
No Ash Blossom in the hand of Jonah. There was only 1 Ash Blossom that was used on Runic Tip so far, and I cannot believe how much advantage Raphael has now.
Oh, we are going to draw 2 more cards with Runic Fountain.
And it's okay, you have to discard in the end phase, but if you discard... Oh, he has another fountain.
Runic Fountain right there.
If he discards quick spell play cards, That's fine.
Yeah, you can just shuffle them back next turn anyways. Okay,
Or
Lava
just
Golem
Lava
he can't
Golem.
shuffle back, but still he has 4 back rows. So I think Raphael is fine. I'm not worried about Raphael right now. There is the normal summon of Rysart. And also the effect of Telemans Kashtira. And I think the only thing that is in Raphael's head right now is I have to deck out my opponent as quickly as I can now, because right now I am on 4,000 life points and my opponent is on 8k. And therefore I gotta get there with the deck out.
And the biggest problem right now is you don't have a convenient way to stop your opponent from attacking. You can once in a while summon out a Gary, but that's it.
And I mean, you already went through 2 of your Garys, so there's only 1 more in your extra deck actually.
There will be at some point an attack that's going through.
Yeah, but I mean, you can... Oh, we have Runic Tip. I mean, you can just go after all those monsters with Flashing Fire. Just popping them one at a time. I would really expect him to go for Flashing Fire here. I did not even see the Surge, but I would think it's Flashing Fire. Just going after the Lava Golem because it has the highest attack point. Or also Slumber, because Slumber can also very conveniently block attacks, because the monster that is being targeted by Slumber cannot...
Freezing Curses.
Freezing Curses cannot be used to negate anything, because everything is already negated by Skill Drain. But you can, of course, still special summon out another Gary. We are running over the Gary with the Lava Golem, and the Gary effect in Graveyard resolves to destroy Telemans Kashtira.
Jonah has the option to mill 2 cards from the top of his deck right now. I don't see how this would progress him. Now the Rysart is attacking, and again an attack goes through. I mean, Raphael is almost at a point where he would need a Pot of Avarice in addition to the Runic Fountain just to recycle all the Garys.
Oh, and there's Kashtira Birth, but immediately the Runic Destruction is being thrown down, and that will progress him decking his opponent out, because 4 cards banished is so strong, and not only that, Runic Fountain finally being triggered, and I think we're drawing 3 here,
It's
aren't we?
just another card of Demise again.
1.
Now he drew 3 already.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And there comes the Duality, getting him more cards. There can be only 1 also, would be kind of a nice option to hinder our opponent from summoning more and more Psychic monsters over time.
Yeah,
but we grabbed something else.
You only need 1 Spell Trap Zone.
Oh, there is Slumber. Slumber banishes 3. Okay, let's banish 3. Jonah, I don't think his deck can have that many cards anymore. I think we might as well be below 10 cards in our main deck already. So he's getting close, and there is the Messenger of Peace there.
This is a card that he really needed here. Now his opponent is not drawing into the spell trap removal again. Jonah is really desperate to find an answer to this board. We are normal summoning the Rysart again.
There's Rysart coming in.
Rysart unfortunately has 1,500 attack points.
That is exactly what Messenger of Peace is saying.
If this monster would have 1,400 attack points,
it would be so good.
Would be so much stronger.
Oh, but it looks like we're going for a Link to an IP Masquerader actually is on low enough of attack points to be able to attack here. But it's only 800 at a time. And I think Raphael can take 800 points of damage here. It's fine.
That is true. And actually it's 900 because Messenger of Peace needs 100 life points to sustain itself to the field every turn. However, we should have counted those. How many cards were those? About 10?
Right around 10, I would say. Something in the neighborhood of 10. So we are
so
keeping
many
track of
cards
the
at
life
hand.
points.
I think that we might see a possible deck out this turn already.
Yeah, he definitely has to go after it. Oh, but it looks like... Okay, yeah, first of all, Messenger of Peace, of course. But do we have stuff to do now in our main phase? Oh, wow, we have to activate Desires. I think that leaves us on, like, maybe 3 or 4 cards in our deck. That is actually insanity to activate the second Desires there.
Maybe he is trying to find the necessary cards for game. It actually looks like there are still a few more cards in the deck. This is the... Okay, so we are having the Freezing Curses. Can you actually activate those? I don't think so.
You can only special
of course, you can special summon.
You can only special summon. You're drawing for another card. This is getting intense, but I mean, it's getting close to time, so Raphael has to hurry up. He maybe even had to activate the Desires, and there comes Twin Twister. Good thing about Moonin, though, is Moonin banishes itself for cost, so it can even be activated under Skill Drain, so that's pretty good. He can just dodge the effect of Skill Drain, but oh, wait. I think Moonin can only go after... Wait, let me double check on Moonin. I think it has to be Runic cards that are targeted.
Runic Destruction was chained to the Twin Twister, so 4 additional cards would get banished. Really smart play by him, even though it does not help him with the Twin Twister effect. You still want to get rid of more cards.
The thing is, Moonin couldn't protect because it needs to be set cards or Runic cards that are being targeted, and therefore Moonin could not react to the 2 face-up cards that are targeted there.
Messenger of Peace really being destroyed.
Oh,
immediately.
4 cards left in the deck of Jonah. This is getting close here. 4 minutes left on the clock. But if Raphael somehow finds another runic destruction with something to destroy, or maybe a smiting storm or a slumber, I think he can definitely be in a position to win this game here.
He just has to hope, or we hope for him, that he hasn't banished every of his runic cards with his Pot of Desires early, because that was rather a dangerous one.
And there is a
This
destruction. But I mean, if I am Jonah, I'm never ever going to set a back row in this game ever again. I don't know whether there even is back row still left in his deck, to be honest, though. There is another Messenger of Peace.
He would have to activate another Twin Twister, and then Distraction could just get rid of the Twin Twister immediately, get rid of the last cards in Jonah's deck. Is there an answer for Jonah so he can still win this game against Raphael?
But the problem I'm having right now is Raphael cannot be on that many cards in his deck anymore either, so maybe he's even closer to decking out right now, which is a super, super interesting scenario, because he already got decked out once in this duel with his deck out strategy, and there comes back and be only one.
On an open game state after Jonah is checking his extra deck, trying to find a solution against the Messenger of Peace, but he says no, you cannot summon any Cybers or Pyro monsters from the extra deck, and I think that Cybers
We're giving it back over, and to me it looks like Raphael has like probably a little more cards in deck than Jonah, so he's in
like
the fine position. Also, let's not disregard that Moonin is actually giving you 1,000 life points now again. That skill drain is gone, so even if we're not getting there by deck out, we might as well get ahead in life points again.
Lava Golem also deals damage in every standby phase, so actually Raphael is leading, and Raphael takes the win against Jonah with the deck out strategy of Runic.
What an absolutely crazy game 3 there, going second with the runic cards. He is the last runic player left in competition, and he's still very well in there because he's still on an X2 record, meaning if he wins the last round of Swiss, he's going to be one of the people joining the top 64.
Raphael chaining the runic destruction onto the Twin Twister was so smart in this heated situation. He saw this win condition, he took it, and his opponent just had to give up at some point.
That was such a fun game to cast, because it could have been actually a possibility that Raphael is decking out again. After being decked out in game number 1 already, it would have been mental for a deck out deck, which is not that popular nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh! Usually, back in the day, you had cards like what were deck out cards back in the day?
Needleworm.
Yeah, for example, Needleworm was a classic one.
The Gravekeeper's continuous spell, that said when you attack, you mill one.
Exactly. So that was definitely a popular deck back in the day, but nowadays deck out strategies aren't that popular anymore. So we're even more hyped about one being in top competition right now. And I have to say, you said it in the feature match already, I'm quite a fan of the deck, honestly. I've been playing it myself.
You love it.
I'm definitely someone that would be supporting Raphael with the deck decision, because it is a pretty cool and fun deck, and it's also so unique. We talked about it. We have a lot of Kashtira decks left in competition, so even though that Jonah is probably going to have a hard time to top now, there's many more Kashtira players left in competition, so definitely you guys will be able to probably see another Kashtira deck in the feature match area.
That is true, and Kashtira is such a dangerous matchup for Runic, especially if you run Pot of Desires. Let's not forget about the Diablos' OTK.
That is pretty insane of a setup there, but Raphael probably has battled multiple Kashtira decks over the course of the event already, and he has defeated many of them to even get here. Now being on a record of A2, he definitely is one of the guys that can still make it to the top card. And I really personally, I want him to make it. I'm now a fan of Raphael and his runic strategy. He's the last one left. I mean, last round, we had the last Subterra player left in the tournament, and now this round, we had the last runic player left in the tournament, so we, of course, are a little bit rooting for the underdog.
Of course. I mean, unfortunately, I think our Ninja player is out of the competition. He was also the last Ninja player in the competition, which is not that much of a surprise, because the deck isn't that popular, except for Basti. He loves it now.
I'm now in love with the deck, but I'm also in love with the runic strategy, and the runic strategy is the one that was victorious here in our round 11 featured match. So let's hear from the guy that made it happen. Let's give it over to Raphael and Ed for the winner's interview.
Thanks, Basti. Yes, I am here with Raphael, who's just won round 11. He's just asked me just before this to speak slowly because he says his English isn't great, but we're going to try and go through some of the moments that we've had in this duel. Firstly, congratulations. How do you feel at this stage of the tournament?
For the moment, the tournament is good for me. I just lost again one flu. He started Heavenly and Cosmic Cyclone, and again Cash with Heavenly. For the moment, it's cool.
Good, and that's also a great result. The second last round of Swiss, and you've managed to win. Let's go through some of the moments of your match. In game one, you lava golems Jonah twice, so 2 lava golems straight off the bat. There was a moment attacking with the lava golems, the Diablosis from him, banishing lots of your deck, so you scooped. Talk to us about what you were feeling in that first game, because the lava golems were a good start, but then when you started to lose your deck, did you lose some confidence?
In the first game, he used a shifter, so I can summon the Eugene for the Fontaine, but I have only 3 Runic in my hand, so I use Desire and I banish the 3 Fontaine, and he summoned Diablosis. I have 16 banish and 16 in the deck, so I lose. I just scoop because he don't look my extra deck with Diablosis.
So then game 2, Jonah tried to wipe your field with the evenly matched, but you countered it with the Dark Bribe, which was a great moment. The Card of Demise, every time Card of Demise came out, the crowd went nuts. You guys have big headphones on, so I don't know if you can hear it, but especially in game 3, the crowd was screaming at so many points. It was very exciting. So kept gaining life points with Moonin, so it was easy to pay for the Messenger of Peace, and then you had a huge field and you just basically stopped him from playing. So talk to us about what you were feeling in game 2.
In the game 2, I know I can't lose because I have Dark Bribe and Fusion Paradox. I just to wait, gain 1000 and take out my opponent. My opponent asked for the time and he scooped instead for we can play the last game, the first game.
So going into the third game, were you feeling confident or were you worried that you weren't entirely sure where it was going to go?
On my first turn, I don't know, but turn 2 I draw Lava Golem and I have Demise in my hand, so I Lava Golem and I have just one turn to wait for I'm sure to win. The one problem is the time because I pay 1000 for skill drain and I say to my opponent, play. I'm going to deck out you, play.
It was really exciting. That last game, like I said, the crowd were going nuts the whole time. But like you said, there was you golemed the Fenrir and the Arise Heart, so you managed to deal with some of the main Kashtira stuff right off the bat there. Jonah attacked both of your Geri, the Runic Fang, so removed lots of his cards. And then another card of Demise, the Messenger of Peace, and you just stopped him from playing. You had such good control of the field, so he scooped. So now that you're at this point, how do you feel?
I think Messenger of Peace is a new Mystic Mine with Skill Drain or Zerkan. Konami, I don't play Mystic Mine, but I play it. Thank you for that.
Well, it's great. Congratulations. You've only got one more round of Swiss, and then you're done. Is there anything that you've gone up against this weekend that you've really had a bad time playing against, or has it been okay generally?
If I won the dice roll, it's okay against all deck. And I prefer playing against Flowanderies because it's not a big monster for me, just Impen. It's okay for me.
I mean, that's quite rare. Most people really struggle going up against Flu, so you're quite a rarity. But like I said, congratulations, best of luck in the next round. Hopefully we'll see you in the top cut. Guys, do not go anywhere because we've got the final round of Swiss coming up very, very soon, and then we're getting into our top cut. See you soon.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Photon Hypernova, Chaos Monsters, Kashtira, Gold Pride. More cards for Fallen of Albaz and Dogmatica, plus many more with brand new Photon and Galaxy cards to make your deck out of this world. 100 cards in all. Photon Hypernova. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to our very exciting final round of our Speed Duel Commentators Tournament. Marcello won that last round against Alberto. Basti won the first round against Leo, which means it's all down to this. Basti, you have to do something. This man has won not only in Dortmund, but has also won already one of the Time Wizard tournaments today. Can it be 3? Marcello, it could be your 3rd win in a row. It's all down to you, Basti, to put a stop to this monster. But in the meantime, while we get into that, let's do a high roll to see which one of you guys is going to be going first in this final round. So that's a 5 for Marcello, which hopefully a high roll here for Basti. He's kissed it for luck. It's a 9. Basti, you going to be going first? Marcello is going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo and Alberto, who are going to be your commentators for this final match. Boys, take it away.
Welcome back, guys, to the Speed Duel Casters tournament. Alberto, are you okay, man?
I got destroyed, honestly. Unfortunately, Crystal Bees were not enough, but I really like Zin's deck, honestly, with all the interactions. Also, like the skills effect is unbelievable, honestly.
And it's really cool. You can actually summon Cyber End Dragon with polymerization.
yeah. You know,
It
the deck is like very, very powerful. Unfortunately, no Rainbow Dragon for me. Maybe next time, who knows?
That is true, but yeah, exactly. I mean, we will have plenty of casters tournaments in the future to play, so we will meet in one final one day.
One day.
One day.
But not today, guys. So we will soon see what we will see in this action.
Yeah, we're
what
going to see Volcanic versus Cyber Dragon, and I think I'm going to give the edge to Volcanic.
I mean, yeah, after what we saw against you, I mean, I have to feel sorry, but...
Exactly. So, guys, we are ready for this final, and we are going to give it over to the players. Let's see what they are bringing to the table. All right, so... Marcello lost the dice, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marcello lost the die roll, and let's see, I saw us. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is a very good start, because basically lets you search the Cyber Dark Impact directly from the deck thanks to the Cyber Dark Claw, and it basically gives you an heads up play in the turn after if you want to push and have the chance to fusion summon. But here comes the Cyber Volley. Pretty nice card, and especially in going first, right? You just put it on the field. And let's see if Sebastian this time has luck once again, as we saw with you. It just goes with 2 set cards and Volcanic Blaster being summoned.
In attack position, 1,200 attack points, and attempts to attack Cyber Valley. Of course, Cyber Valley banishes itself to negate the attack and the battle phase and draw a card. Volcanic Blaster, a really strong floating effect when it gets destroyed by battle. You can choose a volcanic monster and put it on top of your deck.
It's pretty nice. It's very, very nice. I really like it, especially because as we saw against you, like the rocket itself was, you know, the MVP.
1,900 attack points is crazy.
Yeah. And Marcello looks like he's just setting one and passes back to Sebastian, who now drew into, I think, another monster. Let's see.
I think it is the Firewall that he drew into, and now he can tribute the Blaster for the Hammerer.
And also very nice effect, but I think here you want to push... Oh, okay, this is very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Because basically the Shadow Gardener gets the same attack and defense as the Volcanic Hammerer attack. So basically Sebastian won't be able to get over him.
Yeah. But instead of attacking into it, he can now decide to use the effect and deal 200 damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Which he probably didn't.
He didn't, I think.
So we're seeing one poly on the side of Marcello. So what you really want to do against this Zane deck is keep it above 1,500.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because the skill effect of Zane is incredibly powerful. And if you get the chance to see it coming, then it's you're in trouble.
Yeah. That is true. Cyber Phoenix set face down, I'm pretty sure of that, will be able to draw another card for Marcello after this turn. And Sebastian also not with the most powerful draws here.
Yeah. Looks like it's kind of a more slow game from this point of view. And both of players, let's see, don't have that push to make some damage. But here comes the Blaze Accelerator.
And now I'm going to get this one up as well, because can it destroy face-down monsters?
Yeah.
Wow, it actually can. You can
Wow, this is very powerful.
Inpachi?
Yeah,
the
it's
charcoal
charcoal.
Inpachi.
Yes.
What a combo.
Reason why Volcanic deck is very powerful. And once again here, yeah, okay, now we see Sebastian using the effect of the Hammerer, inflicting some damage to Marcello.
Oh, why doesn't he attack directly?
Yeah.
Because like he actually made a brilliant play by not activating the Hammerer, because then you can attack and bring Marcello down to 1,600. And now he just did not... Ah, your monsters cannot attack the turn you activate this effect.
Okay, that's why.
They say, okay, we knew that. We knew that, 100%. So Charcoal and Pachi in the graveyard, sitting there nicely. It has done its job. It's been discarded. So this is a card that wasn't used against me, but it was kind of used against me because of the skill that Sebastian can activate. It can make a Blaze Accelerator to a Tri-Blaze Accelerator once per turn and then just tribute it for the Volcanic Doom Fire.
Yeah. And here we are, let's say, in kind of a loop, because Marcello has still his set face down card that will prevent him to basically take damage life points.
Oh wow! When I tried to OTK Sebastian, I completely ignored the effect of Doomfire. Didn't know that.
Yeah.
This card must be attacked. And
Yeah.
I tried to run over the rocket with my Flame Wingman.
Right. It's true.
I mean, I tried to read the card, but you guys know how it is sometimes when reading cards.
Here, as we mentioned, this is kind of a loop, because basically Sebastian is not able to deal with Marcello's set-up card, and here, let's see if he drew into something.
Oh. This one actually matches the Hammerer, and that is pretty strong, because the graveyard effect of Claw is that when it's sent there as the material of or equipped one of a Horn or a Cyberdark monster, it can add back a Cyberdark card.
Yeah.
However, this one protects, so you can't get the Horn back.
Yeah.
It stays on the field after crashing here.
Yeah.
Which is not too good, because you would rather want to have it in hand and normal summon it the next turn again, right?
Exactly.
But the protection effect is unfortunately mandatory, so this is just an 800 attack point monster on the field right now. So Sebastian going for the next draw, and now he drew a card that I know from my elementary school days.
Which is a very nice one, actually, and very powerful.
What's the name?
But,
the Fire Spirit? Fire Spirit?
I think we will soon see it in action. Let's see if... I think Sebastian is going for another play, though. Let's see.
I mean, he can discard the Volcanic Shell for Blaze Accelerator, which is the basic gimmick of the deck.
Yeah.
Oh, there we can see it.
Yeah.
Now we can activate the shell. This one doesn't banish it, just pays a
Yeah,
500
just
life
pays.
points. Yeah.
And gets another.
Now you can normal summon it and pass.
Which is a plan.
It's a phenomenal plan.
But passes back to Marcello.
Marcello is now going to wait. Both players with a lot of back row staring at each other. No player is willing to commit a lot of monsters to the field. And when I say willing, I mean they don't draw monsters.
Yeah.
Even though Basti's graveyard is actually fueled with monsters.
Yes. He has quite a few. And but as you mentioned, I think here you really want to be careful when you're playing against Zane's deck, because otherwise you're going to let your opponent activate his skill effect.
I mean, it's not looking like he's doing too much damage to him.
Exactly. Now we are very far from that.
What Sebastian really is looking for is a top deck Volcanic Rocket, and you need to find a way to get rid of the Gardener. Oh, Claw! Yeah. Did he just add back Claw from its effect?
Yeah.
I think that's not possible. Oh no, I just did not use the card correctly. That was entirely on me yesterday when I played this deck like 10 times. Okay, well.
Never mind.
It happened again. Oh, Blazing Apache.
And this could be helpful to help Sebastian getting over Marcello's monster, but here, once again, comes the Shadow Gardener being activated from his side.
But you can still attack over the Claw.
Yeah.
And this time it does not add back anything because it has to be equipped. However, I just saw that Marcello is having straight flush set face down.
Really?
So he just really needs something to get him going, you know?
Yeah.
And then he can just blast away the entire back row of Sebastian. When did he get to 1,900 life points?
Because Marcello attacked it directly with the Claw.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
and
so,
he paid for a shell.
Exactly,
okay.
Yeah.
So straight flush is looking really good here. Cyber Dragon plus a good normal summon would be enough.
And here it comes.
Does he have a trap jammer or something in the likes of that, or is this Marcello's time to be another champion? Wow, covering fire, the card that took me out of the tournament completely. Even though shouldn't even have come to this situation because I didn't read Volcanic Doomfire correctly, and neither did Busty.
Yeah, for sure. I hear the straight flash being activated by Marcello. Oh, okay, I see. Let's see if the Future Fusion in his next standby phase will resolve, because that one might be huge, honestly, and might lead Marcello to win this game. Yeah, it just passes on to Sebastian.
Oh, that is a huge monster right there. It's the Pyro guard that shuffles back 4 cards and makes you draw 2.
Yeah, that's the one. And I remember being played, and it was very, very powerful in Secret Rare version.
Yeah, a beautiful card.
Yeah.
In Volcanic even.
Yeah.
And
here comes instead the Flame Sprite.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Okay.
It wasn't Spirit, it was Sprite. Heard that name before.
Here it comes.
Okay, so why is he not... I mean, okay, of course, there is the Gardener.
Yeah.
Okay, how do I keep forgetting this one? He summons an attack position, that's interesting.
And the Gardener is very, very annoying, honestly, because basically if you don't find a way to deal with that, it's going to basically keep coming every turn. And I mean, the Flame Sprite is a good solution just to attack directly and push for some damage. But here we have seen the Future Fusion being activated the turn before by Marcello, and here looks like it's going to resolve.
But if he has something like Overload Fusion in his hand, he cannot even activate it.
No.
Because there is no space left on the field. He can now send Cyber Dragon plus so many machine monsters that he wants to send. So hopefully for him, the last set card there is Cyberdark Impact or something that he can activate. No, it's Trap Jammer. Oh, he cannot activate anything.
Yeah.
This is a really important factor in Speed Duel that you have to
exactly, you have to keep in mind.
Consider.
Yeah. Because basically now, even if the Future Fusion is going to resolve...
Busty now looking through his tokens, considering his options. Flame Sprite actually a nice out to the Gardener.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so Cyber... Oh, Over Dragon for Chimera Tech Over Dragon? I'm sorry, guys. Hey, that was correct.
Yeah.
For 2 materials only. So that one would only be at 1,600 attack points, which is not too much.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, not having space basically to activate one of your spell cards, which might have been very impactful now, of course, makes the difference. Especially because like the Sprite now could deal other 1,100, bringing Marcello to 250. Which, as we mentioned, Zane's skill could be activated later on. Let's see if that will be the case.
Sebastian already to the straight flush lost so many good cards. Does he have what it takes here? Is that a firewall set? No, he just lets the Sprite go.
But here it takes some damage, and this is quite unfortunate because he really wanted to have on the field the Flame Sprite, but...
Let's see if Sebastian finds a way to turn this one around, because right now Marcello is in the driver's seat, even though he has no way to out the Blazing in Punchy. Did not think that I would say that this weekend.
Okay.
Oh, there we have it. And can you...
Here comes the guard.
The guard, yes.
Yeah.
It's the Royal Firestorm guard. It's actually a guard. Let me get it up for you guys. So does this one draw 1 or 2? 2 cards.
2 cards, yeah.
So this is much better than Pot of Avarice.
Yeah, this is very, very powerful. Basically, it gives you back your resources and then draw fresh cards.
That is a cannon that cannot be summoned. Another shell.
Another shell, which is unfortunate, I would say, because he already has one in his hand.
So looking at the life points of Marcello, you can just attack over the Hunter Dragon with Blazing and Punchy, and then not attack with the Royal Firestorm guards, because then you enable your opponent to summon the 3 Cyber Dragons.
Yeah.
However, he can't attack with them, and there's no way to fusion.
Exactly. That's the issue. Yeah, here comes once again the Gardener.
Yeah. That one is, I can imagine, becoming a bit annoying for Sebastian. Good old Shadow Gardener. Best card in the format, of course.
And here comes the Chimera attack being summoned.
Doesn't... I mean, this card copies attack and defense, right? So
Yeah.
can't you just run over it because it copies Blazing Apache's defense? Isn't it just at 0 defense then?
But
shouldn't it be like that? Okay, so wow, now Marcello gave away every single card on the field. Oh, the Overdragon has another effect, I think. Wait a second. I think when it gets destroyed, it destroys all the cards that you have on your field, right? I completely made that up. Nothing like that. Nothing like... Oh, no. If this card is fusion summoned, send all other cards you control to the GY, and then the future fusion got sent away.
Okay.
And I didn't completely make it up, I just had it wrong. And now we can activate the Cyber Dark Impact, and there is still Claw in the graveyard that you can attach with the Cyber Dark Dragon.
okay, so Marcello had a plan. Here it comes.
Cyber Dark Dragon really strong right now. I mean, polymerization would have been just straight game with the ability, but of course he cannot use the ability yet. So Cyber Dark Dragon will have to do, and he chooses to take the Claw or the Hunter Dragon. Claw or Hunter Dragon. You gotta make a decision, Marcello. It's a speed duel, not slow duel. Oh, of course, he has to think at this point. This is a pretty important match. So Hunter Dragon is picked, 100 more attack points, and this one goes up to 2,700 now. And it gains 100 attack points for each monster in the GY. So 1, 2, 3, 4 that I can count. And Exploded Dragon, which is pretty good for Sebastian, actually, because nobody takes battle damage from battles with this card. So we are at 3,100 on the Cyber Dark Dragon, and this could very well be game if it runs over the Royal Firestorm card. So 3 to and it is the handshake. Marcello wins again.
Well played. He had a plan.
Absolutely, he had a plan. He went for the Chimera attack over Dragon. We both didn't know that it sends away the entire field, and this was really good for him. He lost 3 back row, and it just opened him up to OTK Sebastian, or just take him out in this turn. But we are going to hear from Marcello next, because Ed is going to interview him. Ed, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am here on the feature stage with the duel that we've just seen, won by Marcello. A second tournament here and your third overall in all of our commentated ones. Congratulations. Basti, let's talk to you first. So that was pretty hard fought. That's the longest one of these speed duels that we've seen so far. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I think I could have played around straight flush a little bit better because I saw it in the semifinals when he played Alberto. And besides that, I didn't really draw my boss monster that early, so I couldn't really push. And I wanted to push because he took his time and he got all of his resources. So at the end, then summon something big finally. And yeah, I would have loved to have some more fire in my fire deck, but it wasn't there.
And then we come over to you, Marcello, the victor. How does it feel to be basically the king of games amongst all of the commentators at this point?
I'll take it, honestly. It feels good. I wouldn't aim for anything less, but no, I gotta give a shout out, first of all, to my boy Zane, because he carried me here. It wasn't on me. But also shout out to Zeb for how he played it out. I think he played it really well against my skill as well, because the way Alberto also, was risking losing it was he never gave me the chance because it's activated when I'm below 1500. So he played really well. But as he mentioned, I just took my time, used the annoying trap card to just gain time as much as I could, and in the end I did take it, I think in style, by nuking my own field. So yeah, it's okay. But
I mean, it went well, so congratulations to you, commiserations to you, Basti. But this was great fun to watch. I mean, we need to see if you get taken down in one of our other tournaments, because we will have some more commentator tournaments over this weekend. But thank you very much for watching this. Don't go anywhere. We've got loads more content, including feature matches, quizzes, and more coming your way.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take center stage with new spells and traps so strong that only an Egyptian god can empower them. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2022, Kin of the Pharaoh's Gods. Unleash your past, empower your deck, fulfill your destiny. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately.
Hello duelists, we are back for the coverage of YCS Lyon. I am here with Michael from Denmark and he is going to tell us something about the new Dark World cards. So Michael, what are the most important cards for Dark World?
The most important card for the new structure deck is the Ingenta, which searches the most important card for the deck, which is the field spell card, Gateway. Which will then provide more good cards like another new card from the structure decks, which searches every level 5 or higher, including the good card like Grapha, which...
Grapha has always been important?
Exactly, so searching it is a really good thing to have. Other than that, you have 2 new spell cards, which provide a fusion summon, and another one which provide more draws and discards, which is the main part of the deck. So that's pretty much the new cards has done a lot to the deck and provided so much more consistency. So
So and what's the key point for the deck? So what is the thing the deck does best?
What the deck does best is, at least from my perspective, it can both do an FTK, or from my side of it, do a hand loop, remove card from the hand, put in this case in the bottom of the deck, and just take the advantage from your opponent, which is of course silver, and lovely old card, which is needed by using the effect from Cerula to make it that you discard the cards.
And then the Dark World cards have better effects.
Better effect, exactly. When your opponent discards from your hand, you get the extra effects. In this case, take 2 cards from your opponent's hand, put in the bottom of the deck.
That sounds pretty strong, to be honest. So, what are the downsides of the deck? What are you afraid of? Is there any like side deck card or any main deck card that you don't want to see necessarily?
Dimensional Shifter is pretty strong against this deck, sadly. Flow and Reese can most likely win this matchup pretty easy. If they're starting with it, including Barrier can stop it, because I need a lot of summons, especially special summons. Other than that, just a normal Effect Veiler can stop it if the hand is bad, of course. But yeah, Shifter is definitely a strong card against it.
So also Effect Veiler sounds dangerous. It's a beloved old card now. So one last question. Do you think that you or another player can top with this deck or even win the entire event?
It definitely got the option to do very good in this event, I believe. Of course, we just got Kashtira, which also plays Dimensional Shifter, so there's just more decks. So it's going to have a hard time, but it can definitely do it.
So also Kashtira has a walking Dimensional Shifter in Arisart. So thank you, Michael. And we are going to be back with the live coverage from YCS Lyon.
As usual, we have picked a match that is on the bubble. One person in this featured match here in round number 12 is going to advance to top 64.
There can be only one, though.
And the other one is unlikely to make it because both of those players are X2, meaning how many rounds have we played so far? 11, so that should be 9-2 already, right?
That's a pretty good score.
Good X.
It would be 9-2, yeah, you're right. I'm really bad at math.
You are indeed, yeah, but so they have performed so far, but they have to perform for one last time to make it into the top cut of top 64. The players are ready, as we are, so let's check out what the last round of Swiss brings. The bubble match for the top cut shall begin.
So we are not seeing Runic versus Kashtira. In fact, we are seeing Sprite versus Kashtira. And we were wondering, Sprite has been falling out of favor. There are some players that are advancing towards the top cut with crazy deck lists, crazy new strategies. But this Sprite deck is basically just really a standard combo with Swap Frogs and...
Yeah, it's a pretty basic Sprite list that you would expect like a couple of months ago, but still, Georgios Stiliadis from Greece brought it all the way here to the bubble, as we said, 9-2 in the tournament so far. But there immediately is, by his opponent, by Andre Delure, the activation of Dimension Shifter. The thing is, he cannot really set up Sprite Elf here, which is a crucial part of the end board usually. He can also not set up Totally Awesome through the Dimension Shifter usually, and therefore it's going to be kind of rough for him to even get to a whole lot. The hard-drawn Sprite Carrot definitely helps, that's a good one. We are going into the Gigantic, and we even have Impermanence following up the Dimension Shifter. That is going to go to the Banish pile, but still it's going to negate the effect of Gigantic Sprite there.
But the Sprite Jet, the card that you ideally would want to summon out here, is actually already in hand. So this Impermanence was baited out, I would say.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. George definitely knows what he's doing, passing it over, and in Andre's hand we see a couple of Kashtira cards already, and yes, he is on the very popular and very successful deck this weekend. He's on the Kashtira.
But I think that his hand isn't too great. There, it looked like there was 2 Kashtira Births and Raidsoth.
Yes,
but the last card could be a Unicorn, which would still be a big problem.
Let's see where he's going. So, okay, yeah. The Raisef could get him to Unicorn anyways, even if he does not have it just yet.
Actually, if this is 2 births, then Georgi might win this game on the spot if he negates the Search effect. And here Ash has Ash Blossom. This is really good because there's one monster in the hand of Andre that can be summoned. And it is only a Rysart, not even a Unicorn of any.
Yeah, it's Rysart. So Rysart being normal summoned here on the spot. The thing is, we could have also negated the activation of the field spell by using the effect of Sprite Carrot, but we decided to not do that. So that's kind of interesting because I feel like Ash could be also used on a lot of other cards than the field spell. And also getting rid of the field spell, not having it on the field for the rest of the turn is pretty decent, I would say.
But there is a double cross and you need to attach your opponent's monster to your Gigantic Sprite, so you cannot destroy the Raidsoth.
You're right, yeah, you're right. That's true, you want to keep your double cross live, so definitely was a smart move by him. And there is a double cross on the Rysart immediately. And
you have to
as
do
you
that.
said, that is pretty rough because there's just another Kashtira Burp in the hand. So we have a pass over to George, who's no longer on the Dimension Shifter and can just freely use the effect of Gigantic now. Also meaning that there cannot be Nibiru anymore for the rest of the turn. So he's pretty safe here to go off.
Yeah, he is summoning Sprite Elf and you could immediately just stop any hand interaction from going off by going into the
Sprite Red. Or what are you thinking about?
No, the Dark Exceeds monster. I haven't. The Jin.
Oh yeah, you could also go into Jin. That's true.
Haven't seen that card in a while.
Number 65 Jin Buster also in his extra deck. Something I was really surprised about is the fact that he's not on the Mannequin Cat package because that was usually in the extra deck of Sprite players lately to counter the Telements matchup because it can be really, really, really decent versus that. Do you even go into Jin here? Because Jin does not have a whole lot of attack points, honestly, and you rather want to go for a lot of battle damage here, because your opponent didn't do a whole lot last turn, so he probably, you should probably take that advantage of having the upper hand right now and go for some action here.
We might see a Sprite Sprint here to send a Nimble Angler from the deck to the GY to summon out 2 Nimble Beavers and then overlay the Sprint to another Gigantic, because that one would be at 3,200 attack points in the main monster zone.
Pretty beefy Gigantic Sprite. But let's see whether that's the route he wants to go. Double Beaver, as you thought.
So what you want is the Carrot still on the field, so you have the option to always negate an Infinite Impermanence. You, at this point, know that your opponent is playing it. And we are going for another link to the main monster zone.
Into Sprite Elf. Okay, okay. I mean, that still gets us to enough damage, I'm pretty sure. That is 3,200, another 16 by the Gigantic already on the field.
That is 4-8, and this looks like it would be game. The Rise Heart is gonna be taken, okay, 1,000. Then Sprite Jet is 1,300 or 400.
Andre already wanted to pick up the cards, but maybe George was like, no, 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 it's not even game just yet. You have another turn. But now they realize it is actually game. The math was correct indeed, and therefore it is game number 1 to George. What a quick start for him here. That must feel so rewarding and good. Getting into the feature match here actually adds a little bit of extra pressure to the players because they're now in the spotlight. Everyone around the world sees what they're doing here in their bubble match of this YCS. And in that particular moment, it feels so good to just end game number 1 in 5 minutes.
And George must be really happy about his deck choice as well, because if you get shifted and impaired with other popular decks, you might have a problem.
Absolutely.
But not with Sprite. Okay, you cannot set up your Toad, but the double cross is incredibly powerful against the Kashtira deck.
Oh yeah, absolutely is. So in the main deck of Andre, who didn't have a great time here in game number 1, there's a lot of going second cards, as we saw. There was the Imperm, there was the Shifter. They were not too impactful versus Sprite, but in general, the deck is pretty well prepared for going second.
Well, and he is playing a really big Bestial package, and he didn't draw any of them. It must feel so good to just side them out in this weak game 1 that you have in your main
now
deck.
You're talking about George's deck again, of course. Yeah. George is playing all the Bestials, and he can get rid of them now. He's actually playing 8 Bestials in the main deck, so definitely good for him that he doesn't have to play with them anymore now. But the thing is, the main deck of Andre is really heavily on focused on going second, and now he can bring in cards like Artifact Sanctum, for Artifact Scythe for last time this weekend, or also Solemn Judgment. So he definitely is prepared for going first, and I definitely think we are going to see a lot of those cards being sided in here for game number 2.
I mean, we have seen Kashtira with double Solemn Judgment at the start this tournament already, but it is always really dangerous to pay for many Solemn cards, because then just one triple Tactic Talents take can end your run.
Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you there's triple Tactic Talents. Also, looking at the side deck of George, I see there is Nibiru, which can be super crucial versus the deck. I don't think we're going to see the Dimension Shifters coming in, because the guy is playing it himself, so why would you bring it in? But one card that's also kind of nice is Dark Riddle No More, because at least it gets rid of the Arisard Macrocosmos effect.
Which is also a shifter on legs.
Yeah, true. You're not really getting rid of the Shangri-Ira zone locking, but maybe you have other ways to deal with that. But those questions are going to be answered in a moment, because players are ready. Let's get into game 2 here of our last round Swiss featured match of YCS Lyon.
All shuffled up. The first 5 cards of both players are already on the table. Let's see what they have drawn here. We are seeing Pot of Prosperity, and Andre looks like he wants to start Pot of Prosperity after siding, going first. Such a powerful card, even going second. It can just help you find your side deck cards that are specifically in your deck.
Instant impermanence on the Unicorn, though.
That is huge.
Judging the hand of Andre, that is indeed very huge, because now Prosperity cannot grab those powerful trap cards anymore, because there's nothing happening afterwards, and rather he has to dig for cards like the good old Kashtira Birth now, I think. You really need Kashtira Birth in that scenario to even extend your combo there. So that's really, really good of an impermanence.
Or a Theosis, but we are finding the Theosis. This one can be activated. Talents cannot be activated because impermanence is a trap pattern. We are seeing Sanctum, so you might actually just want to have the Sanctum so you can not put up a big board, but this one actually disables your opponent from beating you with board breakers, because you just have another turn and then you can try to OTK.
True. Yeah, and indeed, he goes for the Artifact Sanctum. Making that choice, that Artifact Sanctum, 99% of the time is going to buy him another turn. Let's see whether that works out, because that also is somewhat losing to another Infinite Impermanence.
And he still has plays.
Oh, true, he can even extend here.
He has the Scareclaw Kashtira, and he also has a Rysart in hand, so he can actually make a Rysart if he wants to. He could just also go for Shangri-Ira, but he can now banish a Theosis to just get the Fenrir back. This is really good. He's not even losing a card there.
That Sanctum was absolutely correct, because it's not even the case that he can't do a whole lot afterwards. We are banishing 3 cards face down there.
I thought he was drawing 3 for some reason, and I was really confused why.
Runic Fountain apparently got moved onto the field.
Good card, good card.
Absolutely.
But the question is now here, if you have the Sanctum, do you really commit into the Sanctum? Just go into the Shangri-Ira right here, or just go for the Arise Heart, playing around Nibiru, so you ensure your win condition there, not going for the Shangri-Ira play to get another resource in the standby phase. So we know what card is set face down. Artifact Sanctum, a card that is going to summon out Artifact Scythe, which will be forbidden as of Monday.
Yeah, and I think in some instances you could argue for actually activating the Sanctum in standby phase to play around cards like Triple Tactic Talons. But in this deck, in the Kashtira deck, you're always giving your opponent the chance to activate his talents, because the Arisat on board will just always trigger in main phase. It is mandatory, as we have learned multiple times already over this weekend, and therefore I don't think there's any reason. You rather wait for your opponent to do stuff.
Did he just pass?
That absolutely looked like it, yeah. Yep,
George
indeed.
just passed, and this is not much better because the Sanctum is still there.
Yep, and again, Arisat is just going to attack for 3,000 attack points, and that's bringing George's life points down to 5,000. And now, I mean, we got a turn skip from our opponent. He did not play at all, and we didn't have to actually even activate the artifact Sanctum for it. That's huge for Andre.
Harpy's Feather Duster into Infinite Impermanence would be a really good answer to this board, though.
That's true, yeah.
Arisat, let's read this card again. Yes, every card that is sent to the graveyard would be banished instead.
Indeed. So George just making sure about that, and it is going back over to him after another card being added to the back row by Andre. So he's really considering his options. The first game was super quick, and it might be another quick game, but Dark Rune No More at least helps out with the Arisat. But there are still the Sanctum into Scythe we have to worry about.
Oh, there is one combination of cards. Normal summoning a monster and then chaining Starter. If Sanctum is activated now, you can chain Starter to summon out red and then negate the activation of Scythe on the field. Do you chain the Starter here? No, there is not a Starter to be changed. Scythe is activated. Do we see an answer, a droplet, something?
No, there is no answer. But of course, there could still be the Triple Tactic Talons. Just taking that Arisat and then setting up a really big Zeus does not sound that bad either, to be honest.
You can't summon Zeus, though.
Why can't you?
Scythe.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's a pretty good answer, I have to say. I gotta say, that is actually pretty obvious.
Maybe this is a red that is summoned in defense position now, because he was just hoping that his opponent would not answer to the jet immediately with Artifact Sanctum. However, Andre did not get fooled by this attempt and just...
Oh, it is blue.
Okay, so we are building up a bit of a wall, because you have to. There's 5,200 attack points on the field of Andre, so you need some monsters on the field to defend yourself.
Yeah, and also without access to Kashtira Birth, the Kashtira deck with monsters on the field is not really able to summon out a whole lot of monsters. So it will be probably just between the two monsters he already has on board. So if George can set up more follow-up for the next turn, that could be really good. Imperm denying the Sprite Jet Search here.
So Andre is still just on one card. What he can do next turn is set a Zeus up for himself. A pretty big one, in fact.
Yeah, that's true. 3 cards left in hand for George. Oh, we're crashing into the Scythe.
Okay.
Do you have an explanation
this is
for
preventing
that?
some more damage if you are just passing on this and there's no other monster on the field, because then Arisat can't run over the jet itself. However, this one...
Oh!
That is
what
strong.
a heads-up play! Now in battle phase, using the effect of the good old Bistia Druisworm. There is now a dark monster in the graveyard, and he crashes into a Rysart and now uses the graveyard effect of Druisworm to destroy it.
And he is setting 2 cards. He actually kept the Druisworm.
That's surprising to me, to be honest. It worked out here, but in general, I don't know whether that's the most clever decision ever. But now, there is a monster on board for Andre, so without Kashtira Birth, both of the cards he has in hand don't do anything, because it's Unicorn and Fenrir. There's no way he can summon those out right now, so he's left with only the Artifact Scythe on board, and that honestly... Oh,
Georg is a mastermind!
The good old Book of Eclipse too!
He actually just gives his opponent 1 draw in the end phase. As we have learned yesterday, his own monsters will not be flipped face up.
This
or will be
is so
face up,
strong.
but there's only draws for 1 card.
He also gets access to Gigantic now. This is all of a sudden, after not doing anything in turn number 1, looking pretty decent for Georgi.
I don't know why this man has made it so far. He has been in a difficult situation, especially summoning the Carrot
now as well.
Just another body on board. The Scythe doesn't have the most defense point. This is a big turnaround.
And look at Andre's life points. He's already down to 3,600 life points. So we might even see him having enough access to damage points here to go for game. And there's Gamma Burst on top of it.
Gamma Burst, the card that decided to go second and try to OTK. So we are going to see a Link summon now of Sprite Sprint. Sprite Sprint is going to send what to the graveyard?
Obviously, the Nimble Angler. And Nimble Angler is going to result into 2 Nimble Beavers there. There they are. And that is already so many rank, link and level 2 monsters on board in combination with the just surged Gamma Burst. That is more than enough to go for game.
We are reading Gamma Burst now. By the way, I just saw what Andre drew with the Book of Eclipse draw, and it was only a Dimension Shifter that cannot be activated at all. Nimble Beaver is attacking into the Scythe. Gamma Burst is activated. Nimble Beaver is now strong enough to attack over the Artifact Scythe.
What? Oh, okay. Life points have been corrected. Andrew actually was on 6,000 life points, but that is still not enough to withstand this turn by Georgi. And Georgi here in the round 12 bubble match of YCS Lyon, securing his spot in top 64 of this prestigious tournament.
This was absolutely massive. I thought this was over a Rise Heart plus Sanctum. He just passed for a turn, and then I thought, okay, this is over again. But this Druiswim, he actually kept the Bestials in. I explicitly said before that he must be happy to be able to side out the Bestials. But for some reason, he had Dark Ruler no more to get rid of the effect of a Rise Heart, then summon the Bestial and then crashing it in because it's Druiswim. I
Pretty
can't.
funny workaround, right? Because you first of all had to do the Dark Ruler, and like in multiple steps you got rid of the Rise Heart. And honestly, we ourselves have been hyping up Kashtira quite a bit over the weekend now already, and we saw a weakness there, let's be honest. He had no way to actually use 2 of the most powerful cards in his deck, just because he had monsters on board. The Fenrir, the Unicorn, both of them were just cards he couldn't use because they are level 7 monsters and you can't just get them onto the board. And therefore, I think we saw what might be hindering the Kashtira deck to go all the way this weekend.
We have seen so many players on Kashtira running 2 births, and now you can see the downside. Of course, you want to have it on the field, you need to have it on the field, or you can't progress your plays. If you only have Scythe on board, one single Book of Eclipse is stopping your entire turn just on an attack, so you can get OTK'd in the next turn by Gamma Burst.
Honestly, for Georgi, this must feel so good. I was already saying, hey, after game 1, you must be happy in this situation. But he just took that with a storming 2-0. Like, it was super, super crazy in game number 2 because we were never ever thinking he could pull this off. He after that just past turn, I was like, okay, yeah, that's just probably over now.
You know, when Sprite came out together with Telemans, people were considering Sprite the best deck first, and it has been kind of forgotten over the time. People were not considering it anymore, but Georgi just showed why Sprite is one of the most powerful decks we have in the format and at all. And now we are going to hear from Georgi, the man himself who played this perfectly, coming back from such a tough position. Take it over, Ed.
Thank you, Leo. Yes, I am here with George, who's just won round 12. Congratulations. That was an incredibly swift victory. How do you feel?
I feel good. I was on bubble since round 6, so I'm good under pressure, and I prove it.
Yeah, no kidding. That was so quick, and I don't think any of us were expecting that. In a blink of an eye, game 1 was over, and then game 2. Let's just go through that, because game 1, you basically just built a huge Sprite field, and there was nothing that he could do, so he scooped. When it came to the second one, Andre set up a Rise Heart and Scythe with Sanctum. So what do you feel when you're seeing that? Were you pretty calm, or were you getting a bit worried? I mean, seemingly you knew how to deal with it, but what's going through your head when you see things like a Rise Heart?
I was only left 2 Bestials from main deck to side deck to Ibli, to beat Ibli, and I drew Druiswim, which was the best in this situation, helped me out to Rise Heart, and I knew that Book of Eclipse now can help me win and keep my level 2s, so I was quite confident.
Yeah, no kidding. And then we move on to you had to crash into Scythe to get Druiswim, use the Druiswim effect to then get rid of a Rise Heart, and then you built a huge field and used Gamma Burst. Is Gamma Burst is that quite a spicy card to put in? Was that a last-minute tech card, or was that for a specific matchup?
It's not spicy. I also use it like in Dortmund when I top 32 also, and it's a really good card, helps OTK a lot, and it's an amazing card. Like, the best card in the side deck.
Is there... yeah, fair enough. Is there anything in the upcoming top cut that you might be nervous about going up against Sprite, or with the current setup you have in your deck, do you feel pretty confident?
My only matchup that I'm a bit afraid of is the tier with Castira cards, with Field Spell and the full engine, and then also the Labyrinth matchup, because my side deck isn't full with back row removals, and I will gonna struggle. I struggled in Swiss against this deck, so.
We've seen Labyrinth play in one of the feature matches, so fingers crossed. Maybe you won't have to go up against anything too back row heavy, but congratulations, well done. We'll give you some time to, you know, decompress and get your head in the game for the Top 64 Cup, but congrats, a very big achievement to get there for YCS Lyon. Guys, we're going to have a little bit of a break before we get into the Top 64, but we've got lots of content to come your way, and then we'll start getting into those feature matches for the Top 64. Don't go anywhere.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Lyon 2023, and I'm here with Alessandro Caroli, who's bringing a very, very interesting and new deck, and that's why we're here to talk about it. Alessandro, how are you here in Lyon?
I'm good. It's been a long drive here, but so far so good.
Very good. And you brought, as I said, a really cool deck. So let's get into the action. What's the first and probably most important card you need for the deck?
So the entirety of the strategy revolves around Purely. So you can summon it in a lot of different ways, but that's what the entirety of the deck works on. Yeah. And you're allowed to get more of the quick play spells, such as Delicious Memory. So then you can XYZ summon with it by using its effects.
Yeah. So it's like the only main deck monster you have at the moment, right? And therefore you definitely have to play it, and you want to hard draw it as often as possible, right?
Exactly. So the deck has a lot of ways into getting into it. Yeah. But you definitely need 3 copies of this card, and you also have to be careful with managing them.
Yeah. Fair enough. So then the quick play spells, as you said, there are multiple of them, and we have Delicious Memory here as an example.
Yeah, so Delicious Memory lets you target 1 monster on field, and it cannot be destroyed by battle until the end of the opponent next turn. But it also has, as all the other quick plays, the effect of being able to discard a card and summoning purely from deck, so easy access to it. And the third effect is that when it's attached to a purely XYZ, it gains 300 defense and attack for each material, and it's for each copies of it, so if you have more than 1, you can summon very big furry friends.
Yeah. I think it's pretty interesting because it's super similar to the Runic archetype actually, because all of the quick spells have one thing in common. They all special out purely, but then also they have something else which is really cool, and of course you are getting into the XYZ monsters. So for the Runic monsters, for Runic it's the fusion monsters, but here it is XYZ. So let's talk about the XYZs you brought.
Yeah, so this is a purely plump. It's the one that you summon by using purely effects and attaching to and using purely Delicious Memory. Yeah. This card is very fundamental right now because it lets you have a lot of materials under it, and you will see later. But it also, so it attaches 2 traps or spells in the graveyard, and if it has this, it's a quick effect. And the last effect is when you activate a quick play, up to thrice per turn, you can attach to it. And you can also banish a monster on field.
That is pretty strong. So that means you are using a quick play spell to summon it out, basically, and then you can immediately reattach it back to the card. So you're always having access to more materials of the monster.
Exactly, exactly. And the last card I want to talk about is Experience Noir, which is the boss monster, one of the 2 boss monsters of the deck. And it's the one that you summon when you're going first. And this card says that if it has 5 or more materials, it becomes unaffected by activated effects. Okay. So the whole strategy revolves around summoning this monster. And it also can put at the bottom of the deck cards your opponent controls. So yeah, it's definitely a very strong card.
Does that even target, or is it non-targeting?
It does target. It does target. Yeah, it does target.
At least that, but yeah, so you have like a big tower monster that you're trying to protect at all costs, and that's the strategy right now, so that's really cool. What would you say is the biggest strength that the deck has at the moment? Why is it a good pick for the deck, for this event?
I would say it's probably because a lot of the current strategies that are popular right now cannot really deal with Experience Noir. And because when you summon it, it becomes very hard for the opponent to take it off the field, and you're in a winning position from then.
Sounds about right, but speaking about the strength, we of course have to also look at why this deck would have some problems maybe. So what are like the biggest weaknesses, or maybe some specific side deck cards you're afraid of in this event?
Yeah, so if you're going second, I would say definitely the barrier can cause issues. And you have to be careful when you play because you're susceptible to Lava Golem and Sphere modes and Kaijus.
Is it possible to have, like, is it a regular scenario that you have multiple monsters on board, or is it usually only 1 monster you have?
I would say right now with the current cards out, you try to only have 1 and protect it at all costs. And I would say it's also consistency to a certain extent, because before the supports that come out in Cyberstorm Axis, the deck relies on needing multiple quick plays in order to summon Noir.
So, but all around sounds pretty good. So now the final question that you have been waiting for. What do you think? How many purely decks are we going to have in the top card here in Lyon?
I doubt that we'll have any for now, but hopefully a lot in a few months. I'll try my best and see whether maybe I can reach top cut.
Honestly, I really hope we're going to see you in the feature match area because it's such a unique deck. Not a whole lot of people have picked up on it yet, but that may not still be a problem for you. Maybe you still bring it into top cut. I hope to see you in the featured match. We are going live over for another feature match now, so see you for more live coverage.
Hello guys and welcome back. We're very excited to bring you quite an interesting interview. I am joined by Kostadin Kasabov, who is currently 12-0 in Swiss and is the top player so far during Swiss rounds without a single draw or a single loss. Firstly, congratulations, that's amazing. Can you talk to us about some of the decks that you've been up against in your 12 Swiss rounds?
Thank you first. So I played like 7 Castillo matches and 4 tournament matches and 1 Sprite. I think that's what was.
What's been the worst matchup to go against so far?
So far, I think 1 mirror match was hard. Yeah. And that's pretty much all. I have a good matchup against Castillo.
What is it that you find is really with your deck that's helping you against Kashtira? And what don't you like about the mirror match with your deck?
I mean, I like my approach against Kashtira, and against the mirror match, going second is kind of rough sometimes, but I can deal with that.
You were telling me on, off camera, you were telling me about some of the secrets that you have in your deck that are helping. I'm obviously not going to ask you about those now because I don't want to give it away before the Top Cup. But we've got some other things that we want to ask. You were telling me that you've been at 5 events. You were telling me that you've been in Dortmund and you went 11-1, so you were almost 12-0 then. Talk to us about some of your other tops.
So I have 1 European Championship, top 64, 1 top 8, YCS Bochum 2016, and top 32 YCS London 2017.
So quite the CV you've got there. And you're also from Bulgaria, is that right? So can you talk to us a little bit about what the Bulgarian community is like around Yu-Gi-Oh?
We have a really nice community. We have like 180 people on our nationals, and we have 100 people regionals. We have a good community.
The attendance from Bulgaria has been going up and up and up over the last few YCSs, so it's great to see you guys here and to see you rising through the ranks, getting 12-0, which is super exciting. So before I let you go, I just want to ask, maybe you might have advice, maybe you won't, but do you have any advice for people who want to get into the game or who are regularly coming to YCSs, how they can also go 12-0?
First of all, stay calm, and you have to get prepared, because if you want to win without getting prepared, you won't do it.
Prepare, and that'll be it. Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Was it not a famous philosopher who said it? Probably, I don't remember. But that is going to be it. Congratulations again. Best of luck in the top 64. Hope it all goes well. Hope we see a clean streak. Imagine sweeping the entirety of YCS Lyon. That'd be most exciting. But we hope to see you in the finals, moving your way all the way through it. Congratulations again. But guys, don't go anywhere because we've got that top 64 cut coming very soon. But before that, we're going to have to fill some of the time while we get those sorted with a little round of our own. Don't go anywhere.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox.
Gather your friends
Then clean their clocks.
with 4 new decks all in one box.
Prove you're clever like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox.
Over 100 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Well, 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 look who's back for more content. It's you watching us. So, obviously, we're about to get into our top 64 cut. However, things like that take a little bit of time for the admin to get everything ready and for our feature match to be prepared. So, in the meantime, we're going to do ourselves a live Speed Duel tournament. You guys have seen us play one of the formats, the Time Wizard March 05 format, and you've also seen us play the Speed Duel one, which was all pre-recorded, but now we get to do it live on air. So in front of me, I have these cards. These are all cards prepared with each of the decks that we haven't seen in the previous Speed Duel tournament for these guys to pick. So I'm going to let Leo and Alberto, who are going to be our first match, pick their cards first. Let's see the deck that you guys are going to be having. Leo's picking first. Who have you got, Leo?
I am Bastian Misawa.
Okay, Bastian Misawa, kind of a dinosaur deck. Okay, I'm envious. Right, he's on his way up. He's heading straight to the table. Which one are you, Alberto?
I'm the Paradox Brothers.
Okay, there we go. Bastian versus the Paradox Brothers, and off they go. Which means, gentlemen, you are going to be our commentators for this round, but I'm going to need you guys to pick your decks as well. What have you got?
Aster Phoenix.
Aster Phoenix, quite exciting. Right, okay, Basti's on his way up to the chair. It's down to you, Marcello. Now, you won the last two tournaments. How do you feel about this one?
Confident. Let's see, they gave me the last pick. But
last pick.
The last will be the first. And I'm Jaden Yuki.
A very good deck. Okay, make your way over to the commentators box, sir. Now, this is quite fun for us, because like I said in the other one, we basically don't really get an awful lot of chance to actually play the game. We get a lot of chance to talk about it and shout over it and interview other people who are spending their weekend enjoying the game. But this time we get to have a quick, spicy Speed Duel to really whet our appetite for playing the game and doing more commentary. Now, our commentators are ready, so I'm going to throw you guys over to something we don't really ever get to see, are these combos of the Italian and German commentators. So I'm going to throw you guys over to Basti and Marcello. Guys, take it away for our Speed Duel tournament.
Thank you a lot, Ed, and welcome to the second Caster Speed Duel tournament. I'm excited about it.
Absolutely, and this time, actually, we were the finalists of the first tournament, so we will be meeting in the semifinals, and of course, Alberto and Leonard are going to meet in the other semifinal. And honestly, I'm quite hyped, because the matchups are quite nice. We see the Paradox Brothers versus Bastian, and those decks have been tested by us before, because let's be honest, all weekend long, we have been sitting there playing Speed Duel all the time, and it was quite exciting, and I think we are prepared by now.
Absolutely, I would say so. It's a really refreshing way of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So I suggest all you guys to try it. You can find, in the same case, 8 already built and ready to play decks. So that's what we have, having fun even after the tournament is over. So it's great. And as you mentioned, solid picks for this round. Probably more for them than for us.
But it's going to be fun, because we're going to have Elemental Heroes versus Destiny Heroes here in our matchup, which is iconic. But yeah, for sure, definitely make sure to also maybe just bring one of those battle boxes to your family or so to your friends, because it's really easy to pick up. Even for beginners, it's really nice and fun to play, and therefore definitely make sure to try them out at home. And I think our duelists, our commentators, a mixture of both in that case, are ready to play. So Alberto versus Leonard here in this top 4 Speed Duel live tournament we're having. Let's get into the action. Here we have them. They're smiling. They're ready to play. We see the dice roll being performed now live.
Only a 4 by Leo, and let's see Alberto.
Oh.
Okay, it's a 10. It's a 10. It's a 10.
So, we are flipping up the skills as well. And yes, there is, of course, the Bastian skill. No, Leonard has to read it first of all. But it's kind of nice, honestly.
It's a great scale. It's one of the most unique ones because it changes every turn. Essentially, you get these counters, and then it changes the effect based. Ooh, and this is one of the best openings.
What a start for him there. What a start. Because like as you said, the skill actually is progressing turn after turn. And in the first turn, you can discard one dinosaur to search for a dinosaur with a different attribute and Cabo Nedon in the graveyard.
It's the
as
combo.
We've even seen in the TCG is amazing, because you can banish him to special summon out a big, chunky, normal monster being Iron Zero. And Alberto also is like, what is this? You're already starting with this monster in your first turn. This is Speed Duel.
Yeah, this is crazy. Crazy from our Leonard, and Alberto is already really pushed against the wall. He's gonna read it just to make sure it's the way it works, and it is. It is.
Wow. And now the Jurak Igua one as well, which does already have quite solid attack points, and then also gets boosted for every monster on the opponent's side of the field.
You can see Leonard
looking into the camera.
Staring into the camera and into Alberto's soul here with his opening. But maybe Alberto has an answer. Ooh!
Nice one, nice one. It's a cost card, and let's see if he has some traps to protect the chunky spider.
Jirai Gumo right there.
Yep.
And at least one back row is considered to be put into a back row. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
So Jirai Gumo is such a funny card. And he doesn't even risk attacking. He does not want to risk losing half of his life points here.
Really? Usually Alberto is not this conservative, so I'm surprised. Yeah. Wow.
Finally a good life decision by Alberto there to not attack with Jirai Gumo. No. Oh, okay. We are using a legendary ocean first of all, so that makes us able to even normal summon the Duo Terron without tributing. Wow. This is huge. This is snowballing.
Brutal, and this could be as over as quickly as possible. You can see Alberto smiling. Is there a good face down card? Let's see, staking damage. Is this already over?
I think he's left on 100 life points or something.
Yeah.
How much life points is left? Not a whole lot, that's for sure, because here Zaru is on like 2k, and then the Jurak is also on 1,800 or 1,700.
And he picks up the Guardian, which you wanna really search with the skill card, so I think he just passed back, unfortunately, to Leo.
Leo is drawing another card for turn, and Alberto now even resolving the skill of Leo. Just do it, it's fine. Oh, look at the hand of Alberto. He has Labyrinth Wall, he has the Gate Guardian there as well, Carsage in. All of those don't really do a whole lot when your opponent already has big monsters on board.
This is over quite quickly. Leonard finally able to win a match, will advance to the finals.
Yeah, Leonard is about to play his first final of this. And of course, we are playing a best-of-1 format, so we are not going to have Game 2 or Game 3 because this is just a fun little contest between commentators trying to find out who the Speed Duel champion is. We actually already found one, but maybe he can finally be defeated because if you have realized, it is adding up. This guy has not only won one, but already 3 casters tournaments, and therefore it is quite a lot by now. Absolutely. But let's check out what the 2 players were doing there. Let's see what Ad has to ask them. Let's go over to the 3 guys.
Well. Way to put the speed in Speed Duel. Congratulations there, Leo. Let's talk to you first, Alberto. Commiserations. How do you feel? You really put up a strong field there with the Jirai Gumo.
Did you see? I mean, a lot of cards. I played a lot of them, no?
Yeah. All one of them.
Very impressive field.
How do you feel?
Appreciate it, right? I think Leo had it. I mean, no, unfortunately, I didn't have a good hand, honestly. So I could have attacked and tossed a coin, no? Then I would have lost half points, basically.
Instead, you lost all of them.
Yeah, so why not? All in one, so no. It was fun, honestly, but so you better win the final, huh?
Yeah, exactly. If you lose to the winner, it's not so bad, is it? So, Leo, we come over to you. Congrats. How do you feel?
I'm feeling perfect. I'm so happy.
Ecstatic to be winning. So that was actually a very swift, decisive duel. So, are you guys ready? Are you ready to hop onto commentating for the next game? Yeah. And then we're going to see who your opponent will be. Will it be Marcello again? I guess we'll all find out together, gentlemen. I will let you guys make your way over to the commentary box, and I will fill for a few seconds while these guys find their seat, put their headphones on, and we get ready for Sebastian versus Marcello. And they were, if I'm right, Asta Phoenix versus Jaden Yuki. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens in that. And would you look at that? Our commentary duo are ready. Take it away, Alberto and Leo.
Thank you very much, Ed. Long time no see. It's been a while.
Indeed, yeah.
And now we are going to see our guys battling out to face Leo in the final. And honestly, what a shame that...
I had the perfect cards.
Your cards were very incredible.
I had the discard Carboneddon, so I can summon the defense position Dragon, so I can turn it into attack position. And when you summon Jirai Gumo, I was like, okay, I have no way to out this unless I draw the legendary Ocean, have my extra normal summon, and I can crash into it, so I can deal significant damage. And that's just what happens. So I guess heart of the cards.
And heart of the cards will be Marcello and Sebastian. Looks like shuffle their decks. Our guys are ready. Let's jump to the table.
So I think it is not a surprise that we are going to be rooting for Sebastian so Marcello does not win another tournament.
Let's see the roll, which might be relevant here. It's a 5 from Marcello, kind of a low one. It's a 10.
Sebastian with a 10. Handshake. Oh, good handshake. That was cool.
That was cool, huh? Right, so let's see what Marcello picks up, honestly. Here, if you will have to choose beside the players, let's say, what deck would you rather face in the final?
I mean, I would love to face the Destiny Hero deck in the final. I played it a lot yesterday. Not because I think it is bad, but because I think that the hero deck, the Elemental Hero deck, is incredibly strong.
Yeah, I feel you.
Honestly, that's just rumors. I haven't played against this version of the heroes. I was just told that this deck is crazy.
Yeah. Let's see what... okay, Marcello here, kind of with a slow start. Now, play is back to Sebastian, which I think drew malicious.
So, did Sebastian actually read his Doomlord? That is a pretty important question. Then, because it can just banish the opposing monster, even if it is a face-down monster. Cannot attack then. 600 chip damage would be nice, but he also has the D signal. Oh, he should have attacked over it.
There was a poor Kuribo over there, but the Destiny Hero Doomlord's effect is very relevant, honestly, especially because like if there would have been anything else here, might have lost some life points, but he sets a card, now plays back to Marcello, the poor winged Kuribo.
It is going... oh, Destiny Signal, that's the name. This is why I couldn't find it in the database. I was looking for D Signal. So, let's get it up. A powerful trap card that... wow!
A hero
lives. A hero lives.
Here, this I think changes.
This is already crazy.
Yeah, this is incredible, because basically now Marcello pays half of his life points, and I really want to see now what he will be able to put up on the field.
But Basti has the only hand interaction we have in this entire format, and that is Destiny Hero Blade Master that works like an honest, but not that strong, because it only pushes for 800. But if your opponent attacks over Doomlord, you can activate the Destiny Signal, summon out a much stronger Destiny Hero, being Diamond Dude as the strongest level 4 monster of the deck, and then discard the Blade Master to go up to 2,200 attack points. Can you believe it? But I think this... oh, it boosts all the hero monsters, so in some situations this is even better.
Which actually I think it's pretty cool, but as you mentioned, Doomlord unfortunately only has 800 attack points, and he also drew a copy of Destiny Hero Malicious. So let's see here Marcello what he can honestly put up on the field. I'm really curious and looking forward to this. It's just
I can see the deck list now. Oh, he's going for Avian. This could very well be a really strong Blade Master already on attack, but maybe he just wants to activate the D Signal, which I would understand, because there are some powerful spells in his deck and he could really use that Diamond Dude.
So, here Sebastian is already smiling. Maybe he knows what is what is going to happen next.
Also, Marcello is at 2,000 life points, which is not that much. I mean, maybe Sebastian even has a really good out for this. Oh, the Blade Master will be really strong here, I think.
And here, I think we will soon see the ability being used by Marcello.
Oh wait, I have to do a really cool card highlight.
Yeah, I think he's going... What's that? Ah, yeah, okay,
Put
now...
up Sparkman in the card highlight. I always wanted to do that.
Oh. Now you feel better, right?
Yes. Yeah. What a relief.
You realize your dream.
So I've been waiting for this for months.
So, okay, now Marcello is going for the Fusion Summon, looks like. And let's see what he can bring up on the field. And I think he wants to put as much damage as possible, but he doesn't know that Sebastian is holding the... Oh,
looks like a Tempest.
Let's see.
It really looks like a Tempest to me. So, do you know the exact effect of the skill card?
So basically, you're allowed to Fusion Summon during... I think the skill is very good, because basically now you're able to pull the Tempest, as you mentioned, and look at your eyes, basically, you're already scared.
Yeah, this Tempest is crazy. I loved the card when I saw it on TV. Summoned against Kamula.
I don't know if you loved it if you face Marcello in the final.
I am pretty sure that I'm not.
I think you will be scared if you will face Marcello in the final. But now here, Marcello enters battle phase with the Tempest attacking over the Doom Lord, dealing some damage to Leo, who will now activate the Destiny Signal.
Destiny Signal is going to summon out the Diamond Dude, or maybe even a Fearmonger, but I would much rather advise Sebastian to go for the Diamond Dude.
Yeah, he listened to you and he goes for the Diamond Dude right ahead. And here, yeah, let's see if Marcello, I think he will pass. Now play is back to Sebastian, who drew Polymerization. Wow. And I think and this is huge, because basically he also has the Destiny Hero Malicious. Now he reveals one. Nothing for him, but the Polymerization being drawn for turn. Yeah, now here is just taking a quick look at his extra deck.
I don't think this one is going to get you really far. You would basically, what you want to have versus this deck is Dogma and Plasma in your hand.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, he's on a timer now, right? This is basically looking grim for Sebastian. He needs to find a way, but he also has the Blade Master. Do not forget about that. He can, oh, this is actually really good. He can activate Polymerization, go into the Destiny Hero Dangerous. Very dangerous. Yes, exactly. Discard those two. Very important. Summon it in attack position. And when Marcello attacks, he can discard the Blade Master, because the Dangerous also should be able to boost up the attack of... Yes, the attack of Diamond Dude. Does it?
Sure,
no.
right? No,
yeah, but you have to discard another card, and you only have the Blade Master. Blade Master does a better job at that. So that's a difficult one.
Which is good, by the way, because how much attack has Tempest? Is 20?
2-8, unfortunately, and they can only get to 2-8 on the Dangerous. What is he? Oh yeah, now he is going to send the Blade Master, and I think then he would have multiple cards in his graveyard that would actually boost his monsters up by 1,000 points. But I think that Tempest has a protection effect. Oh no! This card can only protect itself if another card is sent to the graveyard from the field. So if he runs over the Tempest, there's no way to protect it, and he can actually swing for Diamond Dude. With Diamond Dude for a game. Is it possible that Sebastian Lemke beats Marcello, the all-time favorite, and Sebastian goes for the win?
And now here, I don't know if you will be so happy to play against Sebastian, because now you are excited. Honestly, we have to see in the final. Huh?
I mean, I'm just happy that Sebastian also has reached the final. So we had one Italian final, we had one Italian and German final, and now we're going to have a full German final.
Match.
So the things have balanced out, and now I will really have to beat Sebastian. One of my best friends, my co-commentator. I love this man, but I will crush him. And, well, talk about the guy I'm about to crush in the next match. Let's give it over to Ed and our winner, Sebastian Lemke.
Come here, Marcello. We don't just interview winners, we interview losers as well. It's okay. Now, I think it's about time you've been brought down a peg, to be honest, because you have won every single other tournament. How do you feel at this point? Are you proud of Basti?
Absolutely, absolutely. If it had to be him, it was him who got the closest, I think, in the finals of the Split Duel tournament as well. So it's only fitting. So now make me proud and defeat your brother in the finals, yeah.
Well, you're going to have to head over to that commentary desk, because the two Italians are going to be commentating with our new champion. Here he is.
You still have to duel me, man.
Oh, well, in that case, I guess it's time to duel. Get on over there. Okay, so that means we're going to head into the final match right now. But importantly, we have two different decks that we are going to be giving these two. They're not playing with the decks that you've just seen. One of them has been given the Royd deck and the other has been given the Ritual deck. One of them is the Alexis Rhodes and one of them is the other one. So let's see exactly what happens. We're going to find out. Basti's very upset. So I'm going to throw over to Marcello and Alberto, who are going to take you through this final round.
Welcome to the finals of the second Speed Duel Commentators Tournament. And as I had mentioned, our lovely German commentators have been given new decks, which didn't make Basti that happy, but I'm sure he will make the most of it, and they're not that bad, I have to say. But Leo is trying to clutch his way out of this, and not only did he get what is
my personal favorite in Bastion, I have to say. But now we got another one of our favorites, which is, of course, a really good deck. To the Roid, to be specific. Honestly, let's see it. For once, I will enjoy doing some commentary instead of playing the finals. So I want to see who between Leo and Seb gets, most importantly, the bragging rights, I feel like. We might get some tension over there in the German commentary team for the next rounds. But our duelists are pretty much ready. So let's find out who will be the winner of this finals. Here they are, and let's see, they are gonna flip their own skills. As you can see, Leo already flipping to the other side, but that is correct, because at the beginning you have to flip it. It's a kind of a continuous lingering effect, I would say. It's really good because it pretty much boosts the attack of your Roids whenever you're attacking your opponent monsters. So, yep. No, it was correct this time, but yeah. Seb just checking his own skill, which is actually not bad. Like, as soon as you get one of the fusion materials, it allows you to fusion summon for the deck, but it's just checking the actual deck.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Nice start, guys. Yeah. Great way to do it. And yeah, it's actually a pretty good skill, I have to say. Both of them are in a DD Warrior Lady, which is above average quality, I would say, in the speed duel.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind to draw into DD Warrior.
No. Honestly, it's one of the best cards.
Yeah, here looks like.
As mentioned.
Ooh, okay.
Shield Crush. Wow. Leo already really with the advantage at the moment. Let's see if he has some Roid to pick it up. He's really thinking about this one. I want to see Secroid, and no, he just, okay, goes for the submarine, which is one of the better one if you ask me, because it switches to defense and it's 1800, so it's very tough to deal with.
And looks like Sebastian drew into a ritual monster, but at the moment...
yeah, kind of an unfortunate pickup for him. And yeah, Leo just reading it. I think he has a huge advantage at the moment, but let's see if he can use the skill somehow. At the moment, it doesn't seem so. Yeah, he has to set and pass back to Leo, who could pick up one of his Roid monsters. Let's see if that's the case. Submarine Roid can attack directly and deal slightly less damage. But it seems like that will be the case. We'll see a direct attack once again from the Submarine Roid, and then he switches to defense. So kind of a slower game on our hands, but let's see if finally Seb will pick up one of his fusion materials. And it's Senju. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Interesting, actually. This could potentially help him out. Of course, you wanna go for the ritual spell. You already have the ritual monster, which is a shame here because Senju actually goes for the monster only. It's not a Manju.
Yeah, I think it's considering it, but it's going instead for the Cyber Prima, and Leo rushes to read it immediately. So at least he was able to put it up on the field and put some pressure on Leo's side.
Yeah, he's trying his best, and it's not bad. 2300, that also destroys all face-up spells. And he's actually gonna go for the skill. Interesting. Leo reading it carefully, doesn't want to miss out.
And yeah, actually cannot use it. Apparently. Yeah, I remember it was used to summon the fusion, so that's why I was confused. But yeah, it will swing over the submarine droid, but this is where the power from and the skill from Leonard comes into play, because he can get to attack over his opponent monster and have an attack boost by the level. And here we see already a good droid monster coming down from Leonard.
Ooh, and also weapon change being activated by Leo.
Yeah, this is huge. The Trackroid is gonna smash Sebastian completely. You don't want to get hit by a truck. Wow, and there is another droid monster, which is huge because he gets an attack boost, and that's not even destroyed.
Here now plays back to Sebastian, who goes for the 12 Cyber, and I think he's explaining to Leo the effect.
Yeah, and a solid top deck, but as mentioned, the monster from Leo was not destroyed, as the skill would lower its attack. And as you can see here, our lovely judge trying to step in to just fix the game state, because the skill from Leo was lowering its attack. But now Leo will just read his own card and realize that he got to keep his own monster. Yep. I don't know if I should be happy or worried that I know that much about Speed Duel in just playing this weekend, but I will take it. So now, as mentioned, Seb picked up the fusion material and can now come back into this once again.
Leo makes sure this time he reads his cards.
Yeah, it's only when you attack, but ooh, the jaw coming down. Which, by the way, is part of the amazing pot collection, which was recently released and available for purchase, alongside all the other pots released in jars throughout these years. Personally, big fan. I ran over there as soon as it was available. And yeah, that's the Etoile, I believe. Yeah, Etoile was used as material to summon fusion. Ooh, Cosmic Cyclone going down. But I think as well with the change, Sebastian has taken 400 damage extra. So down on only 1,000 life points and not able to activate the Cosmic anymore. So I think he took 400 damage. Sebastian. And yeah, now he's finally reading it, and as mentioned, when you go with the skill, he gets an additional effect, which can be the handshake already. Wow! In the end, Leonard, although Seb was unhappy with the deck he was given, managed to bring it all the way home and kept his promise that he had with me, that I wanted him to succeed as the champion of the Speed Duel tournament. And now it's up to you and to Leo to redeem yourself, because you are sitting on 0 wins. Wouldn't be the first time. But now we'll have soon enough an interview with the winners, and Ed is gonna give a speech with them and see who will be the one for the next one. We are hyped to find out just how many tournaments we'll have of different formats throughout these lovely weekend. But yeah, now let's hear it from the winner of the second Speed Duel Commentators Tournament, Sebastian Lemke.
Congratulations to our champion. I told you you'd be the champion. I told you. And I wasn't wrong. But first, before we crown you, let's talk to you, Leo. How are you feeling?
I feel robbed. I just lost because you didn't believe in me.
I think you might also have lost because I forgot the name of your character. I don't know if you noticed, but I said, oh yeah, that'll be nice. We'll have the Alexis deck and the other one because Cyrus's name just left my brain for a second. And then the second I got off, I went, I didn't say the name, did I? I did say it now, so I've redeemed myself. Congratulations to you, though, Basti. Well done. Commiserations, commiserations to our others, especially you, Marcello, because you've been such a great, gracious winner so far. And Alberto, commiserations to you, who have won nothing. But, you know, there's always next time, because we've got one more Time Wizard format, the 2010 one, for us to try and squeeze in a little tournament for throughout some of these Top Cut matches. Thank you very much for all of your patience. The top 64 cut have been finalized, which means we can now try and get our feature match ready and undergoing. But thank you very much for everyone for sticking around and watching this. It's nice to have a bit of fun. One more time, your Speed Duel Commentator champion is Sebastian Lemke. You didn't see this because it's behind the camera, but some of the crowd did applaud, sort of like, you know, very sort of, yeah, whatever. Look, we care. We're happy for you. And so are you. So yeah, I should hope so. But that was good fun for us. Thank you for watching. We'll be back very, very shortly with hopefully our feature match of the top 64. Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Photon Hypernova, Chaos Monsters, Kashtira, Gold Pride. More cards for Fallen of Albaz and Dogmatica, plus many more with brand new Photon and Galaxy cards to make your deck out of this world. 100 cards in all. Photon Hypernova. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Obviously, the main focus of these tournaments is to get many of these duelists together from far and wide to come together and play the amazing trading card game. So what better to do than go and interview some of the players? Okay, where did you come from and how long did it take you to get here today?
I came from London and it took me about an hour and a half flight. Just got here and arrived here yesterday.
I came from London. It took around 5 to 6 hours with the airports, planes and trains. It was quite a long journey.
I came from Edinburgh, Scotland, and it took me about...
Welcome. Told you we'd be back with the top 64 soon, and here we are, already into our top cut of this tournament. It's very, very exciting. So let's just get straight underway with the first duel that we have here. On my right, I have Adrian Durson, and on my left, I have Simone Alessiani. And these two are getting ready to do it already in the high roll. So Simone has rolled a 5, and that means Adrian is going to roll a 10. Adrian, who's going to go first? You going to go first? You're going first. Okay, Adrian is going to go first, which means I will hand you guys over to the first round commentators of this top 64 cut. It's going to be very, very exciting to see how the tournament goes from here. Marcello, Alberto, take it away.
Hi everyone and welcome to the top 64 of YCS Lyon 2023. What 2 days of dueling it has been. Over 2,379 players gathered from all over the world to compete and find out who the winner and the new YCS winner would be this weekend. But now, after 12 rounds of Swiss, 8 yesterday, 4 today, we are finally down to the top 64, the elimination, direct elimination, and what a top cut it is. As the day progresses, we'll be able to show you guys a lot more information, but as data is gathering, we can already go through and analyze some of the information from it. One in particular we have to be proud of, because standing at the top of the most represented country, it is Italy, because 16 Italian players are in the top cut, followed by the home country, France, with 13 players. But honestly, huge congratulations to these two countries, and we gotta be proud of our dear Italians. And for this match, we have picked one of them. Of course, who would be, we can say, the underdog of the event, because he's up against Adrian Durson, who is one of the most famous German players, already accomplished a lot of times, a lot of successes and finishes in the top cut. One of those which we sometimes say is missing that key win to actually get him to the notch top of the whole field, but it's definitely one of those you really don't want to play against. His experience, he has already had plenty of future matches. He was in 2019, unfortunately, one of the most heartbreaking stories I have ever witnessed, because he qualified for the playoffs to go to the World Championship, but he lost, and then incredibly made it all his way to play for another opportunity to get to the World Championship at the main event, and lost again. But he still kept his composure and kept on generating results. One of those players who was also successful while remote dueling. And the most interesting data, though, before talking about them specifically, is the deck breakdown. As we will be able to show you guys, the most represented deck was Tier Elements. And that is because it was 32% of the whole field. Well, that transitioned pretty well into the top cut, because exactly half of top cut is tier element. There are 33 tier elements decks, but the biggest surprise to me is that those 10% of Kashtira in the field transitioned to an overwhelming 19 Kashtira decks in our top 64. I think it is a force to be reckoned, and we chose one of them, Agent Dursun, playing the Kashtira deck and playing a very unique version, I gotta say. On the other end, though, we always have some underdogs decks under our belt. I can spoil you guys that the Italian Subterror player who we had an interview finally broke the curse and he made it. So we have Subterror in top 64. But this is not what we're showing you guys. We have Chu Labyrinth deck also sneaking subtly into the top cut, and Simone is playing Labyrinth. So it is Kashtira against Labyrinth, Agent against Simone. Let's find out who will be the winner of top 64. And here they are. As we could see, Agent did win the die roll, which is a huge deal. But we can compare maybe Simone's deck list to the one from Herman.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I think that we can find similar cards such as Dimensional Barrier in the main deck, evenly matched, but Herman was not playing, for example, Gods and Match, which honestly I like from Simone. And I think overall the lists are very similar. And I think the strategy is paying off because, as we said this weekend, our players didn't actually go for Lightning Storms, Cosmic Cyclones, and looks like this strategy is paying off.
It's paying off for sure. And in this case, though, it's kind of a different matchup. Agent will not be able to abuse the extra deck manipulation that Kashtira is known for, as the extra deck doesn't really matter in Labyrinth. On the other hand, though, he will have to deal with some cards. Here comes down a Shifter, and unfortunately it's against a matchup in which it is not that strong. This would have been absolutely insane of an opening against a tier.
And as we're seeing here, Adrian is playing, I think, a very interesting list, as he revealed the Sphere mode being in the main deck, alongside with the Ascended of Thunder, which is another cool addition. You can basically special summon it by paying 300 life points, and then if the card it's basically destroyed by an opponent's card or by battle or card effect, you gain 5,000 life points. The deck is, I think, very interesting, especially in the side deck. He has a lot of different options, honestly, and that we will soon see during our match.
For now, just taking a look at his options, considering which to take to try and combo off. In the end, it looked as if it was the Theosis, I believe, which, by the way, the Prosperity should be banished. Yep. Quickly catched by our judges. And we see a Lava Golem, which is interesting, I have to say.
Yeah, he plays both Sphere mode and Lava Golem in the main deck. I think this is a very consistent lane from Adrian, because if he goes first, he has all the Kashtira cards, and if he goes second, honestly, he has the Shifter, he has the Lava Golem, I mean, he has the Sphere mode, he has a lot of cards.
A deck list that is kind of similar to Dinkabui, I think. Maybe they even play tested together, it's possible. But as you said, this is solid. Really good stuff. But we shouldn't forget about evenly matched.
Yeah.
Because as you mentioned, Simone is maining the evenly matched. So that's really interesting. And he's also playing some normal trap cards that Herman has not played at all, which, for example, include Daruma, which is a great card, Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, a card we haven't seen too much of, but it's really powerful, and I think like it flew under the radar a lot because of the meta being very fast oriented. But for now, let's focus on what we are seeing, and I think soon enough Agent realized what is up again, and here comes the Shangri-La. So some cards are banished unless you eat all the copies of the Lady
there aren't that many punishes, and also the Lava Golem is a terrible pickup for this matchup if you're Adrian.
I mean, overall, winning the die roll, I think it's relevant, and also in the side deck, I think he's prepared in general because he has a lot of one-offs. As we mentioned this weekend, playing triple tactic thrust gives you basically the opportunity to play multiple one-offs and that you can basically search. And so I think he is also prepared for this kind of matchup. And still here with the Shangri-La being used. We also see the Arise are being summoned.
Absolutely solid stuff here. As you mentioned, gonna go for the Arise art, which is a Pseudo Macrocosmos, following it up with the Birth to just have some recurring. But here, I think he will meet some really bad news because number 89 is really strong in general, but not in this matchup.
Yeah, and you can tell that Adrian is just...
Adrian is like, what? What is this actually? What is going on? And yeah, he's really confused about what's happening right here. And I can't blame him. What do you think you're even up against? The Dragon Link. It looks like it's Dragon Link. Yeah, and you can see Adrian actually going for the Dragon Link, taking the bait from his opponent that he is playing Dragon Link. Wow. Really wise choice here by Simone in making it so that his actual deck looks like it's Dragon Link. That's
yeah, I really like the idea, honestly.
Yeah, that's I think high-level trolling right there. Yeah. And now play again. Still an incredible opening by Adrian. And even if the first effect of Diabolosis is not as relevant, I would say, the second is still really strong because essentially guarantees getting rid of, as you can see, many zones and banishing a lot of cards from the top of your opponent deck.
Yeah. And this is a very good start from Adrian, nonetheless. I think this is the best one you can have so far with the Shifter and both the Shangri-La and the Diablosis on the field alongside the Arise art. So
yeah, this is so much to deal with. And I'm honestly not sure whether his opponent will be able to do something about this.
Let's see if he manages somehow to deal with this, because now he will also special summon one in the standby phase for Shangri-La as effect.
Yeah, and he gets the missing Fenrir. What an opening. If any of you guys doubted the Kashtira or thought that it was going to be an option just after the new Forbidden Unlimited list, well, 19 Kashtira in top 64 alongside this showing off of a performance from Adrian should really change your mind. The deck is as real as it can be, and it is a solid contender for winning the title. That is, if you didn't pick it as your winner, which you did.
Yeah. Honestly, odds are in my favor, eh?
No, they're still in favor of Tier, but you should go back to study math.
Odds are in my favor, I can feel it.
Okay. He can feel it, guys. Ooh, and you are maybe not that right. Odds are in my favor. Famous last words from Alberto when Evenly Match comes down in the main deck. And yeah, this is so strong from Simone. Wow. Very tough.
This hurts.
Yeah. This is so good, and this is why I really like the decision of keeping this in the main deck.
Here Adrian thinks that his opponent is on Dragon Link, one of the main reasons why he also leaves the Shangri-La, but this Evilly Match is devastating. We were saying this also, Herman was playing 3 copies of Evilly Match in the main deck, and having it now makes a huge difference. Adrian is only left with 1 card in hand, and let's see now if Simone has... Yeah, okay. I think he should have compulsory Metaverse. His hand looks good. Yeah, he's just considering his options here. I think that he's still in a very comfortable position. I think he has the Arianna in hand. Might be.
Yeah. Now
so.
he's considering his options in the end, and it is. You are absolutely right. Which is pretty good, because the effect states that you're gonna search for a labyrinth card, and if you were to remove from the field a card with a trap, that you even get to draw one. So it's good enough now, because this evenly matched was basically a +5. So strong. And yeah, he's gonna go and search for one of his ladies. In this case, I think it was Lovely, or no, is it still the lady? No, it's still the lady. Yeah. It's still the lady. Yeah, makes sense. Which is such a powerful boss monster. Some guys, I think some players compare these decks to the Golden Lord, so Eldritch, but honestly I feel like this is somewhat scarier. And here we see a card that Herman was not playing, which is the field spell.
Yeah, the one copy of Labyrinth being activated by Simone.
Yeah. Herman was not using this card, and I think he is the other Labyrinth player in the top cut, so we'll see who is the better Labyrinth player, I guess. But it's actually quite annoying in some matchups, because it allows you to just have more pressure on the field, destroying cards from your opponent. And yeah, free face down cards from Simone. Let's see if he will activate anything right away, or if now will allow the agent to resolve his unicorn.
I think Simone had a compulsory. He could have used it in draw phase, for example, on the Shangri-La, decided not to.
For now he is chilling, and here we see another birth. I think Agent was also holding a lava golem, so in case the lady comes down, this could become a spot where to use the lava golem on, because at the moment it's obviously not active. But now we see the planet from Agent. Very solid opening, so even after an evenly matched, you can see how he kept his composure and still has a lot of advantage. We know Adrian, as mentioned, is really experienced, but still Labyrinth is not a deck that you might have tested that much against. So you need to quickly catch up on what to do and which cards to go for. So now, finally, the zones are free. Not that Labyrinth will abuse a lot of zones, and we see the Arise Art coming down from Adrian. Now Rise Art come from the hand, and is there gonna be a response from Simone? Maybe the Daruma. The Daruma would be a good one, but it's compulsory, as you mentioned.
I don't know, I would have used the compulsory, honestly, in the draw phase on the Shangri-La to avoid basically all of this.
Yeah, I agree, it would have been a good choice, most likely. Maybe Simone forgot about the standby phase effect. But yeah, this already gave so much advantage. And as you mentioned, this is all because of the Shangri-La. So if you got rid of it and you're still having to use the compulsory, then for sure your question doesn't need an answer, and it was better to use it in the draw phase. And yeah, this is a shame from Simone, who will even use it on the Rise Art. Interesting. So the compulsory is banished, which will trigger the Rise Art, and will then trigger the Arianna to give him a card. Yeah, this is going down. He will get a Ferrir back from the banished as material to the Rise Art, and now with 4 cards in hand, he still has a lot of options available with the Lava Golem, maybe even 5. Yeah, he has 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, because you can go for Birth, then you can special summon another piece. It's just figuring out the best solution. But I think here, after understanding that you're up against Labyrinth, I don't know. Maybe, okay, now...
Yeah, finally, Simone decides this time to not be a spectator of his own match and summons the lady. We mentioned it, it's a powerful card. As long as you control a face down, it cannot really be targeted, which protects it really well and gets you to set cards from the deck, which is why you see these interesting normal drop cards, such as the Daruma. Is this big welcome?
Yes.
It sure is, and this is the card that made it so that 2 Labyrinth decks are in the top 64, as Big Welcome Labyrinth was released this week in Photon Hypernova. And it is a great addition to the deck, because what it was lacking maybe was this consistency that it provides, and not only does it do that, but it works well with banishing it, as it's both an engine card and a removal, because it allows you to also banish it from the graveyard to essentially go for a compulsory either from your cards or your opponents.
Yeah.
And I think here we see another of the one-offs in the deck, which is the Lovely. So both of the boss monsters are being summoned by Simone. First the Lady, now the Lovely. Yeah, here the Rise Art will trigger. But now it's where the difference with Erman deck comes down, because the field spell allows him to destroy a card on the field.
Yeah, this is very good, because you can get rid of the Rise Art.
Yeah, because the cool thing is that it makes it so that it's not an effect from the field, but it's an additional effect that the trap card gains. So it's really, really strong, as it prevents your opponent from responding to the card. The only problem is, I think, yeah, I think maybe we'll have a discussion, because he activated afterwards. That's my only concern.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as mentioned, as you need to activate it as part of the effect, it is too late to resolve.
Yeah, that's the point. Got rid of the Riser nonetheless, so...
And now the Lava Golem comes down from Mage and has been holding it since turn 1.
And here comes the Birth, reviving the Fenrir, Fenrir's effect, going to search another one. And still, I have to say, yeah, here he's playing, I think, 2 copies of
the Scarecrow, right?
Yeah.
We mentioned how this card can function as both an extender and out to Baguska, and it's usually a one-off. I'm kind of surprised that he's playing multiple copies of it, but apparently it has been good enough for him in testing this deck. Ooh, interesting.
Ooh, Dark Armed.
Yeah. I didn't think we were gonna see this card right here and right now, but it is Dark Arm, the Dragon of Annihilation. So This is actually a really cool card to see. We are used to seeing Dark Armored Dragon back in the day, and is popular even in a lot of Time Wizard format, but now it's the XYZ version of it.
I really like this addition to Adrian's deck, honestly.
Yeah.
I think you can easily make it.
This Dark Arm Dragon destroying cards from Simone without asking for his permissiao, kind of like Big Cody usually does. But it's still close. We mentioned how these decks maybe have a problem with finishing the game quickly. I don't want to say it too loud because I think Herman heard me and got quite mad and Game Chewy OTK'd last time I said this about the Labyrinth deck, but it has to be an issue when you're talking about going into timeout. Of course, in Top Cut the rules are different, so we'll be able to talk about that more in detail as we approach the end of the round, but for now, this is still a close one, and we'll get Arianna once again to search for a card.
Yeah, I think he got another big welcome, might be. And I really like the way Adrian played throughout this, because honestly, after getting rid of the Arise Art, Simone had, I think, very good control of the game, but we were not expecting, honestly, the Dark Armed Dragon of Annihilation being summoned.
Absolutely not. But as mentioned, just trying his best to stay in this. We gotta say they are both quite grindy decks. So the Kashtira can shut down everything from their opponents. We saw it as if you imagine playing a different deck, having 3 of your zones shut down turn 1 can pretty much guarantee just losing right there. And kind of like Goki with Extra Link back in the day, you know, when it was able to shut down the extra deck from their opponents.
And here another card that Herman was not playing is the Cook Lock.
Exactly, Cuckoo. And here is one of the cards which, as you mentioned, is unique to Simone's deck. And it's an interesting one to get even more resources. As you're seeing here, you can discard it and then activate a trap that was set right away, which is an interesting effect that we have not seen much of in Yu-Gi-Oh!, I gotta say. As time goes by, you might have noticed that we added 3 minutes to the clock, and that is because our judges believed Simone was playing a little too slow, so they gave him a slow play warning, and the match will proceed with just 3 extra minutes added to the clock. And yeah, we go to the battle phase, and Lava Golem will attack over Fenrir, getting rid of it, and then we'll try to continue this with the lovely attacking over Dark Armed. Let's see, he's debating.
Looks like plays back to Adrian now, drew into sphere mode, not useful at the moment. But still, I think very good from him, because he has the Birth and he has Fenrir, and I think also the Ariser that was bounced back the turn before.
Yeah, we have seen some players use Book of Eclipse, but also 3 copies of Lava Golem. Adrian is taking it a step further with 3 Lava Golems and 3 Sphere modes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little too much, if you ask me.
Very aggressive, honestly, from Adrian. This is, from the lists that we have seen this weekend so far, I think this is one of the most aggressive ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is definitely interesting. It's also careful, because once you give them the sphere mode, Like, you have to be really careful with how you manage that. But I mean, it's working out for him, and not using your normal summon is totally doable in a deck like Kashtira.
Yeah.
As mentioned, Lava Golem is really popular in the deck. And yeah, now we get to the battle phase, and it's Adrian who attacks over Lovely. And will be able to destroy it thanks to the Feel spell. Then in main phase 2, he might go for... I can't quite figure out the plays, but yeah. He's able to normal summon the Fenrir. Is there gonna be a response from Simone? Face down, looking at it, considering it. No, eventually he allows it. So Adrian will search his deck for Rise Art potentially, or you know, another way to keep playing the game. He has a second Scarecrow if he feels like that's the winning line as well.
Okay, interesting enough, also Adrian plays one copy of the Tearlaments Kashtira, I think just to have another name to add.
Yeah, an extender, we can say, is the only one we have seen today doing this, I have to say. But again, what works for you, I guess, and he is this far here with very unique choices. So for now, this is huge. We can say, I think Birth is really strong. Sometimes underestimated, and other cards are praised as better, but I think Birth really makes the deck.
Yeah, I mean, Birth alone does so much, honestly. Just not giving you the opportunity to normal summon your Kashtira monsters, but also by basically reviving them as a pseudo monster reborn. But I think the card itself, it's great.
Yeah, because it's not just once, that's the thing. Like, it's something that stays there and you have to deal every time. Like the Will of the Salamangreat, for example, similar card. And these decks are really annoying to deal with, because as you can see here, thanks to a card like Birth, every single turn they keep summoning back cards, and differently from Will of the Salamangreat, you get them from the banished zone as well. So
and still, this is, again, I think with Herman, we saw at 30 minutes game 1. This is pretty much what is happening also now with Adrian and Simone. We saw how difficult it is to basically overcome the Labyrinth deck.
Yep. And here comes down the Tearlament Kashtira. As mentioned, you can use it as an extender. It's usually meant to banish tier cards from your graveyard, but it can be used just in the Kashtira deck. It's both. And as you can see here, you also get to trigger the Theosis. So it's actually a really nice addition. I think playing the one copy makes sense.
Yeah, still curious to understanding why Adrian is running as well the instant fusion.
Yeah, that's definitely something we haven't seen too much of. Because he's playing the Kid Kalos as the target. I mean, he does play the Tearlaments Kashtira, so that's why you can search from the deck.
Yeah.
But definitely one of the few duelists, if not the only one. And now we see one of our favorites, just from Dragon Rulers back in the day, which is the Big Eye. I already saw, just walking through the tables, the Big Eye into Big Eye combo that was popular in 2013, so I'm happy about this. Just recurring trends, we can say. And yeah, now we get to overlay into the Arise art we just shuffled back, or the Shangri-La. But finally, it is Simone who flips one of his cards. I think his opponent is gonna ask the translation, and it is the Terrors of the Overroot. So this is the card that, again, also Herman was playing. as it basically sends a card from the field to the graveyard and then sets a different one from the grave, which can slow down significantly risk of OTK. $1,000. And yeah, as expected here, so much advantage. Simone has seen enough, and Adrian, staring at the camera, claims game 1. Wow. What a start of a match, really back and forth one. In the end, it have to be the die roll, which paid to be really important for Adrian to capitalize his advantage. He was shocked for a moment because he went for the Diablosis, looked at his opponent extra deck and was like, what? Am I up against Dragon Link in top 64 here in Lyon? How have I missed this? But no, it wasn't. It is Labyrinth, and from that point on, he was able to maneuver pretty well. So what do you think is Adrian gonna do now that we move to the side deck?
Because basically now we mentioned that he's playing triple tactic thrust.
Yep.
Which we might be seeing, but the thing is that he is playing the Arpis Feather Duster, one copy of Evenly Matched, which makes a lot of sense. Also, he has the Trap Trick. So he has all of different variants, also especially because I think that you can allow to play these one-offs with having triple tracked thrust as well. So in general, I think he is prepared to face the Labyrinth deck. He has some options.
I guess the difference is, again, if you are an experienced player, I feel like you should try to play around the Trust. In the case, making it completely useless and then turning it into essentially having one Duster and one Evenly. But sometimes, as you mentioned, you're not able to do so. So I'm really interested to see if Adrian will be able to pull this one off. On the other hand, Simone going first, I think already super confident with his deck, but has some additional tools in the side deck, such as Solemn Judgment, enough time on the clock. Adrian was also given a slow play warning, which means we got 6 minutes of extra time in total, 3 from each player. So we have plenty of time not to worrying about. And Skill Drain, also really solid card against the Kashtira deck. So I think Simone will have a huge advantage now that he goes first. He's gonna side out the Evenly Matched and some of these cards, which obviously are for going second in the main deck. But I think they are basically ready. This could be already the end of one of these duelist top appearances, but I hope we get to see a game 3. So let's first find out who the winner of game 2 will be. And here they are.
Okay, Simone will start things off. Let's see how. Okay, he sets 3 cards and passes to Adrian, which has the
he drew the one copy of Evenly Matched. Wow. That is luck, if you ask me. So playing only the one copy and drawing it already. Yeah, that's devastating if you're Simone.
Okay, also the shifter.
Interesting that he decided to keep it, actually.
Yeah. I think, I don't know if, because I think he sided out the Lava Golems and the Sphere mode, so maybe he didn't have space. But here comes the Evenly Matched being used by Adrian.
And this is so unfortunate. Gonna be a +1 right away from Adrian, who will now in Memphis 2 summon the Fenrir to get even more advantage. Is there gonna be a response? No, Simone allows it, and this is so much advantage going to the German player.
This is the card we were talking about
Yeah,
before.
interesting.
Yeah, something that we don't see quite often, but I think it's a good extender, honestly, that Adrian is playing, especially because it is a level 7. So you just pay 3,000 and then you summon it. Let's see if Simone has any response. Okay, here comes the Gozen match.
Ooh, Gozen match, definitely a really good one. You mentioned already we were looking to this card impact in this match, and it surely is gonna punish the decision from Adrian to rely on this kind of extender, I would say.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, as you can see here, it gives up on the Ascended, and these 3,000 life points are gonna hurt for sure.
Now he goes for the Scarecrow Kashtira. He just banishes the other Telemans Kashtira in his hand. And let's see what Adrian goes for. Okay, very interesting one.
Really aggressive here by Adrian.
He goes for the Dagger Fuhaya and gets rid of Gozen match.
Yeah, unfortunately, it only destroys monsters.
Because he destroys monster,
So really tough decision by Adrian, who committed to the play.
Looks like Simone drew but passed and now plays back to Adrian. This is very unfortunate because basically looks like Simone didn't have anything else going on. Looks like, unfortunately, Simone does not have anything else. I think he has maybe two copies of the Lady Labyrinth in hand, and the one field spell might be.
Yeah, and now we go. Yeah, go for the Shangri-La.
Yeah, and now he goes for the Rise Art and banishes the Big Bang.
Yeah, for any of you guys who were confused with the previous interaction, Furrier requires first of all different types, and both of Adrian monsters were psychics, and even if he were allowed to summon the Furrier, he can only destroy monsters, which is obviously not in the case of Gozen match. So our judges did catch it, and luckily for us, the game state was rewarded back to its original state, which now though favors a lot Adrian once again.
Let's see if Simone can pick up anything from his deck to help him out. Now Shangri-La is going to activate in standby phase, and he brings the Unicorn, and he will search most likely. Let's see if Simone has anything to respond.
And yeah, now the field spell coming down. It was kind of useful in game one, but in the end it wasn't enough to get him, Simone, out of trouble. Let's see if things will be different here in game two. But I still favor Adrian a lot at the moment, so let's see.
Because I think Adrian is also holding a copy of Triple Tactic Thrust, which might be useful in case there will be an effect activation from Simone. Now the advantage is getting, of course, out of control for Adrian, which gets another Scarecrow.
Yeah, and now unfortunately he picks up, and it seems as if Simone either really bricked or, yeah, kind of an unfortunate opening here. And yeah, gonna banish some cards off the top of his deck, and you can see him being pretty much accepting his fate at the moment. Not what you want to see, but sometimes that's just how a duel can go. Your opponent sees its engine cards, and yeah, the extended handshake is given, and it's Adrian who wins Shu, and oh, it's top 64 match. What a show-off from the Kashtira deck and from Adrian. We mentioned how he's a really solid player, lots of accomplishment, missing that one title without jinxing it for him. It might be the day he's showing it, honestly. What a show-off. He completely destroyed his opponent who tried his best to stay in this, but eventually had to just give up. Too much was going on and not much he could do really. In the end, the die roll did pay some merit to the game, because in game one maybe he could have gone to Simone.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close game, honestly. I think it was very similar to one we saw from Herman, in which almost 30 minutes for the first game. It could have gone either way. And then I think in game two, unfortunately, Simone didn't have anything else going on. So that's the main reason. That was very unfortunate. Still, congratulations for the achievement. It was a very good tournament, very good run after 12 rounds of Swiss. So I think
it is definitely a good accomplishment. Nonetheless, it's a huge event. Tournaments are getting larger and larger and tougher to get to the top cut. So I think Simone shouldn't really be too concerned about it. He showed off really well here in the top cut. And in the end, he can go home with a smile about his performance. On the other hand, though, Adrian advances to the top 32. And as we'll be able to find out who the players advancing to the top 32, will figure out if there are still some weird decks hanging in there, some famous players again. But just to remind you guys to go back, you can watch the previous content. We went through some informations about what the top 64 looked like, and we were being proud of our dear Italian players standing at the top of the represented country with 16 players. Unfortunately now at least 15 confirmed, because Simone, one of them, just lost to Adrian. But French players also showing off strong. We mentioned now they are really prideful and they want to defend the title here. And as you can see here, this is the nationality breakdown for the beginning. Not surprising that it was pretty much 60% of French players with only 10% Italians, which is impressive then when they basically turned out to represent more than a quarter of the full top cut when we move to the top 64 breakdown. And here are the duelists. So as you can see, a lot of interesting names. The first one is obviously Chris LeBlanc, but we have so many in the top cut. Muselli showing really strong lately among the Italians. Herman, the second other Labyrinth player, maybe the only one left because one of them lost. We'll find out if Herman is still in top 32. There is Joshua Smith making an appearance, Gianluca Vagnoni, another successful Italian player lately, and Dinka Bui alongside one other player from the US, which is Gabriel Molina with his Kashtira deck. When we go to the other side of the bracket though, still a lot of Italian names, Rotorato, Cefola, both really successful lately. Connor Kelly, we saw it in a future match earlier. And obviously Dinka Pham, again another phenomenal player. Adrian, we just saw him in action. And again, a lot of great names such as Mathieu, former French national champion. So this top cut, really, you couldn't ask for much more. So I'm sure we'll have a blast while we go through the next matches. So in the meantime, obviously, go through and I guess just give you a spoiler of what the deck breakdown looked like. Standing on the top, Number 1 most represented decks, 32% of the field, tier elements, which transition into 33. So half of Top Cup represented by tier elements. But the biggest surprise is the 10% of Kashtira in the field, which transitioned into 19 Kashtira decks in Top Cut, which is an outstanding number. Then, standing at third place, it is Sprite, but the numbers drop significantly. Only 5, and then 3 Flowanderies, 2 Labyrinth, 1 Runic, and 1 Italian Subterror. This is the breakdown for YCS Lyon, but before we leave and we give you top 32, we have Adrian alongside Head for the winner interview.
Thanks very much, Marcello. Yes, I am joined by Adrian right now, who's just won top 64 and is now into the top 32. Congratulations. How are you feeling at this point?
Really good. I got farther than I expected, so I'm very happy to achieve a top 32. So even if I lose now, I'm still happy, so everything's good right now.
That's a positive way of looking at it. You still come away with some kind of accolade. You've topped a YCS. Have you ever topped any of these events before?
A YCS? Yeah, I have like 3 YCS tops, 1 national win, 1 second place at the YCS.
There we go, quite the CV there. So just adding to it with more of these tops. This is all very good. So talk to us a bit about Kashtira, because there was a moment where Simone was using the Dragon Link extra deck. And you, like, when you see that, what's going through your brain? Are you assuming they're using a combo deck, or do you sort of get that they're trying to use Galaxy Brain plays for things like Pot of Prosperity and things like that?
So when I saw the extra deck, the first thought was, how got Dragon Link this far? And I was like, okay, I got this game because I already resolved Shifter. But I got flashed. When he went to the battle phase, I knew it. It was a trap deck. Okay. So I was surprised. I was really surprised.
I mean, yeah, we sort of weren't really, when we saw that, I know a lot of people were sort of going, oh, wow, that's a big brain play. I saw a lot of 5-head in the chat and things. That's a thing we weren't expecting. But it's quite clever in a way, but didn't matter. There was a couple of moments where you had your field cleared by the evenly matched. The Shangri-La left 3 zones, but then you got a second Arise Heart out. You cleared the back row with Dark Armed, and then built a really dominant field, so he scooped. Then in the second one, you would just do it. You were just keeping that domination going in the second game, building those huge fields. Talk to us about your process that you're going through while you're having to go play by play.
The most important thing was only keeping the Arisard on board, because he's the most powerful monster in my deck, and the opponent has the biggest struggle to get it away, because he is each turn banishing a card from his board. So the main process was like, okay, if he gets rid of my Arisard, I have enough cards on board to get into the next one.
Well, we're going to leave you so that you can get ready for your top 32 game. We hope to see you go far. Like you said, you've had a number of tops, you've had national wins. So let's hope you can go really, really far here at YCS Lyon 2023. It's going to be exciting to see what happens here. Remember, this is the first event we've had in France since YCS Paris quite a few years ago by this point. So it's quite exciting to see exactly what's going to happen. Congratulations again. Don't go anywhere, because very soon we're going to be back with top 32 cut. But before that, we have ourselves a new format tournament for you. Don't go anywhere.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
And we are back with more coverage. We don't have a feature match for you just yet, because once we get into these top cuts, things take a little bit of time between to make sure everything's resolved with judges, because people are keen to get into the top 32. And we will have our top 32 feature match very soon. But in the meantime, we have ourselves another mini tournament. We're going to spread these out over the gaps between some of these top cuts so that we can show off some stuff. Right now, you guys just missed it, but an announcement is made because over there in the public events, they are playing Time Wizard 2010 format, and that is exactly what we are going to do here. You can see I have my wonderful German colleagues here ready to play. So, Leo, are you excited about playing a tournament in this format?
Yes.
Good. What about you, Basti?
Yeah, I crushed them in the finals last time, so it will be easy again.
Confidence based. I like to see that. Okay, it'll be interesting to see exactly what happens in this, but this is a fun little format for us to flesh out some time, have a little game amongst ourselves, and also show off these alternate formats and some classic cards to you guys at home. Basti, go for a high roll. Let's see who's going to go first. Okay, a 10. And that is a 9. Okay, so who's going to go first? You're going to go first. Basti is going to go first. A handshake of brotherhood there. And obviously, if the Germans are over here, then the Italians must be over there. Marcello, Alberto, over to you.
Hi everyone and welcome to the first 2010 Time Wizard Commentators Tournament. Strong words coming from Basti. You let these younglings win one of the tournaments and they get so prideful. I might have to humble them now, but let's see. Before jumping into my own semi-final against my dear friend, it's time to see the Germans in action in yet another format, and it will be an interesting one nonetheless. Basti, I believe, will be on Diva Hero, while his opponent on Black Wings, but more specifically a version with a lot of Vayus and Light Ones cards. So let's see how this one will go down, and let's go to the table. Ooh, a rough end here by Seb, who really needs the 6th card. And it's, oh my god, the 3rd. Unbelievable end. 3 copies of Miracle Fusion and double Caius. He needs to summon the Gilman and pass.
Yeah.
He needs to summon the Gilman. If he passes, this is a little bit of a misplay by Seb, and it is. Should have summoned it to 1700, and now he can get punished, as you can see. Plays back to Seb, who needs to pick up an hero card, and it's a bottomless triple instead. And here, take a look at this hand. Yeah, gonna have a smile, probably getting rid of the Gilman, although you don't really want to. So, interesting one here with the trap dash shoot coming down. What did he send back?
No, we missed it.
Perfect.
Let's see.
Okay, nice. I'm sure you guys at home catched it, and now taking a look at the... And it was the Gilman.
Yeah,
so Gilman being sent back to the deck means double Caius, Miracle Fusion. Just gonna set a bottomless, but Seb doesn't set the bottomless, fearing a heavy storm, and here is a Card Trooper coming down from Leo. Let's see what it's gonna mill. One of my favorites card from the good old days, and
it is Dark Armored Dragon, unfortunately, something you want to see in the end, and nothing too great out of it. So,
yeah, just a swing, 1900. Seb draws for turn, brain control.
Ooh, that's a great one though. Brain control picked up by Seb means he can take this trooper, mill some cards for himself, and then even go for a Caius. I think it's one of the best pickups he could have gotten. And you can see here activating it on the machine monster. Let's see if he will mill some hero cards here. He needs some solid mills, and it's the Gillman, which is a good one. A Nero card would be insane, unfortunately, not quite. But it will be able to tribute summon this card trooper for a Caius, getting rid of the face down from Leo. Now it's the matter of whether he thinks that the face down is a bottomless or a card like Dimensional Prison. It is torrential, which means he wasted 1900 damage, but not the end of the world. I think he will just pass his play back to Leo. Looking at his extra deck, he needs a hero monster. He does not have it, so he should pass back to his opponent after setting a bottomless trouble.
And let's see if Leo can pick up anything. There's a heavy storm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heavy storm punishing already Seb, who is now left with a bunch of unplayable cards at the moment. Really needs to pick up an hero card. Stratos would be amazing. But can Leo summon a monster of his own? Wow, an aggressive Gale. Just because pushing some damage, feeling aggressive. And now let's see the pickup from Sebastian. Is it gonna be a Stratos? It's Diva, but without the Gillman. This is actually pretty tough of a top deck from the German champion of speed dueling.
Yeah, honestly, this is not what you really want to see, especially because indeed, what can you do?
Doesn't really have many options. I think he might be forced to set it face down, but he actually summons it, and Leonard might have a Royal Oppression face down. Let's see. He's not gonna do anything, so play will be back to Leonard in just a matter of seconds. Can he pick up an Armageddon Greffer, something like this, to access his value? And it's Caius, so Caius getting rid of one of the divas, attacking over the other one, and now there is one more top deck, and it's Torrential Tribute. So unfortunately all Leon has to do is declare an attack, and this will be over. I think it is, and it's an handshake. Leonard takes it, humbling the champion Seb and claiming the finals yet again. Will he finally be able to become a champion, or will he lose to one of us? Great match. Congratulations to both, but sometimes karma is the word I want to use, because Seb, as soon as he won one tournament, just one, he was feeling that confident to say, I'm gonna quickly destroy Leonard. Well, that didn't happen. He got met by a huge karma, completely dead drawing into 3 copies of Miracle Fusions, and that was enough to allow Leonard to claim yet another finals. But will he finally be able to win it all, or will he become a Federico Mecozzi #2? We can only find out with Ed and our German colleagues, so let's hear it from them.
Well. How the turns table. You lost, didn't you? You didn't do as well as you thought.
My starting hand was absolutely incredible. I had triple Miracle Fusion and double Chaos. Wasn't too happy about that.
I see. Now, you won. How are you feeling?
Well, Ed, I'm feeling fine. I mean, Basti had a really strong hand. I think he just didn't know how to play it out. There were plenty of opportunities for him. He just couldn't make it in the end, and I think the better player definitely won here.
Wow. Again, a lot of confidence being exuded in some of these interviews, and that's what we like to see. Well, always exciting. Remember, it's not the end. You still might have to beat off someone like Marcello in one of these tournaments, and that's always going to be a difficulty because he seems to win almost everything. Didn't win the last one. That was you. But we will see exactly what happens. Congratulations. Now, without any further ado, we've been holding time so that we can get from top 64 to top 32. And guess what's ready? That's right. It's the top 32 feature game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise and shine, Ruby. Looks like we got some work to do. Crystal Beasts are back and ready to rack up some wins with their new advanced Crystal Beast forms. You can score cool new cards and add some precious gems to your collection with this all-foil set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
And we are back. I told you we'd be back. We've got to do the top 32. I told them we'd be back, and here we are. So without any further ado, let's get straight into this match, and we're going to slowly head towards that final. Very exciting time for YCS Lyon, so strap in. Guys, I have Francesco Magnone and Emre Kizilatis right here, who are ready to get top 32 underway. Guys, let's do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Who wants to roll first? So much politeness in these duels to let people roll first. Okay, that's a 12 from Francesco. Let's see what Emre gets. Okay, that's an 8. Who's going to go first? Francesco? Francesco is going to go first. So I'm going to hand you guys over to the duelists you've just seen playing the March 2010 format. Leo, Basti, take it away for the top 32.
Thank you so much once more, Ad. That was a beautiful game of 2010 action, but now we're back into the nowadays Yu-Gi-Oh action, into Yu-Gi-Oh of 2023. And if you have followed our coverage of YC's Dortmund, that one guy might have been a little bit of a common face for you, because Emre Kisilatis was in our featured match in Dortmund already. And let me tell you something, the deck he used back in the day is still viable today, and he's still using it today as well.
It is Flu Wanderers.
Exactly, it
we
is.
haven't seen one of those. Actually, it has been performing quite well in this tournament. True. Not as good as in Dortmund and Utrecht, but it has been a real powerhouse here as well. So people thought that maybe Kashtira was the better deck doing similar things, but Emre proves that Flu Wanderers is the best deck for him. So we are going to go over to the table and see what they are bringing. Emre's opponent, Francesco Mangione, if I am not mistaken, is on Sprite, a deck that we have seen a lot on stream lately in this tournament. And I gotta say, I'm really happy about that. There are so few cards in the game that are cooler than Sprite Blue.
Yeah, definitely Sprite, still a very viable deck. And something I'm really surprised to see, honestly, is the approach that Francesco took to his Sprite deck list. Because if I look at the list, there's so many hand interactions. It's like already 7 Bestials, but on top of that, I see triple Ash, triple Veiler, triple Imprem, triple Nibiru. So that's just a bunch of interactions on the opponent's turn, but he won't need them right now because he will be starting off here. He goes first and he starts it off with Sprite Starter into Sprite Blue.
I mean, this deck basically looks like the Sprite versions that were played when the deck was released.
Yeah, indeed. Like an older version of the deck, so we go blue, Jet. Jet is going to fetch us either the Sprite Smashers or the Double Cross if he plays it, and yes, he indeed plays it, so that might as well be the card he is searching for here. But no, we do go for the Smashers instead.
Maybe he already has Double Cross, maybe he knows what he is playing against, and figures that if he has the Flu Wanderers map, then I would rather want to have Smashers.
That is absolutely a pretty decent decision, and also, a couple of the cards I just mentioned are just great to have versus Flu Wanderers, honestly. Effect Veiler, Ash Blossom, Impermanence, all of those can really stop the Flu Wanderers deck from going off. And if you have multiple of those in your opening hand, there's basically no real chance that Emre can ever play through this.
Ash is rather a difficult card against the Flu Wanderers deck because you really have to use it on the first thing that happens if your opponent just starts with a Robina. If he has map plus Robina, then the Robina is going to be chain blocked, so you cannot Ash the card.
That is true. On the other hand, if you get to resolve Ash, it is actually resolving, because on the other hand, when you compare it to Impermanence and Veiler, those can be dodged by the quick play spell of the Flu Wanderers theme, and therefore they are quite a bit of there's quite a bit of danger connected to using those, because they can just be dodged somehow.
Also, there are no dangers in this game.
Yeah, that's true.
Nessie is not that strong right now.
Not really. We haven't seen a lot of dangers lately, even though they have been reprinted in the Dark World structure deck. So, looks like we have our perfect setup of Totally Awesome here, plus Sprite Elf, just what we like to see. And honestly, when we do go for that setup, it's even more likely that he started with Double Cross, because when you have access to Totally Awesome and the Sprite Elf, you could use both of the effects of Double Cross, and therefore Double Cross is amazing. And I think I saw a trap card in his opening hand, so I do believe we are going for the perfect end board here of Totally Awesome being able to be reused by Sprite Elf and also by Double Cross, because there's Double Cross and Smashers being set to the back row right there. Look, 1 back row, 2 back row. Is there even an... Oh, wow, it's even 3 back row. So it's not only Smashers and Double Cross, but also something on top of it even.
Elf plus Toad that can just easily re-summon the Toad after it was sent to the graveyard. This is making me happy. I have been missing this board, to be honest.
Yeah, And Emre actually decided to main deck Evenly Matched, which is a blowout card versus Telemans or Kashtira, because they usually don't really have any protective cards against that. No real negate.
Crime once
yeah,
in a
but
while.
game 1, that's not really that much of a thing, because most people have decided to cut that from the main deck. But versus this Sprite deck specifically, Evenly Matched is not that great, because they will have multiple hard negates. The one sits pretty well on the board already, totally awesome. And it's going to be reused most of the time by the Sprite player if you don't have a way to clear it out of the graveyard somehow.
Also, Emre is of course running the Dimension Shifter, which he did not have access to in this first turn of Francesco. So there is one card that is not going to be used at all anymore in this deck, which is sitting in his main deck.
That is true, so we're reading our own map. Interesting decision right there. But yeah, we try to use the effect of map, and honestly, that already could take away one of the normal summons for Emre. So I would personally always think we are trying to negate that in some way, either by smashing it or by using totally awesome ones.
Smashers in this situation is a bit dangerous because you would have to chain the elf to it, otherwise you are going to get rid of one of your very important cards.
Ooh, you're right. And it also means that we cannot reborn totally awesome with it anymore.
Also, the other problem is that I would have rather activated elf before, summon out a blue or a jet, get the effect, and then on that resolve I would activate Smashers and not wait for the magnificent map to be activated.
That is true. So we are special summoning the Angler, banishing it and the map, and maybe Emre knew all that is going to happen and still holds Evenly Matched in his hand. So he was like, hey, he's definitely going to get rid of my field spell. So Evenly Matched could still be a thing, but there comes Book of Eclipse. Book of Eclipse indeed will bait out the negate here from Totally Awesome. And again, there could still be Evenly Matched waiting.
Don't forget about Totally Awesome's effect that it can set down the cards. Oh, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on the Book of Eclipse. That is a nice play because the effect involves drawing cards in the end phase. However, if he had tributed Totally Awesome to set down the Book of Eclipse, he could easily out a possible board of Empen plus Statue.
Yeah, that would have been kind of nice. Now we are going for the quick spell, banishing the Aglin. And I think it's another starter that Francesco has set. And starter is also so good because you could just summon out a carrot or a rat easily.
This one just makes sense right now because if you banish the Aglin in hand to search out a Robina, there is a huge problem that you always chain block your Robina and you cannot negate the effect.
That is true, and I mean there's still double cross set, and now there is the activation of double cross, meaning that we could just have another negate, and I don't think Emre has that many cards left in his hand, because this activation of the quick spell actually was a -1. He had to use the quick play itself, and then also banish the Eglin, and therefore that is kind of rough, because that was a pretty good trade-off for Francesco.
So we had the map. Then we had Book of Eclipse, then we had Eglin plus Adventure, so there should be 2 cards left. We have 1 set card that could become a carrot or a red, and we still have Totally Awesome on the field. So 2 cards left for Emre to play through this powerful board.
Indeed it is. So Emre, how are we approaching this? He's thinking about it quite nervously, and there comes Eglin, which is not really the normal summon you want there, because you already had access to Eglin in your banish pile, so therefore you would have preferred to have Rubina there, of course. But at least you have the chance here to chain block Eglin in that scenario.
Exactly, you can add back the Eglin immediately.
But the thing is, you would need another Floanderies monster in your hand to actually do something with the tribute monster you're searching out here. Otherwise, you cannot summon it that turn. Oh, and we have Robina in hand as well. But the thing is, you can just now negate the Robina because there's nothing being there to chain block it in any way. You can just go after it with Totally Awesome. And that is what Emre also realizes right there. So Francesco takes game number 1 over Emre. Sprite wins over Floanderies. Honestly, quickly. A couple of months ago, that was like a super standard matchup. But for this tournament specifically, we expected other matchups to really be in top competition. But here they are.
It's really nice to see those decks again, even with Kashtira and Telemans still around. Kashtira is going to be a really strong deck going forward into the next format. Telemans also will have to see if it can compete with the other decks, because there will be some changes, but Sprite and Floanderies also, they're going to be changed after this event.
For sure, absolutely. And when I look at the list of Emre, the first thing we already talked about briefly in
the first game is that his main deck is pretty much orientated towards going second, because there are Book of Eclipse in there. We saw that. We talked about evenly matched. So all of those cards most likely are going to go out of the deck now that he's going first. But there are other pretty powerful cards he can get in for that. There's Solemn Judgment, all-time favorite. We all love Solemn Judgment.
And one of the best trap cards in the game if you are able to resolve it, Harpy's Feather Storm.
Yep, no monster effects for your opponent if you resolve that card. So setting this up is pretty decent. I think the rest of the side deck is not really something you want to have versus Sprite, at least in a going first situation.
Yeah.
But there are Dark Rulers in there, so if we go second, maybe in a potential game 3, that could be quite impactful there as well. And therefore, I think we're up here for a treat. And let's see, because something pretty interesting now, that everybody didn't think about Flu anymore, because everybody was like, hey, I have to prepare for Kashtira, I have to prepare for T-Elements, but did he bring any side deck options for the Flu matchup now? Because Zombie World was a staple in most of people's side deck, but did he find any solutions for that matchup? I'm looking and I see
There are some.
Book of Eclipse, honestly, is one that is not really targeted towards the Floandrees deck, but rather the Kashtira deck. But funnily enough, it works pretty well versus Floandrees, to be honest.
That is indeed true, and also the triple tactic talents. If your opponent normal summons a lot on your turn, then you can always go for the talents and maybe take one monster or get 2 extra draws. Also, Harpy's Feather Duster is a really strong card, because this deck also does not summon any negates to the field. But we are going to see how this plays out in game number 2. Emre smiling at the camera, shaking his head after this quick loss in game 1. He is up for it. He wants to take this down and advance to top 16.
Yeah, the last feature match he played, if I remember correctly, was also versus Sprite, funnily enough, in Dortmund. And that was a pretty wild match in which he came out on top. But let's see whether he will be able to come out on top here as well. And starting it off with Prosperity certainly is not a bad thing, because just looking at the top 6 cards of your deck is definitely something that could help you out. And there's a guaranteed map there. I can guarantee you those 3 cards will result in map. But there's also Featherstorm. Both of the trap cards, but are also powerful, are in his opening hand if he wants them now.
However, there is not a single card starter in there. I mean, those are 6 cards that can't be in his hand, so the likelihood of a Robina or a good Eglin in his hand, they are really high. But okay, he takes Harpy's Featherstorm, so apparently he has something to play with.
Yep, he wants to set up Harpy's Featherstorm here. And versus Sprite specifically, that is just a really good card to set up.
The only thing that could be really good against Harpy's Featherstorm is if you don't put a big board behind that and you just summon out 2 sprites, overlay them, and you go into a Zeus.
Yeah, because you don't necessarily need to resolve the effect of Zeus in that particular turn. Ooh, I think Ash Blossom on this could have really hurt, but there is no Ash Blossom, because usually the Ash Blossom would have already been used on the Pot of Prosperity for 6, but now he gets his way into the Floandrees map anyways, using the Advent of Adventure there. That is strong for Emre. He has access to Harpy's Featherstorm. He has access to the field spell. This is really what he likes to see. Revealing Eglin in hand, also grabbing himself a Robina, if I would have to guess. So that's looking beautiful for him.
So now you can extra normal summon the Eglin, add back the Robina, also search for an Empen. And we are seeing the effect Veiler. Now Emre, after already having used the Adventure, is not able to dodge this one, but this was just his additional normal summon, so another normal summon can be done with Robina that was just added to the hand.
That is true. Basically, the only thing this has accomplished now is that he's not going to get to the barrier statue. He can search out barrier statue with
also not
Robina
going to
there.
Get to the much more important
the Empen also. Yeah, you're right, But because normally you would search for the barrier statue and then at the end also normal summon this, but he only had one more normal summon to give there. So he decides to not even normal the Robina at all and just pass on the Eglin. And now the play you were talking about is looking really good, because he might as well just go for Zeus here and then in the turn after profit off of that Zeus.
The problem is the map is still on the field, so you would need to have a starter or another way to special summon out a level 2 monster so you can get into...
Ooh, Book of Eclipse will force Emre to activate the Hapis Featherstorm here.
Yeah.
Which is fine for him, I would think.
I think so too.
Because that card would have most likely been activated anyways.
I don't know how good that was, because you can actually just normal summon out a monster and let your opponent have all of his play, summon out Empen, summon out the barrier statue, and then use Book of Eclipse to book them and just continue playing.
The problem is, then you also do not have a monster that is face up on the board anymore, so you don't have a level 2 monster to extend further, so maybe that was the problem he was facing there.
That is indeed true.
But so far it's all only guessing. And I mean, if he had starter that you were, where you were thinking about, if you use starter, you obviously cannot get into Zeus anymore, so that would have also been kind of a contradictory, and therefore it's really hard here, I think, for Francesco. Even though the end board didn't look impressive at all, because it was just Eglin in terms of monsters, it is still quite hard to break for Francesco here.
Harpy's Featherdorm, a card that just buys you a turn.
Absolutely, most of the time does. So, Francesco, how are we doing this? Gotta come up with a solution here. Maybe he now also realizes, why did I even activate that Book of Eclipse? But yes, he has Sprite Starter. Okay, that is a start. That gives him access to a level 2 monster on board. So all the Sprite monsters in his hand are potential special summons as well, because those obviously don't activate and just special summon himself onto the field.
But how far can we get here? Because which Exceeds monster does anything? You can argue for going Djinn Buster and then not attacking over the Eglin, so at least take the battle phase away from your opponent.
Yeah, I like that. That's not too bad.
Because if he wants to normal summon Robina before, I mean, he can just activate map and then...
Yeah, true. It doesn't really help that much. You're right. I think it would be perfect for him if he has either red or carrot hard draw on here, because those could be good. Okay,
he just wants to attack over it so he doesn't get the extra draw and then pass, probably.
Yep, we're running over the Eglin. Oh, okay. We are checking whether that card would even be banished, but I think when you attack a monster, it is going to be face up at some point anyhow, so the Eglin will definitely end up being in the banished pile. And then we have a Cosmic Cyclone on Talons as well, so that card would have been a bluff, but it was taken off by Emre, and Emre now having all of the options available to himself again. And yeah, I think we are just picking up our cards. Emre going first had a much, much stronger game than his first one was. And we have an equal score here now in top 32. It is 1 for Emre and his birds, and it is 1 for Francesco and his Sprite monsters.
Francesco is now in a commanding situation. We have looked at the deck of Emre. The main deck is primarily to go second, to win games going second, but not against Sprite. It's Book of Eclipse and it's evenly matched. And both those cards just trade 1 for 1 versus a totally awesome. If your opponent with 19 hand interactions in his deck opens just with a starter, he can set up totally awesome with 2 activations because of the elf and also a double cross. So there is a lot that he can do.
I think a really crucial card for Emre is going to be Dark Ruler No More here. Yeah. If he manages to draw that card, that could just blow out the entire board that maybe, hopefully, Francesco is going to establish, and that could really hurt. And then that evenly matched we were talking about could just be so much better. So if you pair those cards together, evenly matched could still be a blowout card here, even in game 2. But let's see whether there's anything crazy coming in going first for Francesco, actually. We saw he sided the tactics, decided to bring them in. He's probably going to keep them, I would assume, because Dimension Shifter is a card that usually is being used on something and not that much anymore in the standby phase already. Therefore, it will most likely be live.
He has seen talents, though.
He has seen it, that's true. So he may as well use them in standby phase, man. Yeah, it's actually a little bit of a difficult decision there.
Also, I think he's going to continue playing Book of Eclipse.
Probably,
and Talons and Harpy's Feather Duster, because you just can't use the Bestials.
I would think so too. You definitely have to get rid of the Bestials, because there is, besides the Dimension Shifter, not really anything you want to hit with it. So I'm really excited to see. What is your guess? Do you think the cool-looking Thunder monsters are going to take it, or are you more of a bird lover?
I really love these Sprite monsters. Those lightnings are really strong, and if you set up double totally awesome, I think that you have more than what it needs.
I know, you were pretty much a Sprite enjoyer from the beginning. You picked it up quite early, and I gotta say, I'm liking the Floowandereeze monsters. I'm liking the birds. I always say to my friends that are running the deck that they should keep up with it. That is actually a fun deck to play, and also quite a good deck for beginners to pick up on, because the first stuff, it's normal summoning. Like, a normal summon is the first thing you will learn in Yu-Gi-Oh! So that will be the first summon you can do. And Floowandereeze is just working with that summoning mechanic most of the time, and therefore it's a pretty good thing to have for me as a beginner. I'm not that much of a beginner anymore. Some people would think it, but I'm actually progressing quite fast now with my ninja deck that I picked up this weekend.
That is true. You are now a primary ninja enjoyer, but we know that both of these players are ready to go into Game 3 of this decider in top 32.
There we have them. Emre and Francesco looking to the judges, being informed that it is allowed to start now. They have plenty of time, half an hour here. So we had a couple of matches that were taking quite a while, but this one is going quick. I cannot even see this going into timeout in any potential way, to be honest.
That is true. Both decks usually set up boards that the opponent cannot break. And now Swap Frog is summoned and immediately activated. And you know what? I don't think he's fearing a Ghost Ogre or a Gamma here.
Nope, and I don't think we are going to see a dimension shifter here either, because that would have probably been activated there. And there's Sprite Blue in his hand as well, so we are going to get our Sprite engine going as well. This is the absolute opposite of a brick that has that Francesco has here. He can really go off there.
Sprite Blue is my favorite.
Yep.
I can't lie. It's my absolute favorite. Now he just has to be careful not to link away the Swap Frog for the Elf, because then he can't summon Totally Awesome anymore. We have Double Cross here, and this is already the end board that we are looking for without even summoning Gigantic Sprite.
That is really, really good. And through the Gigantic, we could even get into Djinn Buster as well, and that's even an additional negate. Or we could also set up Carrot, Red. Both of them are pretty versatile in the matchup, in the Floowandereeze matchup, and therefore they're definitely helpful. So let's see which route Francesco decides to take here.
Is there any route in which you really need to go for a sprint here? Okay, so we are having the starter already, really strong.
Starter now as well. So starter most likely is going to get us Carrot, right? Or he goes for Red. I was about to say, what would you think is the better choice in that matchup? What is more important versus Floowandereeze? Is it Carrot or is it Red?
I like Carrot more versus
That's what I thought too, because the monster effects are so easily chain blockable, but the spell cards you cannot really spell block you cannot chain block at all.
Also, this isn't okay, so we are going into the Sprite sprint. So we're going to send Nimble Angler to the graveyard now, special summon out 2 Nimble Beavers, and one of them is going to make a Gigantic Sprite together with Sprite Sprint.
Yep, that will absolutely be the case. And that's a big Sprite Sprint that is going to be, or like rather a big Gigantic with a Sprite Sprint as a material there. 3,200 attack points. That is certainly helping. So detaching the Nimble Beaver, and do we just go for Carrot and Red here potentially even? Indeed we are, we have Carrot and Red, so we did not have to decide between the two. We could just go for both of them.
So Nimble Beaver, I can already tell you something, Nimble Beaver and Gigantic Sprite are going to make a Sprite Elf 99% of the time, summon back the Swap Frog, and then going for a Totally Awesome that is untargetable, as is the Sprite Red.
Yeah, but honestly, with this setup, Francesco basically commits all of his resources into his end board. I think he's going to end up on 1 or maybe 0 cards in hand even.
2, right?
So, okay, maybe even 2, but definitely he commits a lot into his end board. So if he gets Dark Rulers here, all of his interruptions are going to be gone, most likely. And then an evenly matched would be crazy. So that specific combination here would just be super, super, super strong for Emre.
He still has the Totally Awesome, and then he's able to use the Double Cross if he actually gets Dark Ruler, because Totally Awesome can still tribute itself for cost to try to negate something. It will not resolve because it was negated by Dark Ruler, but then you can just special summon it back by Double Cross.
That is true. So there are still a couple of ways for Francesco to recover, even if he gets hit with one of those also powerful board breakers. Okay, Francesco confirming something that Emre asked. Ooh, it looks like Emre drew the dimension shifter for turn. I mean,
that is actually
it is
not that bad.
Yeah, it's actually okay because the Totally Awesome is not going to end up in the graveyard in any scenario here in that turn. So that is helping a little bit at least. Oh, but it may as well go into the graveyard because we are chaining Sprite Red there.
First you thought that carrot has to be banished, but no, we are negating the dimension shifter, in fact. But I think that this use of Sprite Red is quite good, because we were talking about the effects being chain blocked easily. So if you can get a possible interruption out, then this works, because he has basically triple Toad negate on field, and with the dimension shifter it would be less.
Yeah, I think in that scenario that we're in right now, we are taking 1-for-1 trades. We are happy going 1-for-1 trades, and that was exactly what we had there. We used the red negate to get rid of the shifter. Oh, there comes Book of Eclipse. That's another card that most likely will have to force out a 1-for-1 trade here with the Totally Awesome.
And I'm a big fan of setting that to your side of the field, even though we have already seen that Francesco has won himself.
Ooh, but we are... Okay. So far, there's no monster on the side of Emre, so we cannot reborn the Totally Awesome just yet. So going into evenly matched here, no, yeah. Okay, but we can't reborn with double cross. True, we can go that route first.
He could have waited for the battle phase to be announced, and then at the start of battle phase activate Sprite double cross to summon back the Toad.
Yeah, maybe that is exactly what happened. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe that happened. Oh, there's Faberduster. That's another card that most likely is just going to bait out another negation of Totally Awesome, if I would have to guess.
I don't think so. You're going to get rid of one Book of Eclipse, and I don't think I would...
It's actually a Book of Eclipse himself as well. He has one of Emre and one of his own.
I don't think that he is going to trade a Totally Awesome negate versus Book of Eclipse. No, he does not. This is just another card.
You can have my Book of Eclipse instead.
Some old school trading happening on the board right now.
Want to have a rarity upgrade? There you go, bro. I'm taking the top 16 spot instead, though.
And this is a crucial point, because now you have to basically decide, do I want to tribute Toad for that? You can set it to your field, which is great. However, if you don't negate it, then probably a Dark Ruler no more will come down. Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent this card. So Toad is going to tribute and set the...
Yeah, Emre just checking whether you could set multiple cards per turn, but yes, you can. That Prod of Prosperity is now on the side of Francesco, and there comes normal summon barrier statue, so that at least prevents the special summon effect of Sprite Elf. But what are we doing after it, though? Oh, there comes Effect Veiler, though. Effect Veiler on the barrier statue, and now the reborn for Totally Awesome. That is strong stuff there from the Francesco.
Now Francesco is absolutely blank here. There is a pass! The barrier statue is the only thing left on Emre's board. Francesco can now normal summon, but he decides against it because, you know what? You can't use the effect as long as the barrier statue is on the field. There is the possibility to just normal summon it for some damage. I think that is strong 200 damage on board here.
Yeah,
400.
that definitely was worth it. Oh, but
and there is a fist bump.
That is our top 16 contestant now. Francesco taking it down with the Sprite deck. So maybe it's just going to be another YCS won by the Sprite deck.
Yeah, he did a phenomenal job right there. Not getting baited by the Harpy's Feather Duster, seeing the barrier statue and calmly dropping the effect Veiler to negate the effect, saying, I want my Toad, I get my Toad, summoning it back, and then seeing the pass immediately.
But let's be honest, the hand of Emre didn't consist of any of the Flow and the Reese monsters. Therefore, he would have had a hard time to play through this anyhow. Like, that Pot of Prosperity was crucial to resolve, so it was definitely heads up by Francesco to negate it. It was absolutely necessary because it could have given Emre the option to actually have Engine in his hand.
Oh, imagine the shifter wasn't the 6th card.
This
would have been so good for Emre, because this Toad would not have been on the field.
That shifter was,
it would have been on the field, but it couldn't stick because he had the Swap Frog as a normal summon. Then you just summon your blue and your jet, and then you summon out another Swap Frog from the deck. You don't have to activate the first one.
But I mean,
but then Toad is not that good.
Probably, though, you are going to chain the Dimension Shifter to the activation of Swap Frog. Most likely. That's what I would think, because...
If you don't drop it in standby phase, because we have seen the triple tactic talents.
True, that is actually a thing. Would have been, yeah, somewhat of an interesting decision there. We would have not been certain about what is exactly going to happen. But I'm certain about what's going to happen next. We have Ed ready with our winners, so let's hear from our first top 16 contestant, Francesco, and Ed, please hear for the winners interview.
As you said, Basti, the first top 16 contender from our feature match is right here, winning that top 32. Francesco, congratulations. Top 16, how do you feel?
Yes, I'm so happy, and now I'm more quiet because I'm more afraid from Flow Wanderers. Is my most counter of my deck, but
you had a good round. Like, that went very well for you.
I had first round and third very good end versus him. He can't do anything.
Well, yeah, we'll talk about that because that game 3 was incredible to watch. And again, hearing the crowd cheer at some of those moments because you had an answer for everything. But we'll come to that in a second. Game 1, there was the Book of Eclipse, but then you ashed it. Or sorry, there was the, there was a number of different interactions. You just have full control. So again, there's nothing they could do, so they scoop. So in that against Flu, how are you feeling when you have control in game 1?
It's good because, but it's important to warn the dice. In fact, I did 12 and I was so happy. I asked to the judge if he can give me this dice.
They're really lucky dice for you. They've served you well. Game 2, slightly different case. There was the Harpy's Featherstorm from Emre on your Book of Eclipse. Francesco, you managed to bait out Cosmic Cyclone with the set TTT, and then you decided to scoop because he was about to gain an advantage. He was just about to start. And so did you just go, there's nothing I can do here. Let's get to game 3.
Yes, I tried to use Eclipse. So in this way, he can't activate his trap, but he didn't chain, and I can't do anything after that.
And then, yeah, we got into that game 3, which, like you said, incredibly exciting. You just had an answer for everything. So you built a huge negate field turn 1. You were ready, especially with the Toad and everything, ready to just go. There was a dimension shifter, but you immediately changed Sprite Red and negated that. Then you had the entire thing where you stole and negated the Book of Eclipse. Then he Harpied Feather Dusted that. And then both of them were set in Book of Eclipses, and then they just disappeared.
Because I had, with my board, I had control of the game. No need did this Eclipse. I prefer to negate other things.
Well, yeah, you negated the barrier statue of the Stormwind, which ended up coming out.
With Dueler, in this way I can summon again totally.
I mean, that's the last time you're going to have to deal with that card because it's all, it's going on the forbidden list as of tomorrow. So we're not going to be seeing barrier statue anymore. But that was the moment. That was the last-ditch effort. Again, you just had an answer for everything, and then he conceded. And now here you are, top 16. You feeling good?
Yes, I'm so happy.
What do you now? Because you said you were a bit worried about Flu, and that's the date that's been a bit countery. Is there anything in the top 16 that you're nervous about going up against, or is it going to be fairly clean sailing for you from here?
The only deck that I had fear is Flow Wanderers. The other, with my side, I can play with the other deck, not versus my Flow Wanderers.
Confident. Okay, that's someone who knows how to deal with it. So you dealt with the Flu, which is the only thing that you have a problem with, and now here you are, top 16. Congratulations, Francesco. Very happy for you. We'll see how you fare for these next couple of rounds, but getting top 16 at YCS Lyon, very exciting. Well done. Guys, don't go anywhere because we're going to have even more content for you before we get to the top 16 matches. Be right back.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Attention duelists, we're back with more of our Time Wizard March 2010 format mini-tournament amongst the commentators. So, we've seen the Germans have their duel, and now we're here with our wonderful Italians here. Marcello versus Alberto. You guys are going to see what decks they're going to play very, very shortly, and then hopefully after that we will be able to bring you guys the top 16 feature match. Just so you guys understand why we do this, it takes time between things because of judge calls and other things that lead to it not just being able to be, you know, duel. We wish it could, but sometimes it doesn't work like that. So here we are, bringing you something to watch in the meantime. So, gentlemen, let's do a high roll to see which one of you will be going first. Okay, that's an 8. And that is a 3. So who's going to be going first? Marcello, you're going to go first? Well, I'm going to hand you guys over to our previous duelists. Leo, Basti, why don't you commentate over this Italian game? We're going to see exactly what's going to happen in our Time Wizard March 2010 format. Take it away.
Thank you, Ed, for this amazing introduction. As you already mentioned, the tournament is not on hold, but we are waiting for the next round to start because we have had a really quick top 32 feature match, and now we are going in for a journey.
Yeah, another throwback to the past. 2010. Some of you have already played at that time, some of you haven't, and so for those of you who haven't played at that date, it will be a nice little throwback into the past so you can see what we experienced back in the day. Because for me, personally speaking, I have already played back in the day, and it was pretty much a lot of fun. I enjoy playing that old school format, that Time Wizard format, and I want to see how the Italians are enjoying it now because they're ready to play. So let's... actually, we do need a little bit more of time, so
let's talk about our match. Our match was really interesting. I mean, what exactly did you open again?
It was so interesting that I drew triple Miracle Fusion and double Chaos in my opening hand. Yeah, it was the best feeling ever.
Chaos is my favorite card, so why didn't you do anything with it?
I couldn't, really. Like, my deck actually was Diver Hero. That's what it was supposed to be. And the whole game plan is to get your Malicious, your what have the other hero monsters in my deck? Yeah, Prodigy, and all those kind of cards involved. Then also actually get into our dark cards. For example, Dark Arm Dragon is just a nice little thing that come in handy.
A nice little thing. Dark Arm Dragon is the biggest thing.
Pretty much,
Was.
And I hoped I could pull something off, but nope, there was nothing I could do.
Yeah, your hand wasn't necessarily the best, and then you were a little bit unlucky as well. You had this one card trooper play where you brain control my card trooper and tribute it for a chaos
give me a
on
hero
one
there.
set card, and you really needed me to have something that I cannot chain. But it was the torrential tribute.
Not even only that, just I was able to mill cards with your card trooper. So just give me a hero there so I can resolve my Miracle Fusion finally. But
I got lucky there that you didn't mill anything.
just give me a hero and I'm in it. Like, I'm seriously in it, because that just makes me do something with all the divers already had, because I had diver X's, and then another Absolute Zero goes to the graveyard, so we can use that as well. So it would have been a lot better. It would have been so much more fun, absolutely. So I think it looks like they are still building their deck, so what are those guys doing there?
So, but now it sounds like we are ready for this game. So let's jump over into this Italian featured match.
There we have them, Alberto versus Marcello. Marcello won the die roll, so let's see what they can do here.
Looks like Marcello wants to build a pyramid.
Yeah. Maybe that's helping him.
Maybe he's also playing Pyramid Turtle.
Hopefully. I mean, that would be the only logical thing he could do. And he's starting things off with Armageddon Knight. And I know Leonard is going to be on his tees here. No, on his toes here to see what Marcello is playing, because he will be his opponent in the finals.
You don't know that yet. Alberto is...
I'm sorry, Alberto. I'm sorry.
I mean,
oh, but no, that's actually a pretty strong opening there from Alberto, being able to go for the crash with the Mystic Tomato. Yeah, like, I'm used to Marcello being in the finals.
This is not scripted, guys.
Yeah, I'm used to him being in the finals, and therefore I did dismiss Alberto there. But I mean, Alberto is totally in this, because there is a pretty interesting deck he's bringing. He brings Rescue Cat with all the Synchro monsters, so I mean, I can somehow see him winning here, especially with that great of an opening.
Yeah, having the Mystic Tomato crash into the Armageddon Knight feels really nice, getting rid of your opponent monster, and then having the Sangan on the field, one of the best cards in Time Wizard formats.
Yeah, both in 2005 and in 2010, this card is an absolute staple. So it is going back over to Marcello. I think I saw a brain control in the hand of Alberto as well. So I think step by step Alberto could bring down Marcello's life points here quite quickly. So maybe we see an upset here. Maybe the underdog gets it and goes up against the other underdog in the final.
Yeah, of course. So another reinforcement of the army, another Armageddon Knight might be searched here to be played out. Banner is sending a Sirocco to the graveyard. Sirocco, the Blackwing.
Ooh, but I think I saw a Sirocco in his hand already, and Sirocco in this situation is of course a pretty good summon, because there is the Sangan. Oh, I mean, he searches Grapher, so he could special summon it out by discarding the Sirocco even if he likes, but no, oh yes, absolutely what we're going to do.
I think you need a level 7 or higher for Grapher to special summon it, but he uses
let's read up on it again.
Turn player, 5 or higher, you're right, but he is just using it as a discard to send value to the graveyard.
Yeah, true. That also works. So we didn't special, just normal summon the Dark Grapher. Now having double value and the Sirocco in graveyard, using the value to get out the Armor Master. And this is feeling good at the moment for Marcello. Oh. Oh, of course, there comes a bottomless Trapple. That's a pretty good answer there from Alberto.
That is the best answer he could have, because otherwise, Burial from a different dimension. This is going to apply so much pressure because he has 2 values, and both of those can be used already. He can go for a lot of damage here.
Absolutely. This might almost be game there, to be honest.
It's a little bit off. I think you are going to get him down to a little bit under half. You're going to summon another Armor Master and... wait.
Let's see.
Armed Wing and Armor Master. I get those confused.
Those two are hitting the board there.
So attack for 1,500 damage, 3-2 with the Grapher, and then we're going to go to 5-5 with the Armed Wing if he decides to attack and disrespect gods, the Emissary of Darkness.
Oh, okay, we're searching for Summoner Monk, so that would be a pretty strong normal summon next turn for Alberto. And as we just analyzed, Alberto is going to survive this turn, so there is a lot of potential that Alberto just pops off in the follow-up turn, because I think I saw Cold Wave in his hand as well. That could be strong, and also that could be followed up by the Brain Control.
No.
How much life is he? Is he on
Cold
less than
Cold
800?
Wave can...
Oh, yeah, that also,
also shuts down your spells. There we have it, but also there is Heavy Storm, so you can discard the Cold Wave and activate the Brain Control. So discard the Cold Wave, of course, for the effect of Summoner Monk. So you want to really Heavy Storm here, if that really is one.
So, let's see.
Let me get this card up for you guys. I know. Okay, I won't, because you know what the card does.
Of course, it's a pretty easy card. Has been on the forbidden section of the list for a while. Marcello is praying that Alberto is not going to do much here, but there is the Heavy Storm being in action there.
Royal Oppression!
That would have been a card there. That would have prevented all of the stuff that's about to happen. Summoner Monk using its effect, of course, has to go into defense position. We are discarding the Cold Wave, and now there is the Rescue Cat coming.
Nice little autograph on the Cold Wave.
Yeah, it was mine. He asked me after our last game to sign his Rescue Cat.
Yeah,
oh no, the Cold Wave.
Can I get one as well from you?
Sure, sure. I mean, for now, I'm the reigning Casters Tournament champion.
Yes,
but you're hopefully taking it down in the finals this time for our German commentary team. So there's Herbalum coming from the Rescue Cat, and of course another one.
So we need to see what cards Alberto is able to summon. He could go for a Black Rose Dragon to clear the board here, but I don't think that this is the best play. You want to do something with the Brain Control, but how many good monsters with level 7 can you summon? I don't think that there are that crazy level 7 synchros at the time.
Yeah. Also, Alberto, I think, is looking there, and he doesn't really know what to summon either.
So you can go for one.
Okay, that actually gives us the option to summon out 2 level 7 synchro monsters.
Oh, Arcanite Magician, of course. Arcanite Magician is actually crazy here. See, I was...
Oh, but after the attack of Herbalum, we have the Guards. The other card in hand will be discarded, being the Chaos. But, wow, we can clear the token off with the Grapher. That is super, super strong stuff. And I mean, obviously, we are going to do something with the Grapher now as well. We are following this up certainly with another level 7 synchro monster, because otherwise it would have been, he would have not needed to take over that Grapher. Oh, okay, yeah, now we go Black Rose, and there's no cards left
Black
for
Rose goes boom!
Marcello. He is top decking there. Top deck war for Marcello. What is he getting? Card Trooper from the top. This could be huge.
This could be game, because Alberto is at 1,700 life points. It all depends on the last card that Alberto has set there.
What is the set card that Alberto has? It is Starlight Road. So that top deck from Marcello Barberi was absolutely ridiculous. That turn by Alberto was so well thought out. Such a great execution with the Arcanite Magician and then the Black Rose Dragon, bringing him down to 0 cards overall. And still, he was able to find that card trooper off the top, which ruined Alberto's day.
And let me tell you something. There are not that many good normal summons in the deck that have more attack points than 1,700. I mean, Card Trooper doesn't either, but you can adjust.
Yeah, you can adjust indeed. That one card was a Starlight Road there. Pretty unfortunate come out there for Alberto. But yeah, it will be another final in which we are having our good old friend and caster colleague Marcello be in the finals, and this time he will face off against you. Let's see whether he's already afraid of facing you in the finals, because we have a winner's interview ready. So, Ad and our Italian colleagues, what do you have to say to us about that?
I am here with the guys who have just finished their duel. Marcello obviously taking the win there. You'll now be going up against Leo, but let's talk to you for a little bit, Alberto, because I don't know why I'm looking at this. That's from top 32, so that can go away. Anyway, hands-free. So, Alberto, how are you feeling? Because you've had quite a consistent few issues throughout this, but you played very well. Are you feeling positive about the game?
It was a top deck, so luck was at his side. Also 10 minutes of complaining, I have nothing, and in the end they end up winning. Still, Time Wizard format 2010, very good one, so I enjoyed it.
Yeah. A lot of fun. And over to you, Marcello, our winner. That top deck, I believe, was pretty poggers. So are you feeling pretty happy about that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I needed it to defeat such a worthy opponent, and like he's on my side. But jokes aside, me and Alberto enjoyed this format specifically a lot. We have been playing it consistently ever since last July, so we're having a lot of fun with it. And usually, I gotta say, it's closer than it looks. Just like this game, it could have gone either way, both really close, and in the end, I was lucky.
Well, very positive of you to say that could have gone either way, but unfortunately, Alberto, it has gone to Marcello, which means after we've had our top 16 feature match, we'll be back with the final between Leonard and also Marcello. It's going to be exciting. Don't go anywhere, because very, very shortly, we're going to be bringing you that top 16 cut. And in between some of these, we might also have some quizzes. See you guys shortly.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
I told you we'd be back because we have to fill a little bit more time with a quiz before we get into our top 16 feature match. So we're doing it over here so we can have a little bit of hot seat action with our two teams. So guys, I'd like you to recommend one of your team to be in the hot seat. You're going to have to give the answer, but you can confer. Gentlemen, the same to you. Choose someone to nominate to be in the hot seat. Remember, you can confer. Ultimately, this is pointless. I'm doing it to add some flair to this quiz. Right, gentlemen, take a stand beside your various partners, and we're going to try and do a best of 5 with these questions. So, let's do rock, paper, scissors. Do rock, paper, scissors, see which one of you is going to be answering first. Do you want to do dice? Rock, paper, scissors is far more visually dramatic. Remember, 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so the Germans were going to be going first. So, question 1. Trying to see who can get to 3 points first, we'll call it. You can confer. So, question 1. What is the monster featured on the cover of Photon Hypernova? Now we're going to see the conferring. Do you guys in the chat know what this might be? I know, because I have the answers written in front of me, which makes me a hell of a quizmaster. But these two, they may not know. But the knowledge amongst the 4 of our commentators is vast. Thank you for sticking with us while we fill time before the top 16. Guys, what is your answer?
Number C82 Photon Galaxy Dragon.
Is incorrect, so I'm going to pass it over and give you guys an opportunity to steal this point.
I'm gonna go with Kashtira Risehart.
It is not Kashtira Risehart. So the number is... Sorry, hang on. I'm being told in my ear. They're coming. We have the top 16. So that means with no points, we're going to end this farce. And we'll go to a loading screen and be right back. Let's hear it for time wasting. Right, we'll see you guys very shortly for a top 16 feature match.
Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take center stage with new spells and traps so strong that only an Egyptian god can empower them. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2022, Tin of the Pharaoh's Gods. Unleash your past, empower your deck, fulfill your destiny. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Here we are with the top 16 here at YCS Lyon in 2023. So let's not waste any more time and introduce our two duelists. On my right, I have Din Kang Pham, and on my left, I have Daniel Martindale. And both of these players are ready to take part in this top 16 duel. So gentlemen, let's do a high roll to see which one of us is going to be going first. Din is going to go first on the roll. That is a 3. And that is a 5. So are you going to go first, Daniel? Daniel's going to go first. Right, guys, I'm going to hand you over to the wonderful Italian duo who are ready and waiting. Guys, take it away for the top 16 commentary.
Sunny greetings from us. We're suddenly back in Italy with this weather, and we'll take it honestly, enjoying a little bit of sun action. And what a top 16 we have in front of us. Incredible duelists travel all over the world to compete and to win the Grand YCS champion of Lyon 2023. And now we have Daniel, who has a very interesting deck that we will tell you about more in detail, or at least what he's playing, against one of the best players, we can say, in Germany, if not in Europe, if not even in the world, which is Din Kang Pham. Very accomplished, already had a top 4 finish at a YCS alongside the other interesting. He was also the winner of the biggest regional held in Germany with around, I think, 500 players with Sprite lately. And no surprises at all, he brought pretty much the same deck list with just a few adaptations. So he is playing Sprite, one of the 5 duelists is the entire top 64, but he's playing a very unique version with cards such as Gravekeeper Inscription in the main deck, alongside Shifter to OTK with Gamma Burst. So this was the deck you have also been playing, which got you surprisingly to a 2nd place finish at the regional in Rome, right?
Yeah, the deck is very nice, honestly, and I think I don't know, people underestimated Gamma Burst. It basically puts you through so many resources and basically OTK your opponent very easily. And I think it's still paying off for Din Kang. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this deck in action.
Absolutely.
Spicy.
And if it's targeted against one deck, it is tier elements, as we mentioned already multiple times. 33 were in the top 64, and one of them is Daniel. So without further ado, let's find out who will be the first duelist at YCS Lyon advancing to the top 8. And here they are, Daniel going first, trying to set up his combos. At this point, I think we start talking about them knowing each other's deck, I wanna bet. If during Swiss, it's already quite likely. Once you get to the top cut, it's even more likely, as you can sit next to your opponent and figure out easily who they are playing. And we start things off with a sharing from Daniel. Let's see if there is a shifter. No shifter. So let's take a look at these meals. And it's a Guido. Wow.
Okay.
Great start here already.
Good meals, especially because now there's also the Sherin, the Agidon, and also Shuffler. Not bad start. Now the mill 5.
Let's see if there is an angler from his opponent. There is not, but I already see one of the tech cards, which is the one-off End of Anubis, which you can summon with the Mannequin Cat, and unfortunately will not be an option for Din Kang for the rest of this game 1.
And we have seen over the last few months Din Kang playing always Pride and always saying that even going second, he likes the deck a lot because basically he can put easily an OTK throughout his opponent's field. We saw him smashing a lot of impressive opening from their opponent. And let's see if he has any sort of interruption to stop Daniel's, or otherwise just play through Daniel's combo later on.
Yep, surprisingly enough, Daniel prioritizes milling even more cards, so he's gonna use Kid Kalos and then the Kashira tier element to mill Shu cards, one of which is Instant Fusion and then a Rhino Art, which is good enough. Now potentially he can get the Scream to discard for the Rhino Art, which I think could be a pretty nice combo. Let's see if he thinks the same or if he goes for a different opening here.
it seems like he's considering the crime, which surprisingly enough he is maining.
Yeah, he's main decking the crime, which is an interesting choice. We have seen our players this weekend side decking it, but you know.
I think I would like my line where you get the Scream and you just discard the Scream for the Rhino.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, he just realized what I was talking about. You get the Scream, then in a new chain, you are able to discard it for the Rhino art, getting you the crime later on alongside another fusion summon. So this is a great opening from Daniel. Probably just clarifying some chain links here with our judges. But yeah, as mentioned, now he will get to special summon the Rhino Heart, discarding the Scream to get the crime. But instead, interestingly enough, will keep it to destroy it probably with Kid Kalos later on.
Okay, now he goes for the Merly and the Arena Heart as well. I think this is a very, very good start from Daniel. And here looks like Dinka doesn't have any sort of interruption because he plays the Shifter, but
he plays Impermanence, I think, but that's it, yeah.
Yeah, just Shifter and Impermanence.
But as mentioned, there are a lot of other tech cards in the deck from Dinkang. And you should never count him out. Out of the two, he's surely the more experienced, especially at playing on stage, which is, I think, not exactly like riding a bicycle. It's always kind of stressful. We have seen, you know, very accomplished players still be kind of shaky when playing here on stream, especially now that we have gathered a beautiful crowd of other players watching this top 16 match. Yep, here it's another fusion. It seems like he will go for the Garura, just trying to go for yet another draw. And he will continue with the Scream. Let's see, it does. So activates the Scream. This will allow him to mill even more cards and then easily fetch the crime he was looking for at the first place. And now we get the interesting combo, because here, funny enough, he could use the Anubis.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has to be careful.
Also, I think there's a Shifter in Dinkan Fam's graveyard.
Yeah.
If he really wants to. Let's see.
Yeah, interestingly, he's considering getting the end of Anubis here against his opponent, but that would shut down his own cards. So yeah, instead he just grabs a Shifter from his graveyard, gonna mill some cards from the top of the deck. Wow. And it's jackpot, as the last name available is there. So a lot of playing still from the tier element player. I tried to take a look at the hand from Dinkan, but I could only figure out one of the monsters.
Yeah,
so
only at the Angler.
Yeah. And as expected, now we are gonna go for a fusion summon. Stapelia would be amazing, knowing you're up against Sprite. So let's see if Daniel goes for it. Yeah. Not a surprise. This is one of the staple cards, which is Stapelia. Kind of sounding the same, but yeah, this is really, really good against Sprite. Not just because it negates, but because it turns the monster into level 1, which means you cannot special summon your sprites if that's the only monster you control. We can see even more millings from this Kit Kalos, but for now we'll move on to another Link summon, apparently into the Elf. Interesting.
Okay.
Protecting from being targeted some of his cards, and then will use the Kid Kalos to bring back one of his monsters to then go into either Redoer or Dweller. Let's see. First of all, gonna mill some cards, not like he can get much, but he does hit the crime, which, to be fair, he wanted to add to his hand. So this could be a little bit of a whiff, and I'm not really liking the order here. As mentioned, I would have liked a different play where you get to the crime at the beginning, not risking this mill, but Let's see. Daniel doesn't think that's the case and might go for Baguska. Wow. Interesting. So goes for the Baguska turn 1.
Okay.
This is not an opening we have seen yet.
Maybe I think he knows that he's up against Dinka. Who
But I see a huge punish in the forms of Book of Eclipse.
This is super strong.
And
honestly.
here it comes down from Dinkan. Book of Eclipse as the first card, trying to fight back. This could turn really badly for Daniel, who is still able to do a few plays. But now let's see if he will activate right away the Elf to get back the Merly and then use the Scream. If he doesn't, he's in big trouble.
Yeah. So here comes another Beaver. Now we go for the Gigantic.
And it doesn't seem like he will do anything. Wow.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, he's in trouble, because now here he can bring up on the field the blue and take the Jet.
Yeah, apparently he will think about this summon once the Gigantic hits the field. I think you have to do it. If you don't do it now, Gigantic is gonna completely disassemble you.
Yeah.
You cannot summon for the rest of the turn.
Yeah.
And he does. So he will activate the Elf, bringing back the Dark from the graveyard. Interesting choice here. Yeah, he doesn't have the Merly anymore. And yeah, now he can follow this up by using the Drake. But I feel like he could have had much better advantage out of this. Because now, as you can see, Gigantic hits the field, getting a blue. And the only card left on the field is this Bestial Bold Drake in terms of responses. Which the Scream is useless because you don't have a tier at the moment.
Yeah.
So I think Dinkan is super happy about this. And as you can see, and now another summon, another effect activated, probably the starter or the smashers, because you can guarantee Zeus if you want, but obviously now that it went for the Gigantic, that's not really an option anymore. You can see him doing some quick maths. This is mainly due to the Gamma being an option in his deck, which is such a strong card that a lot of people just completely missed. I guess he flew under the radar, but Dinkang is a huge fan of this card, and I think you are as well.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about maybe he could go if he manages somehow into the Shadow Mosquito and just let's see if he finds his way. He's just making some calculation here, because as mentioned, when going second, this deck is very powerful, because with the addition of Gamma Burst into it, obviously it gives a huge boost to the deck. And yeah, he is considering his options here. And let's see, he goes Battle Phase. Okay. Yeah, he has the Gamma Burst already in hand, so that's good news for him.
Yeah. At least there is no Zeus coming his way, as the Gigantic was activated this turn. And just as a reminder, Dark will not be able to search the deck, as it needs to be link summoned in order to do that. And it was summoned instead by Elf. And here we gonna see the Gamma come down, as mentioned, so strong, boosting everything by 1400 life points. But you have to use it in the main phase. Did you already attack?
No. During the main phase, basically, from the graveyard.
You can use it, then use the other effect. Yeah. So as mentioned, Dark cannot search the deck, so he will just deal some more damage. Is there a card face down? Not that it does much with the carrot being there. again, such a strong option. I mean, just swarming the field is usually considered pretty weak. But with this card, it basically doubles the attack of most of your sprite monsters, turning them into real threats. And especially when you open up a shifter, it can really turn your deck into easy OTKs, as you can search it with Jet. And here we'll see a main phase 2 Oni Bimaru, another great addition to the deck. Oni Bimaru being able to just banish these annoying monsters. And now let's see if he will just end or go for an elf first. He's really considering his options. He's not playing Bestials, right?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. He's not playing Bestials, which is interesting. Otherwise, we could have also obviously seen some of them in his deck. Instead, he prioritized, you know, these heavy impact cards such as Book of Eclipse, and now we get to see the Angler finally. Is he playing 2 copies of it?
Yeah, he's playing 2 copies, but he didn't activate the effect, so it looks like.
Yeah, because I think he had already 2 of the other Nimble.
Yeah.
Do you think he forgot about it, or
maybe just wanted to send it so not to have a, let's say.
Yeah, but this seems kind of weak, right? I think he has the trap card face down for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely not the best comeback I have seen from Dean Kang.
Yeah, honestly, it will make sense if he has the trap, because basically he will be able to bounce back one with sprint by detaching one material from the Gigantic, and then taking control of another one with the trap.
Yeah, and at the moment the Baguska is doing him a favor as well.
Okay, takes it immediately.
Yeah. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about is if he was going for a Link Summon. I guess it's close, because the decision was also whether to use the Oni Bimaru or attack, but regardless, he's gonna use the Sprite double cross right here.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense, honestly, so at least
yeah, it's gonna shut down your opponent.
Yeah.
Here he's gonna attempt to activate Merly, but then he's gonna use the Saliek. So great recognition of his position here by Daniel. And you can see Dinka really not being happy about this. Only left with the sprint as form of defense, we can say. Can't quite tell what he milled yet, but there is a Sherry in there. Oh, and an Abnis as well. So great mills here by Daniel, who is in the driving seat. Not surprising that when we get to the top 16 of a YCS of this caliber, the level also is higher, and these duelists are not gonna make their opponent lives that easy. They're gonna try their best to at least go to a game 3 regardless, and this seems like it will be the case for this match. Here, as you can see, Dinkan is gonna use the sprint. We mentioned it was the last line of defense available. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to use it here, so you just bounce back the Rukalos back, and yeah, still not quite easy to Daniel to deal with all of this, but I think he will find his way. I think the play with Soliak was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Soliak is doing so much for him, And you can also tell by Dinkan, of course, he's a very experienced player, so he will not give his opponent a free win. He'll make him work for it, but the advantage is obvious. Yeah. And here you can see Kid Kalos being activated, then the Rhino Heart, which first we get to send a few cards. It seems like it was a complete whiff, or maybe just a Kashtira tier element. Yeah, and now we're gonna get to use the Merly. He's thinking about it quite a lot. I think we use the Scream, which means that every monster from Dinkan has also been lowered. And now let's take a look at which he's gonna go for. It seems like the Kaleido, so he can break this board quite easily at this point. Yeah, gonna take a look at what is in the graveyard. Nothing too interesting, I would say. So this guarantees the chance to get rid of both the important ones.
Yeah, it gets rid of the Bogusk, and then I think that pretty much he shut it down Dinkan's field.
Yeah, I mean, still having the Kaleido plus the Saliek is great. It's so strong. You attack over the Gigantic, and I think even if you don't have anything else, and he does.
Okay.
So he has the Druidism as well to just push and clear the whole field. So this is great, great from Daniel.
Great stuff here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is tough. I think Dinkan needs a miracle off the top of his deck. Maybe Change of Heart could be an interesting one to start things off from. Because he really needs, at this moment, to get rid of some of his opponent resources. And yeah, I think Change of Heart would be sick.
Yeah.
If he has a Sprite Engine, yeah. But now Omi Bimaru is resolving. Good catch there by Daniel. And he gets back. But this has been enough. And it is Daniel who takes game one. Great start of this top 16. As we mentioned, this duelist had to go all through 12 rounds of Swiss and then 2 more rounds in the top cut to be here on stream playing the top 16 for a spot in the top 8. As you can see, the crowd is gathering to watch this incredible match between two completely perfect players here competing for the glory. And Dinkan once again now against is back against the wall, will try to go for a comeback. It is not easy task, and we have seen how Daniel can make his life hard, but at least this time he will be going first. So what do you think he's gonna side in?
Well, I'm very curious to seeing how Dinkan approaches this one, because basically from what he told multiple times during the past months, he went second against tier elements.
Interesting.
So maybe with this build, which is kind of slightly different from the one he has been using so far over the last few months, maybe we'll go first, because he's playing some cool cards in the side deck, such as Traptrick alongside with the Dimensional Barrier.
Okay.
Which I really like, and he's also, yeah, on the Triple Tactic Thrust as well, alongside with the Triple Tactics Talent. So he has quite a few options.
I agree. It's one of those deck lists where even if your opponent knows your strategy, by playing free barriers, free trust, and free trap trick, even if they know you have some mind games in top cut where you can side those in, go first, and then they even have a lot more useless cards in their deck. But as you mentioned, now it's Daniel who will be going second, and he also has a few tools in his deck, right?
Yeah, Daniel on the other side, I think that he has Dark Ruler no more, which against this deck is relevant, although we have to say that with the double cross, honestly, yeah, it hurts, but not so much. And also there's the Nibiru, but if you're able to put red on the field, it doesn't work out.
Absolutely, but our players are ready, so let's just find out who will be the winner of this game. Shu. To me, it looked as if Dinkan might go first this game, but let's just see. Nice fist bump there. We like some sportsmanship, and it is. So Dinkang changing it up and going first. Let's see if he will be punished. There is an upness, but there is a shifter coming down. What a start to this game, Chu.
Very good stuff here, because basically the shifter is not going to impact Dinka's strategy, because now you go for the gigantic.
And the Dark Ruler no more being banished is also a huge deal. That would have been a sick top deck from Daniel. This seems already quite tough, but nice one again from Daniel. He even had the Kelbeck, which he can use, but I think there is a Sprite Master.
What a start.
And what a start from Dinka. Wow.
What a start from Dinka, honestly. He opened up with red, the start as well.
There is a Druid's Worm, I think, or a Magna, I can't quite tell, coming down. It is Magna, yeah. So it will be able to just put a body on the field. Let's see if he wants to activate its effect. Probably considering it, because he can get negated, which wouldn't be the big deal. Shifter makes it so that it will be useless for this turn. So, and now, as you mentioned, Dinkan can do whatever he wants. He can get the trap here. What do you think?
Yeah, you can get the trap, honestly, and you could go for gigantic, and then the thing is that you really need to deal with the Magnamut, because the Magnamut is going to force out the trap either way later on.
Because usually with this end you can do a lot of stuff, you can go for the Mannequin Cat as well, but when you have Shifter, of course, you know that there is a full turn in which your opponent does nothing. So you really want to prioritize OTKing on the next turn, I would say.
Yeah.
I think I do like the trap. Yeah, he does get it. Makes sense to me. The trap is great. When you have resolves Shifter, you just makes it so that you can take whatever monster your opponent has. And now Gigantic coming down, getting even more advantage over to the German player. So much that he can do. He can even go into Mannequin plus the trap card. He can go for a Link, although they get banished. Just to guarantee that the next Bestial will be useless from Daniel. Let's see. I think he's considering it a lot, even going for Onimibaru just to banish the Magna. Yeah, it does. Again and again, Onibimaru coming down, just like in the previous game, banishing this Magna until the end phase of Daniel. So as you can see, he is prioritizing an OTK on the next turn. But play is back to Daniel, who gets to add a Bestial. Probably the Druid, right?
Yeah, I think it makes sense, honestly, to go for the Onimibaru, banishing the Magnamut, because otherwise it will force your double cross activation. So you're just going to prevent them. But, I mean, I like it, because now Daniel has to play under Shifter. And maybe Dinka also has either a trap trick or a dimensional barrier, which might help him out.
Yes, so many copies. He didn't go into the Frost, because that would have been amazing too. But we start with a commitment, I would say, with the Tirleman Kashtira, because the cards are going to get banished regardless. So I'm not sure if Dinka is interested. I agree. Why not? Let him just go for it and lose some advantage, I would say.
Yeah, he allows it. And I think here
Yeah, I mean, Daniel knows that there's a double cross being set from Dinka's side here, but yeah, he enters battle phase. The double cross now has been activated. Makes sense.
Yeah, it will take it and put it under. He's thinking about it. It looked like as if Gigantic was the choice, and it is. So takes away the tier element Kashtira, and now what can you even do in Memphis 2? Will this be over quickly into a fast game 3, or can Daniel find a way? He does, so he might have a Baguska here.
Does he play Accident?
But I think there is a barrier coming down, so yeah. Barrier was there, you were right. Dimensional barrier shutting everything here. So he's gonna force out the Dark, get back the Magna in the end phase, and now I think Dinkang is free to do whatever he wants. Just have to make sure that he remembers about it, and I agree with this. Great recognition, he knows that he has to start from the Gigantic just to make the Bestial dead in the end from Daniel, and from this point on, this is an easy OTK with the Gamma. So that's what we're gonna see. Well played by Dinkan Pham, who is trying his best to even the score, and our players picked up their cards. It's 1-1. Great game, great recognition, but great hand as well.
Yeah,
honestly,
well.
the dream hand from our Dinkan. What can you even get better than that? You get the full Sprite engine going, and you get Shifter alongside Dimensional Barrier.
No, I got Beaver plus Shifter plus Red plus
How can
Starter.
you lose? Yeah.
Plus Barrier.
Yeah, like
honestly.
That's it. Like honestly, even if he had a few less cards, I think he would have won that game. So that was absolutely incredible. But that's the way he built this deck. So to be honest, kudos to him. And now the score is even. There is only one game remaining to find out who of them will advance to the top 8. But now, as you mentioned, Dinkham will be going second, which he is comfortable with. But what tools does he have in his side deck for going second?
He has, I think, triple tactic thrust alongside with the talent. It's very powerful, honestly, just to take control of your opponent monsters. And also there's a Lightning Storm if it really feels like. And he also plays evenly matched, something that we haven't seen so far from the Sprite player, but
which makes sense even with the Trust, because as a reminder, evenly matched can be added and used right away with the Trust, so that's a great combo. On the other end, though, we have Daniel going first, and does he really have anything to side in?
No, honestly, he doesn't.
No.
So I think he might not be siding in anything.
I mean, maybe we could see the other book which has been popular, we could say as the second option in the side decks, which is the Book of Lunar Eclipse, which is, first of all, cannot be Ash Blossomed, which is why some players have been using it. And it's also kind of an interesting card because you discard one, which can trigger some of your effects, and at the same time can be used better defensively to set 2 monsters face down, which can be really annoying for the Sprite deck. But now our players are basically ready, so let's find out who the winner of Game 3 will be and will advance to the top 8. For one of these 2 duelists, this will be the last hand they draw for the entire tournament, and I see an instant fusion. What a way to start things off. I think Dinkan will need a Shifter to pair this level. Wow.
Very good start from Daniel here, but I think also his hand is quite strong, because I saw a Pearl Reino.
Let's see if there is impermanence or Shifter coming from Dinkan. At the moment, he's waiting. And this will give his opponent a lot of utility. And wow, interesting choice here. I thought we were going to see something along the line of Crime, but okay, Dinkan for some reason decides to show us the hand. And it's evenly matched, plus Book of Eclipse. So let's not count him out of this. But this is really surprising. I thought we were going to see something along the line of a crime, because if you get it, wow. Oh my God, what are these mills? You can see Dinkham shaking his head. Both Aguido and Kelbeck. This is gonna be rough.
Now he's going to mill a lot of cards, honestly, and he could get out of control. Let's see if Dinkham can mill any copy of his Nimble Angler.
Yeah, but even so, this is so much advantage for Daniel, who will be able to use Shu Fusion, Summons, and even a third if he feels like that's the correct way to go about this, plus milling 10 cards. This is a rough start from the German player to fight back. He's considered only using one. Interesting.
Okay.
You think that's a wise decision? Ooh, and Gamma is lost, which is also one of the best tools for going second. I'm sure Dinkham is not happy about that, but I'm really intrigued as to why Daniel only milled 5.
Honestly, he could have afforded to actually mill 10.
Yeah.
So
why not?
I would have gone for the lineup, honestly, but
maybe he wants to just do it afterwards when he has Rule Kalos for the Angler, but I don't know. It's definitely unusual, I would say, and we'll see if that pays off. Regardless, this is amazing.
Yeah,
so
very good start.
And yeah, another fusion summon here for Daniel. Gonna check once again the graveyards. As you can see, Gamma is no longer a concern, which makes your life so much easier. Let's see if I think he has a crime in the end as well. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, might be.
Yeah, which honestly would be awful news because Dinkham is holding evenly matched, and unfortunately, crime is one of the few days to, if not the only way, honestly, to deal with this. Yeah. As you mentioned, he even is holding into the Perle Rhino.
No, his hand is incredible, honestly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Even
what
the Ball Drake, this hand is really, really strong. And now we get to mill 3. He has a normal summon yet. So let's take a look at this. Wow, the Aguido. So a second chance to mill 5. Is he interested? You can see he's debating. He doesn't seem that interested in milling 5. No. He doesn't. So once again, shuts down this Aguido and forgot to use its effect. Instead, he will probably get an Avnis as another layer of protection. Yep. At the same time, though, we could see a very good combo from Dinkham, if combo is the correct word, in Book of Eclipse plus Crime.
Yeah.
Because that is really devastating, and I think that's what we're gonna see. So I think this is still far from over, because Dinkham has drawn into some of his going second cards. Let's see if he will see the line, though, because he needs to activate Book of Eclipse. But he starts things off with Prosperity. Makes sense. Maybe you get to another copy of Evenly Matched, and you might as well use that instead. Again, still far from over. There is also the Avnis. But it's gonna be a close one, as expected. And I think going to game 3 is only fitting. But let's take a look at these cars. A lot of interesting options. Mind Control, the Nimble, they are all really, really cool options here. Even the Impermanence could be, but yeah, I think Mind Control is really interesting one. And I agree with the pick. Hi, here we are gonna see a Book of Eclipse. This could be rough, because we could see Book of Eclipse, which has to be negated, most likely. Then a Crime, which has to activate, but then the Evenly Match completely destroying Daniel. Let's see which of these is gonna come down from Dinkham, who is really thinking about this one, with 9.5 minutes left. So 1,000 life points from Instant Fusion might be an issue here from Daniel.
Yeah, I think here you go.
And here it is, Book of Eclipse. His opponent might have to use the Crime, and he does, which makes Dinkang super happy because he will be able to use his evenly matched now. This is brutal.
This combination,
wow,
honestly,
and here he comes, evenly matched. Completely disrupting his opponent. He knows that there is a mind control in the end from Dinkang. So he might have to keep the Rule Callus here.
I think you're most likely obliged, because...
yeah, you can see him shaking his head. Wow. Yeah, as mentioned, Rule Callus seems like it makes sense to keep, but it's brutal. Okay, yeah, pay attention to which were materials instead. Nice decision, I agree with this a lot. If he has a shuffler, and he does, he keeps the Perle Rhino. Well played here by Daniel. Great recognition, I think he played really well here. Not a joke that he is in the top 16. And this might be enough to shut down Dinkang. Because now he goes for Angler, and I think right away Daniel is gonna use his shuffler just to prevent any possible sprite from hitting the field.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very well played here by Daniel. Really, really wise in shuffling back some tiers to then just use the Rhino to pop the Angler. And there are just about 8 minutes left, which is a lot of trouble. I'm trying to take a look at the last cards from
Impermanence, right? Jet and Impermanence, yeah.
Yeah, I have doubts about Impermanence, but you might be right. And this is great news. That's popped, yeah, that's now back to the deck. I think Daniel has done it.
Yeah.
He played really well, and that's not a joke in top 16 against a good player and on stream. So I'm impressed by Daniel now.
Yeah, very well played by him, honestly, yeah.
And plays back to him. Nice deserved turn. Now it's only one turn which he needs to fight back, gets ahead on life, and there is only one impermanence that is stopping him from achieving his dream of advancing to the top 8. Gonna take a quick look, not wanna mess up these final moments of the duel. But also gotta take his time to make a move, and he does start things off with the Ball Drake. At least he's guaranteed to be ahead on life. He goes for normal summon Avnis and just gonna attack.
No, okay, goes
interesting.
For summon instead. Yeah, he goes for the Dark.
Gonna use the Dark to take a Sprite Blue from the graveyard, and then gonna keep going this time into the sprint, but this impermanence can hurt so much. This could be a huge punish from Daniel, which only needed to attack, and now has done himself in a huge trouble. Wow. Oh my god, this might cost him the game, and what an unfortunate way to do it. I cannot believe this. Dinkang has managed to get himself out of deep water. Wow, sometimes overthinking is the way you can get out of a YCS top cut, and it's a shame for Daniel, really.
Wow, what a turnaround of events, honestly, here.
Heartbreaking for sure for Daniel fans and friends, as he is playing this extremely well, and now
it's enough.
This will be enough to seal the game. And the handshake coming down. Dinkang wins and advances. What a match we just witnessed. Honestly, all of the premises were absolutely incredible. Two good players in the top 16 of one of the biggest YCSs we have ever had, and they gave it their best. Honestly, it was really back and forth match, really good level of playing, and good and interesting tech both in the main deck and in the side deck for both. And to be fair, I don't know what I can say much about this.
No, I mean, honestly, also Daniel, I think he played very well when the Evelyn match was activated in Game 3.
Absolutely.
Just to prevent his opponent from activating the mind control, and then I think that he could have entered battleface just attack, you know?
Yeah, game, I gotta say, it was a weird one, especially Game 3 was the deciding one. Of course, it was getting closer to timeout. It looked as if the opening from Daniel was absolutely insane. When you see Instant Fusion going first, I think you think to yourself, oh, I've won this. Then there is a weird decision, number one, not milling with Aguido, which could have changed the entire game, to be fair. We don't know, because if you think about it, a second shuffler would have been enough. It just needed to mill another shuffler, and it would have been enough to win this duel. Also, of course, Book of Eclipse plus evenly matched is no joke. As you mentioned, though, Daniel played it extremely well. He knew about the mind control, which means he just had to keep not his monsters, but his field spell.
Yeah.
So very well played, but then again, got maybe too greedy. He smelled blood, and he basically went all in into this sprint, which got him permanence. And even Dinkham could not believe it. But I really want to hear it from the man himself, who is ready with Ed. So thank you guys for being with us, and let's hear it from Ed and Dinkham fam.
Thank you, Marcello. I'm here with the top 16 feature match winner, Din. How are you feeling at this point? You were just talking to me about how you've been to some previous tournaments. You've topped quite a lot, but this feels quite good for you.
Yes, I'm so relieved because the last 3 major events I just lost at the first top cut round, and now I finally made it past that round, and I got into the deep cut. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
You certainly did. With top 8, very exciting. That's a great thing to have. We're going to have a massive interview with each person, quickfire in a bit. But first, let's go through the game that we just watched. It was very exciting. Obviously, there was things like Book of Eclipse in your first game to clear the field, Sprite double cross to take the Baguska. You negated the Baguska with Suliek, got into the combo. Daniel then ended up popping up, building a huge field, so you just scooped. So on a feature match, when you're having the sort of first game letting you down a little bit, what are you thinking? What's going through your mind?
So with my side deck and my main deck overall, I knew that the second game was like pretty much secured as long as I didn't brick. But of course I was afraid of the third game because I have to draw like shifter and so on. I need to draw the hard outs, which I fortunately did with the book and evenly. So yeah, I was quite happy with my hand in game 3, and yeah.
So you mentioned shifter. We saw shifter straight away in game 2, and then the D barrier to prevent the Baguska, setting up that OTK with Gamma Burst, so you just scooped. And then we got into game 3. There was the instant fusion from Daniel, immediately built Baguska, and then the Book of Eclipse was negated by Crime, but then you used the evenly matched. There was a moment where he deprived you of using the mind control by keeping the Pellerino on the field. So when that happens, what are you thinking then?
Yeah, I went ahead of me because I should have done the pot to get the mind control afterwards, after the evenly, because I kind of got the feeling that it was Crime, so I used book first and then evenly. Then I should have used the pot so I can dig for the appropriate card. So that was a misplay for me, but fortunately it worked out at the end.
It did, it paid off. So at least something you know for the top 8 matches, you know exactly when to use that pot and when to take that mind control. But congratulations, really amazing. We'll be speaking to you again very soon, along with the 7 other competitors you're going to be up against in this top 8 cut. But congratulations again. Guys, don't go anywhere because like I said, we're about to have a rapid fire introduction of your top 8 cut here at YCS Lyon. Don't go anywhere.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox.
Gather your friends.
Then clean their clocks.
With 4 new decks, all in one box.
Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox.
Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box, each box sold separately.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items told the mystery, puzzle line, and rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand, make the move, the answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with the card you choose. Trust in the heart, let down your side.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise and shine, Ruby. Looks like we got some work to do. Crystal Beasts are back and ready to rack up some wins with their new advanced Crystal Beast forms. You can score cool new cards and add some precious gems to your collection with this all-foil set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Photon Hypernova, Chaos Monsters, Kashtira, Gold Pride. More cards for Fallen of Albaz and Dogmatica, plus many more, with brand new Photon and Galaxy cards to make your deck out of this world. 100 cards in all. Photon Hypernova. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
It's that time again. We're here at YCS Lyon, and we're finally in the top 8 cut of this tournament, and it's very exciting. So as usual, the tradition here, as we do the coverage at YCS, is to do a rapid-fire interview with all 8 of our top 8, and I have them in a very particular order right here. So first up, we have Connor Kelly. Come on up, Connor. Now, how are you feeling? Top 8, YCS Lyon, first one we've had in France for a while. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, really good.
Feeling confident?
Yeah, absolutely, very strong. There's only one person I'm scared of, but other than that, it should be fine.
Immensely confident. Well, I hope that confidence carries you through, mate. I will usher you off this way. And next up, we should get Federico Cantarella. Coming up, Federico, how are you doing, sir? That's a very loud T-shirt, and I like it. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here.
Now, see, that's the kind of energy we like to see. Excitement, confidence. Let's see the rainbow of emotions that we're going to go through as we get there. So, you think you could go all the way? You reckon you're confident that you could go all the way to the final?
I'm not expecting anything. Everything is a gift, so I'm so happy to be here.
Now that's positive. I like that. Best of luck to you. I will usher you off this way as well. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hakan Yozgat. Come on up, sir. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah.
So the confidence level so far, have you had a challenging time or a fairly easy time throughout the tournament so far?
No, it was challenging. Next round will be challenging also.
Well, that's a humble man. But congratulations on getting this far, top 8. Best of luck in your match. Next up, we have Anthony Lopez. Come on up, sir. Congratulations. Nice hat. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good right now. Yeah. It's been going good so far, so I hope I can continue this.
Any tough matchups so far?
Cashier, they're pretty tough. Buy the cards, they're really good. So,
okay, well, let's see if you face any of them in these top 8 cut. Maybe we'll see you in the next couple of rounds, but we'll see. Best of luck to you, sir. I will usher you off this way as well, so everyone can get ready. Next, we have Din. Come on up, Din Kang Pham. We've just seen you, obviously, in the last round. You came off that pretty excited because it was a pretty swift round, with that third game being pretty cool. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super stoked right now. I'm happy, and yeah, I'm looking forward for the top 8 match.
Excellent. Best of luck to you in the top 8. I will usher you off. This is what I like to see, the passion of all of the duelists that we've got in the top 8. Everyone here really cares. Next up, we have Antonio Pereira. Up you come. Antonio, how are you feeling? You feeling confident? You feeling calm, or are you nervous?
I'm calm enough, yes.
Calm enough. Now, that is calm and collected and cool. How's the tournament been for you so far? Pretty easy going, or has it been a bit rocky and turbulent?
I went X2, so it wasn't easy, but, you know.
Well, we'll see how the top 8 goes. Best of luck to you, sir. We'll usher you off this way as well. Only got 2 more. Chris LeBlanc, up you come, sir. Congratulations on getting this far. How does it feel?
Feels good, but the job's not done.
The job is not done, no. Are you feeling like you could probably take this all the way, or are you happy with top 8, even if things go a little bit rocky?
Definitely not happy with top 8.
So, okay, we're going to have to make sure you get all the way to the final. Best of luck to you, Chris. I'll usher you off too. That means we're down to our final. Baptiste Raoul, come on up, sir. Okay, you're the final person we're interviewing of the top 8. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
You've sized up the competition now. You've seen the rest of them. Do you think you can take them?
Yeah, I think I can.
That's what we like to hear. Best of luck to you, Baptiste. I'll usher you off as well. Very exciting. That is all of our top 8 contenders here at YCS Lyon. Just a nice rapid-fire little conversation to have with all of them, just to get to know who they all are. And you guys will very soon see our feature match for top 8 before we get into the top 4. And then that big final here at YCS Lyon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Complete your tablet of lost memories as the Egyptian god cards take center stage with new spells and traps so strong that only an Egyptian god can empower them. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2022, Kin of the Pharaoh's Gods. Unleash your past, empower your deck, fulfill your destiny. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Gather your friends and clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Welcome back, duelists. Thank you very much for your patience. We are now here with our feature match of the top 8 cut here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Lyon. On my right, we have Antonio Pereira, and on my left, we have Baptiste around, and we are now ready to get underway with this duel. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. That is a 4 for Baptiste. And that is a 10 for Antonio. Antonio, do you want to go first? Antonio is going to go first, so I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful German commentary duo as we get into the final few rounds of this tournament. Guys, take it away for the top 8.
Thank you, Ed. Welcome, duelists, to the top 8 of YCS Lyon. We are going to go into this featured match very soon. We have seen the players. They are ready. They are excited. They are willing to win this event.
Yeah, but first of all, I would say, let's have a look at who our top 8 players are. Let's go into the bracket real quickly because people are still shuffling on there. And look, we even have the full top 64 bracket. You can see who these guys defeated to get here. We see Antonio had to win against Kostadin Kasabov, for example, who was the first after Swiss, who went 12-0, but Antonio was the one that got him down, so he is in top 8 here now. And Baptiste also is having a pretty tough route to get here into top 8. So,
even beat Herman Hansen.
Yeah, indeed he did. Oh no, his opponent did beat Herman Hansen. But still, this is also a pretty cool top 8 match, I have to say. Hakan versus Anthony, because they are actually friends. And they built the deck together, and they are playing the same list card by card. And therefore, this is just a friendly match now in top 8 of a YCS.
This is what we call a real mirror match.
Absolutely, indeed. And then we have Chris LeBlanc versus Connor Kelly as our other top 8 match. Both of them also having quite a hard route to get here into top 8. And now the last 2 players, of course, we are seeing Federico Cantarella rather, and Dinkang Pham. We just saw Dinkang Pham on the featured match. But yeah, Federico also had quite a name to defeat in top 16 because he was the one defeating Joshua Schmidt to get here into top 8. But let me tell you one more thing. The birds, they're still flying because we're going to see more of the Wanderers action now in top 8. Let's get into this match. Let's get top 8 of YCS Lyon 2023 started. The game may begin. Here we have our players, and as you can see, Baptiste is the duelist that is piloting the Floanderies deck, and Antonio, on the other hand, is having the popular T-Elements deck.
So I think Antonio won the dice roll, and he is running a really good T-Elements list with triple Agido and triple Kalbeck. So if he is able to activate those effects, because by now you most of the time know the deck that your opponent is playing, he can generate so much advantage by starting.
Yeah, in top 8 there are almost no secrets anymore. You pretty much know what the other duel lists are on, so you cannot catch anybody off guard anymore. So let's see how this is developing, because a really big factor, of course, could be Dimension Shifter here as well. So we are searching for Shiren, and as soon as Shiren will get activated, that would be the optimal timing to go for the Shifter. But I don't know, Baptiste, either he's a really good actor, or he doesn't look like he has Shifter, but there it is! Dimension Shifter in response to Shiren.
Shiren now really has to think what to discard. We could have Agido, we could have Kalbeck. Both of those would not trigger because they will be banished because of Dimension Shifter's effect.
Yeah, but I love that. Baptiste really is a good actor in that case. And that is a really good thing to have as a successful Yu-Gi-Oh player, because you never want to give your opponent the information whether you are having a good hand, whether you have the out to their stop, or whether you open Dimension Shifter in that case.
Yeah, he's not showing any emotion here. And Shiren is sitting on the field, passing.
Oh, and it's only Shiren. Normally, you try to get into Baguska at least versus this, but there is not even another level 4 monster, and therefore it's only Shiren pass going back over to Baptiste, who has the field spell. The map is ready to activate its effect.
Map did not even activate, he is just normal summoning. Oh yeah, he showed it, and then normal summoned the Robina immediately. So Eglin banished, Robina normal summoned, Eglin added to the hand, and we are more than likely going to see a barrier statue of the Stormwinds right here, the major win condition for Blue Wanderers.
What a fantastic start here for Baptiste. This is looking great. He is one of the French players left in competition, so he really wants to take it down for the French community here in their home country. We're searching for Empen now, the only bird that cannot fly, as we found out earlier, because it's a penguin, but it's still hitting the field here in that moment.
So Empen is summoned, and Robina can, of course, chain block it as well. The Eglin cannot be activated. It was added already from the banished pile to the hand. So we are going to have Robina as a resource for next turn. And
ooh, there comes Magnamut in response to the effect of Empen. Okay. And I do understand why, because the next summon that would have happened would have probably been the barrier statue, and then you cannot summon the Magnamut anymore. So heads up play there by Antonio to get that Magnamut onto the field.
This one is really important because at some point it could attack over the barrier statue. So could Shiren, but now it's easier to have 2 monsters on board. Also it is in defense position, so it can immediately activate.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is barrier statue coming down, and now we have the time that we can activate Magnamut. Yep, that got confirmed. We will be searching another dragon in the end phase. So how much more does Baptiste have? Ooh, he's getting rid of the Empen with the quick spell. So even before we go into the battle phase, we are just searching for another monster here. And I'm quite surprised by that, because Empen usually is the monster with the highest attack you could have. Oh, but
that is true.
We're adding Toucan, so that probably means we're just going to summon the Empen again anyways. Adding it back with Toucan and then going from there on.
Oh, yep, that is smart, summoning the Toucan, because you have only used your extra normal summon, getting back the Empen to the hand, and now we are able to tribute a monster from the opponent's side of the field as well, which brilliantly plays around the problem that I have mentioned before.
That is very strong, but one thing I have to say, what is a little bit annoying here is you still leave your opponent on Pearl the Rhino. There's still the also powerful field spell on the board, which can take care of your field spell. And we know that the field spell is something you really need in the grind game for the Floranderi deck. So I would have liked tributing the field spell as well, but it is still too much for Antonio. Baptiste takes it down here with Dimension Shifter in 5 minutes. We have someone leading here in our top 8 match, and it is Baptiste with his Floranderi deck. Wow.
He is really close to the semifinals. Dimension Shifter is just such a powerful card against the Tillman strategy.
Yes, it is. But looking at Antonio's side deck, I gotta say, most of the players in competition were not prepared for Floranderi, but his side deck honestly features Artifact Lancea, which is actually designed to beat the Kashtira matchup here in this specific tournament, I would say, but it works wonderful well against Floranderi as well, and therefore it's pretty good here in that matchup as well, and it will probably come in. Then Book of Eclipse, also pretty good to just book Empen, to book Barrier, etc. and so on, so I like that too. And then Dark Ruler Moore is also quite nice, even though he is of course going first here. I do believe he still has to bring in all those cards, because you just got to get rid of the Bestials you have in your main deck.
You want to get rid of them, and Floranderi is not a deck that OTKs you immediately, so you will be able to make use of that Dark Ruler No More on your 3rd turn, or your 4th turn, or your 2nd turn.
Yeah, indeed. And also, he is playing the one-off Caught by the Grave in the side deck. And I mean, he would have liked to have that in his opening hand here in game 1 for the Shifter, because that would have made him a lot less problems. He would have probably been able to just freely combo off, but the Shifter denied his entire turn, only passing on a singular Shiren.
It is going to be interesting to see if Baptiste has another Shifter in game 2 without an answer on the opposing side. So both players seem to be shuffled up, so let's just hop right into the game. Okay, quick decision to shuffle the deck again.
But also, I was talking about the one-off Caught by the Grave. Another one-off option in your deck to deny Shifter, of course, is the Herald of Orange Light. Also a pretty good one-off to draw in your opening hand when you are playing versus a Dimension Shifter deck. But that all is to be seen. The opening 5 will be drawn momentarily, and I'm really, really excited to see them.
It is going to all come down to this for Antonio. He really needs to win this one. Baptiste is in a comfortable spot, leading, knowing I can start off the 3rd game anyways if I want to set up a statue and maybe win the game off of that. But now he can just play freely and with a little more risk.
Nice. We see another fist bump before game number 2, and now we are watching, and I think I saw another Dimension Shift, and also another really cool side deck option in the deck of Baptiste is the Neko Mana King. He's siding triple Neko Mana King. So you were earlier on saying, hey, let's just freely mill our opponent, and I am afraid that's what we're going to see. So somehow there might be the chance of a milled Neko Mana König. So that would be pretty wild, because in case you don't know what Neko Mana King does, when that card is sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card effect, it becomes the end phase of that turn immediately.
So we are seeing if Dimension Shifter is activated.
I mean, okay,
yes, it is.
Then actually no cards are going to hit the graveyard anyways.
Herald of the Arclight!
My God!
Oh my God! Discards! Guido, we are going to see a proper mill 10. Will we also see a Neko Mana King?
Oh my! Oh my! There is a Neko Mana King in the pile! That is impossible! We are going to straight to end phase with this!
Antonio is smiling, but he knows this is absolutely bad news. Neko Mana King will end the turn of Antonio immediately before setting up anything.
Wow. This is absolute madness. The thing is, I'm not 100% sure how this chain is going to form, because the Agido still should be able to trigger, but then chain link 2, it will be Necomanic King, or does Necomanic King even activate? We are about to see how this is being handled, but there might be the chance.
It activates.
Yeah, there might be the chance that in end phase we're still able to do some fusion summoning, but we gotta see. We gotta see how this is happening. Wow, he had the answer, he had the orange light, but then he milled his opponent, a Necomanic King.
So we are going to see Salik, Shiren and Merli activate in the end phase. So some fusion summoning is going to happen here. We can be sure about that.
Okay, there's one Empen being gone, so that's good. Let me check, but he's on double Empen, therefore it is not gone for forever.
That is true. Also, he can just banish it with Stree and then add it back with Tuka. But that requires a lot of setup.
Yeah, for sure. You got to get there first. But I mean, I talked about it. Antonio has sided in quite a few powerful cards. Just Lancea can deny the opponent's turn entirely, and therefore it is not even safe that this end phase here is going to save Baptiste. There are still a couple of opportunities he has.
That is correct. Oh, it looks like Telemans Kashtira is going to be chained from hand as well. This is
I believe we are searching with Salik.
Oh,
yeah,
no, okay.
We are searching it out with Salik first of all.
It's going to be used after that then.
Or on the opponent's turn, like he can also hold it there. But yeah, we are fusion summoning with Shiren. As you said, that name was hit, so we are securing one fusion summon at least. And honestly, I'm surprised that Baptiste brought the Necomanic King, because at the beginning, when that card, when Telemans got more popular, people were considering this card. But it never really got super popular, because people were afraid that the Telemans deck will still play on in the end phase, which Antonio is doing now. But still, he cannot set any more back row. There will be no Salik, no Crime. He cannot set Book of Eclipse anymore or stuff like that.
Also,
so definitely it's quite good.
If you normal summon on your turn into a Scream, and the Scream mills 3 cards and it mills a Kalbeck or an Agido, and it mills the Necomanic King from you, it's going to end your turn.
That's true, you're right. So that's why you should probably hold the Telemans Kashtira for the opponent's turn, because that is a pretty smart thing to do there. Okay. Oh, we are going for Dragonstapelia. For a second I thought, hey, obvious Rule Colors coming in, but Rule Colors is not doing anything versus the Floanderies deck, and therefore we summon Predator Plant, Dragonstapelia, and rightfully so, Antonio decides to summon it in defense position to play around Empen, of course.
So we are keeping the Telemans Kashtira, trying to maybe...
Oh boy, and we have access to the field spell as well. Terraforming into the map.
You can also, with Telemans Kashtira, just try to mill your opponent.
Yeah, of course.
Immediately, so you don't have to rely on hitting a Kalbeck, which would advance your game state as well. So I guess also yourself hitting a name is quite good.
I do agree. So both players checking the graveyard there real quick. Of course, Antonio has to know which resources, which Floanderies monsters are already out. There comes the duality. What are we finding? Okay, I mean, Dark Ruler is not too bad to play around the interruption of Dragonstapelia, I gotta say.
That is true. On resolve, what you can do is activate the Caldo from your field, because I don't know if he has one in the graveyard. Probably has one that shuffles. You can shuffle back all your Agidos and Kalbecks and then try to hit with the Kalbeck, with the Telemans Kashtira.
Yeah, true. That could be something. But doesn't look like Antonio wants to do that. And Baptiste has all the cards for consistency that he needs. He started off with Terraforming, going into Duality, and now Pot of Prosperity is also there to help him out finding more cards. What a strong opening hand he had there.
With those hands, Baptiste might as well win this entire tournament, which would finally be a win for Floanderies.
Oh, was that 6 cards even? I think he found the card he wanted in the first 5 cards already. But he definitely decided to take one of his Floanderies monsters, so he can finally start playing with the magnificent map and the monster he just added.
He just wanted to have this map, and he gets it. Map activated. Now will probably activate the effect, show his opponent a Floanderies card from his hand.
But we haven't even used the Dark Ruler no more yet, right?
That is correct.
Which is kind of confusing. But I mean, we haven't summoned the monster yet, so we're still fine. We didn't need to do it just yet.
I mean, what's going to happen? You can also keep the Dark Ruler no more for something else that is supposed to maybe come out.
I guess, because we know there's still Telemans Kashtira in the hand, so that could result in more fusion summons. Yeah.
You can also use your
Oh,
shuffler.
look!
You can also chain a shuffler to send back the Necomane King to the deck to increase your chances of hitting that one as well. There is so much on the line here. So we are banishing Merly. The Telemans Kashtira is going to be summoned. Now let's see if there is any shuffling going on. Are we trying to increase our odds to end this turn of Baptiste?
So we did announce the effect of Telemans Kashtira, and also we are going to use Keldo.
Oh, we are going to shuffle back Keldo.
Oh yeah, we just want to mill as many as possible.
But he did not shuffle back the Necomane King of his opponent, which would also be really important.
Yeah, I mean, probably he's just trying to summon out. On the other end, why would you try to summon out that many bodies here? Like, hitting fusion effects here is not as good when you know that your opponent actually has Dark Ruler no more in hand, of course.
He is really trying to go for ending this
that's
turn right here.
Merly, Hafnis, and Shiren! The holy trinity, all of them together! We can fusion summon thrice now if we like to.
So the first turn of him was ended immediately, but this turn is going to take a while. We have Merly, we have Hafnis, we have Shiren in the graveyard now, and let this fusion party begin.
I don't even know if he has the gas to
targets,
fusion summon
yes.
thrice there. I don't know even if he wants to announce all of those effects, to be honest. But we are about to see. He's thinking about it himself. So, oh, it's only going to be Merly. He's only announcing the effect of Merly there. So probably going to end up being a Kid Colors here, if I would have to guess.
Yeah, I mean, Kid Colors is a good card, no?
For sure is.
So what can you do with it? You can summon out a Garura. You don't really want to set up anything big because your opponent is very likely to just Dark Ruler your field anyway, so having the resources.
I think something I really like here is just going into Hafnis maybe, because Hafnis gives you another form of interruption after the Dark Ruler no more resolved, so that's probably something I like. The problem is if your opponent rather quickly gets into the barrier statue, you might not be able to resolve Hafnis anyways, and that could be a problem. So you might as well just search for Salik so you have it in the grind game versus the barrier statue. There are a couple of routes you could go here for sure.
Anthony thought this was his turn.
Nope. So, okay, we're sending Rhino Heart, so I think we are trying to go for a Kaleido Heart route here.
Oh yeah, of course, then you can summon out the Kaleido Heart to shuffle back the map before you even get to Dark Ruler here.
Yeah, so I honestly couldn't really tell which Floanderies monster he added there with Pot of Prosperity. So if it was Robina, I think he's still going to be fine. Yeah. But if it wasn't Robina, then it could be problematic here, but the map is probably going to go and leave the field.
But you have to break the board as well, Basti. I mean, the last turn we had to banish our own Empen just to get it back at some point and take out one more monster to destroy another monster by battle. Like, there are 5 monsters on the field.
6 now even.
6?
Yep. The Kaleido Heart comes down in the extra monster zone, shuffling back the map, and it looked so great for Baptiste. It looked so amazing with that Necomane King. There, of course, comes the Dark Ruler, we knew that, and it was Robina. Robina was the card in hand, so we can still do quite a bit of things here.
Robina searches Eglin. Eglin is going to search the Empen, and Empen is not even going to summon out another statue unless it is hard drawn in Baptiste's hand. So it is not looking that good for him, because how is he going to out this entire board?
I mean, does he need to? Yeah, of course he needs to, because next turn, I mean, we got to focus on the Dracostapelia, if you ask me, because Dracostapelia is the only thing that can get our Empen off the board next turn, realistically, because everything that wants to attack over it is just going to get met with the effect of Empen.
Kid Colors will just activate the effect, tribute itself, and then Kaleido Heart is going to shuffle back the Empen.
Ooh, that's quite decent, not gonna lie. I like that. So there are actually a couple of ways for Antonio to still win this, even though he got Necomane King here in top 8, which is probably not what he wanted to heal when he started that featured match.
Even though it is going to be hard for Antonio to get a target into the grave for, or Of course, Kid Colors doesn't target the monster in the grave, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we gotta reborn something. Maybe you have something in hand, though. Who knows?
I mean, you can go for a redoer and then banish the redoer immediately, so you have the Rhino Heart.
That's true. Yeah, that works for sure. If you're even playing redoer, let me check, because some players have decided to cut the redoer from the extra deck.
Abyss Dweller works just as fine.
True, Abyss Dweller does work as well. And yeah, actually he is not even playing the redoer anymore.
And
but
now we
there
have
is
solved this issue.
terraforming, of course. So we are going to get Pearl Rhino here, and we still have Shuffler. We have the Shuffler on board. So this is perfect. We can just out the Empen as easy as 1, 2, 3.
So we can just search out for a Merly or another Rhino Heart or anything with the Pearl Rhino activated and special summon this out with the Kid Colors.
Absolutely. So this is a really, really, really good top deck for Antonio, because if he would have had that terraforming last turn, I mean, maybe he couldn't activate it because there was the Necromana King immediately and he was forced to go into end phase.
Yeah. I mean, and now he's not going to activate a Kalbeck or an Agido anymore.
No, probably not. Now that he has seen the good old Necromana King, but also, honestly, I kind of like running Necromana King, because now for game 3, Antonio is just not going to use all of his mill effects, even though he's playing versus a deck that you usually would want to do that against. So, Pearl Rhino. Oh, okay.
Kalbeck Crime that can add back the Merly that was previously banished off of Kashtira Telements.
Yep.
So we have another card in hand. The Kashtira Telements is also sent to the graveyard, so you can mill another 2. Merly can trigger. We are having so much right now.
Yeah, and I'm curious about the card that Baptiste Bear has in his back row, because he believes that it's still good enough to save him here from this impressive board that Antonio put up.
And we will see what it is soon enough, because Pearl Rhino is on the field. The Primeval Planet Pearl Rhino is going to just pop the last card after 1 fusion summon was performed, and 2 Telement cards are going to be sent.
I mean, probably it's the card that was searched with Empen, right? So I would assume it's probably the Flanders Trap. And then you gotta ask yourself, are you even trying to destroy that with Pearl Rhino? Because honestly speaking, I might as well just wait with it and try to go after the monster that is being summoned out with it.
That is also a possibility. I think at this point, Antonio is just actually really fine here.
Okay, there comes Shira now. We are still not done fusion summoning, apparently. We are using the Rhino Heart from the field. Was it? I think it was summoned by its own effect. I think it was.
That one was summoned by Kid Colors.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, still, there's still another Rhino Heart on the board, so it was that one that was summoned off its own effect.
And now the Merly is added to the hand. I think that was still the same chain link, even though if we would have forgotten it earlier, it's no problem. Game state hasn't changed, so this wouldn't impact the game. So we are seeing Heartbeat in the GY as well, so I think that he's going to be able to add back a Crime or something. Now we are going to see a normal summon on Baptiste's side.
There is the card we were talking about. That was indeed the Flanders card, the Flanders and the Dreaming Town. And it's being chained. We try to normal the Eglin. There is no way to chain block Eglin even here, so we could answer that with Hafnis if we would have space. If we would have space on the board to actually summon out something here.
So we also have a Robina in hand, which means that if we are going to summon out an Empen, if there is still one in the deck, but I mean, you just need a Winged Beast monster that is tributed. You can put all the monsters on the field face down.
And I mean, there is one in the deck because we just shuffled it back with Kaleido Heart. Therefore, that definitely is one. But we also just searched Crime there for Antonio, so I think even if it is not ending this turn, Antonio has a perfect setup here.
Yeah, and he can also always just flip up those monsters that he wants to have on the field, except for the Kid Colors. And I mean, basically, he can flip up the Telements Kashtira and the Kaleido Heart.
There comes Robina. We're also trying to trigger the Merly. Of course, Robina is going to be chain link too. And what is that going to be? Is that just going to be a barrier statue here? Might as well, right? It is definitely a wind monster, that's what I can tell.
He was searching for Street.
Street is also not too bad. Okay, but first of all, it's going to be Empen.
And now this one resolves. I think that we are going to see a possible Dragostapelia. You can always fusion summon from the field away as well, so you might as well take the Kid Kalos and stop the Ampen from activating.
So this is still the previous chain resolving, but on the next chain, Baptiste gotta pay attention, because you don't want to miss out on activating the graveyard effect of Thunderies and the Dreaming Town here. I think if you're not doing it here, you're not going to do it at all this game, so it definitely is the time to do it.
I think there was a point in which Antonio could have gone for Dweller. And Dweller
okay, yeah, and the Dreaming Town as well. Yep, he is not missing it. He's trying to book the board there. And I mean, there's another card he's just booking now, because that Dragostapelia just hit the board, and he cannot flip this up anymore this turn.
He can flip up the Kaleido Heart if he does not forget about it.
I don't think he can, right?
This was summoned in the end phase of the last turn.
Was it? Okay. But no. Was it really?
I think so.
Okay, I mean...
He shuffled back the map with it.
Yeah, but
this turn he shuffled the Ampen.
Yeah, so it was summoned twice already.
It wasn't summoned twice, it was always in the extra monster zone.
Oh, true, yeah, otherwise it would not be in the extra monster zone anymore. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. You are 100% correct about that. So Ampen now has a counter on it, but that's not going to negate it, because the Dragostapelia is not face up on the field anymore.
What's this book card again? Book of Tayu? That would be really useful here.
Yeah, of course. He just brought that in all of a sudden.
I mean, if we're playing almost all the books in this tournament, we can also bring Tayu.
I guess. True, the book cards have become really popular again. And that's why I thought that Fluanderies will have a hard time this tournament, because everybody brings the book cards for Kashtira, and the book cards, especially Book of Eclipse, is so good to just book the Ampen and book the barrier statue, but still Baptiste sits here being up one game in top 8 of this tournament.
So Tearlaman's Kashtira is flipped, and this card can only mill on normal or special summon, not on flip summon.
Yeah, so there is Kaleido Heart being flipped up as well. But honestly, I think... Did we still have shufflers in the graveyard? Because he went to destroy the set trap, and we knew it was that trap. So why didn't we wait for a moment where we could actually pop one of the monsters that is resulting in it? And look, Baptiste is getting another turn here. There is no way Antonio could deal with that Ampen on board, and therefore it is going back over to him. And we know that Baptiste has the barrier statue in hand, so he could prevent further special summoning very quickly here. First of all, we're starting it off with the unexplored Windsbow. All of a sudden, I think Baptiste might get back into this game here.
There must have been a way for him to use a shuffler on the trap card.
Yeah.
At some point.
That's what I'm thinking. There must have been another way. Oh, we're using Crime on the unexplored Winds immediately.
And the Merly discard, of which we knew that he had. So Merly can now immediately trigger. We can go for another fusion summon, and Pearl Rhino is still on board.
Oh yeah, true. We are getting rid of that Ampen there.
What fusion monsters do we still have in our extra deck? We can summon Rule Colors, which is a big monster.
Yup. 3,500 when you have Pearl Rhino on board, so it's not too bad, you're right.
But we are taking Tearlaman's Kashtira.
So that's, yeah, first of all, just Kid Colors, of course. There is, again, Kid Colors in our extra deck, so you might as well just go that.
People are running too. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And also, I mean, you need to use it for the Rule Colors too, so first things first, starting it off with the Kid Colors, destroying the Ampen as we thought with the effect of Prime Evil Planet Pearl Rhino.
Isn't there a Kid Colors already set on the field, or was that Garura?
That's Garura. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, it's Garura.
I'm pretty sure. Under one of those beautiful 6 Samurai sleeves, there is a Garura waiting.
After this first 5-minute game 1, I was thinking that we were in for a quick one, but this game is really intense.
Absolutely not. And still, I see Baptiste having a shot here. I mean, he has Barrier Statue, and as soon as he summons Barrier Statue, there's a problem for Antonio, because he can't special summon from that moment on anymore, and Baptiste can pretty much freely just perform all of his normal summoning.
And we are starting off with Robina.
Robina is going to search out.
I don't think that Barrier Statue is an option anymore, so we are going to see an Eglin, and we might see a Ryza to break a board.
Oh yeah, Ryza is pretty strong in breaking boards, and there he is. Ryza, the Mega Monarch, coming down here, being added to the hand first of all, but I'm pretty sure it's also going to hit the field here in this turn. Yeah, immediately it's going to. We are tributing both of our monsters, and now let's see what we are targeting with it, because we are not only breaking the board, but we're also probably going to give our opponent a top deck, but he cannot choose anymore. He's going to be forced to draw the card we are giving him here. So Kaleido Heart is one card he would like to put back to the extra deck. What's the other one?
And we are also checking our opponent's graveyard.
I mean, yeah, we can go for something from the graveyard too. Absolutely. I don't think we want our opponent to top deck Instant Fusion, to be honest.
Oh, I think we want him to top deck the Orange Light, right?
Yeah, that seems like a pretty decent one.
You can also always put one card from your graveyard to the top of your deck as well. Ooh. So he takes the Empen. He wants to have the follow-up, which also makes sense.
Okay, so Kid Colors and Kaleido Heart go back to the extra deck, and the Empen goes to the top of our own deck. And now there's already one monster with quite a bit of attack points on board, being the Ryza. But something that is kind of problematic is that even Teeleman's Kashtira is being boosted by the Pearl Rhino, and therefore is quite big. We can run over the Dracostapelia though. Oh, set one card, and that's going to be the end of our turn. It's going back over to Antonio, who now again has quite a few options.
I'm wondering what the set card now is, because you can always flip up the Rhino Heart and the Kid Kalos. And, oh no, it's Garura. But still, with Garura, you have a lot of plays.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I just realized Antonio still had 2 cards in hand, and one of them is Mudora. Therefore, giving your opponent the top deck of Orange Light probably would have not been the way. But look, we are using Merly, hitting Salik, and he's not even triggering the Kelbeck, being aware that there's the Necomanic King in the deck. And therefore, we are only going to search out another monster here with Salik. And that, to me, very much looks like a Shiren, yep.
I think we also have the Pearl Rhino on board. This is looking really, really good. I want to know what the set card from the Baptiste is.
Yeah, it cannot be the Unexplored Winds. Or no, it cannot be the Dreaming Town anymore, because it's only a one-off in the deck, of course.
Infinite Impermanence is an option here for him as well. This could possibly be Imp. And does Imp do much? Does it help him at all?
I don't really think Impermanence is going to stop him here realistically, because there's nothing you really want to hit on the field anymore. So, let me check. There's so much attack points on the board already. Garura dealing double effect damage, or double battle damage rather, so there's quite a bit to do here. And we're starting things off with the Mudora and the Graveyard, which would enable our Parallel Rhino to destroy one card on the field. And do we go after the Razor, or do we just go after the back row here?
So we are, of course, recycling the Dracostapelia as well. This is such a crucial card in this matchup. You can try to pop the Razor and just attack for a game. This is an option here, because all of those monsters are boosted by Pearl Rhino.
Yeah, and I mean, what is that set card supposed to be? Oh, we're going after the set card though, and it was
a
Bluff Dark Ruler no more. That's not going to do anything. And I mean, with the boost effect of Pearl Rhino, we are able to run over the Razor here. Oh no, we're actually going to crash into it, but it's still a lot of damage there. Garura is 4,000 damage.
This is game. Yeah, this is definitely game. 1-3, 2,000, 2,300 and 4,000 damage by Garura, because the damage inflicted is in fact doubled. And we are packing up. This was a really intense game too, and we are having a tie now.
All right, Antonio taking down game number 2 here for Portugal. So another game will be played, because now the score, as you said, is equal.
1-1.
And yeah, I don't know. Flandries looked strong there. Like, it wasn't a completely dominated game by the Teeleman's deck, but still we saw why that deck is so powerful and so popular. Because, let's be honest, like, the amount of fusion summons that was performed over the course of this game was insane. I mean, did you count? I honestly lost count, because I think it was more than 10 fusion summons altogether.
I mean, he actually just lost his first turn.
Yeah, true.
It was immediately put to the end phase, and in the opposing turn, he just developed so many resources, and there was one problem that we could spot with the Fluwandereeze deck. If your opponent has 6 monsters on the field with relatively high attack stat or defense stat, how do you out it?
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of? it reminds me of a control deck from back in the day that you used to play and love to play. It is comparable to the Altergeist situation back in the day that you encountered multiple times, but just big attack position monsters are an issue for the deck because you cannot just out them because all your birds are quite small.
That is true. Also, Trickster had this problem, so I seem to love these decks. Maybe I should try Fluwanderies.
Probably, yeah. It seems like a fitting deck for you, gotta be honest with you. But yeah, this is going to be super, super intense because now Baptiste, of course, can bring in his super powerful going first cards. I'm already seeing Harpy's Featherstorm. And you know what? He's bringing in a card that wasn't super popular lately as well. He's citing an anti-spell Fragrance. So that could mean no Pearl Rhino this game, or at least not in the first turn.
Yeah.
So I do believe this is certainly coming in there, for sure.
You could easily tribute it away if you set up your continuous spell card first. So that is an option to keep in mind if you have the anti-spell Fragrance. This is such a powerful card. Basically, the only problem with this, and why this card is not that popular in this format,
go ahead,
is Book of Eclipse. It is a quick spell.
Oh yeah, true.
You
can just chain the Book of
Fragrance.
Eclipse.
Yeah, and you still Book of Eclipse. So Ampen and the Barrier Statue of Stormwind will still be face down.
Yeah, you're right. It could definitely be what's happening here because Book of Eclipse is in the side deck of Antonio, so that absolutely could be the case. And another card I talked about earlier on is also a card that might influence the outcome of this game 3 here massively because Artifact Lancea, when Antonio would be able to pick that up in his opening 5, could be an absolute blowout card versus the Fluanderies deck. Yeah. Because, I mean, you can still tribute summon all of your monsters, but they're not going to be banished anymore, and therefore the resource game is damaged heavily, and you're not able to just add all of your monsters back step by step, and they're going to stay in the graveyard rather, which is not good, because that's not where the birds belong.
Also, it is an answer to Shifter.
Indeed it is, yeah.
Which would be really good, so you can still play with cards like Harvest, and it stops the map as well.
But let's see, we did a lot of theorizing, but now the action is about to start. Players are ready, we are as well. I hope the crowd and the viewers at home are too. So game number 3 of this top 8 match is about to start. Let's get in the action. So, players are informed that they can start here. Okay, I mean, oh no, there's first of all a little bit of a talk with the judge, but it's probably going to be fine. Antonio just wanted to have another sip of his water, which is understandable in that situation.
Stay hydrated in those tournaments because otherwise you can't concentrate.
Indeed, and also all the lighting going towards the players here in our featured match area is, of course, an additional thing which make you thirsty, I can tell you that. Okay, but so first of all, I believe there is going to be a little bit of a break here because there is a little bit of a question. The judges have to double check, so nothing too crucial, and it's our task to talk a little bit here. So what do you expect? Do you think Baptiste is heavily favored here in this situation by going first with his also powerful Fluanderies deck? Or do you think it is a really good shot for Antonio here going second? Or what do you think, what are the cards that are deciding this game here?
I mean, with Fluanderies, especially if you cite the anti-spell Fragrance, it's really a matter of what cards can Baptiste draw. If he has the Book of Eclipse, then and a lot of monsters in hand as well, or the Lancea, then basically the board is outed easily. If you have, imagine Lancea together with Book of Eclipse.
That would be insane, honestly.
Against an anti-spell Barrier Statue Shifter start. And you have Shiren plus a name or something, because you don't really want to have Agido and Kalbak activated.
The problem
it could be happening because sometimes you have to.
Yeah, but like Lancea is cool, and I mean you can resolve Halfness and so on, but it's not going to help you playing on your own turn, because then Shifter is going to be active again. Therefore, you can't really progress and advance the game state. And I'm afraid that Lancea is hindering the grind game of the Fluanderies deck, but it's not really making Antonio progress an awful lot, to be honest.
That is true, but I mean, in combination with some other cards, it is going to help.
Yeah.
So if you have the Lancea and you are able to drop a Halfness, because if you drop Lancea, map is not going to resolve, so there will not be a chain block.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's actually true. It's pretty good versus map. I didn't even think about that.
So you hit a name, and you get into your Dragostapelia.
Yeah.
And then, if there is not Adventure, because it can't be activated because you have to banish something.
True.
Then you can basically
Yeah,
stop
it's
the
a
entire
1v1.
turn.
Yeah, it's just an even battle then, because the Dracostropelia, whatever monster you're summoning, can negate that. So that's definitely how I can see this going down. So one more thing we can talk about, and we already did talk about that in our format discussion about the upcoming format, because right now it's Sunday and we're about to have our semi-finals of the YCS in Lyon still being in the top 8 here. But from tomorrow on, there's of course also going to be the update of the Forbidden and Limited list, and both of the decks that are facing off against each other here are going to be massively influenced by that, because both of the decks are actually going to lose a couple of cards, and they will have to find new weapons and new ways to play their decks. So for example, the super powerful barrier statue is not going to be a thing anymore for the Florandrees deck, and the Kit Colors that was summoned I think 5, 6, 7 times in the second game is also not going to be there anymore.
If we count like all the times it was summoned in the featured matches, I think like 30 Kit Colossus
at least
have been thrown around in this tournament so far. But I think that the players are ready, and we can just go over right to the table. So Antonio versus Baptiste. Baptiste is going to start friendly fist bump again, and now we are going to see if all the theory that we just did is going to come into play, or if all the ifs and whens that we just brought out.
You can analyze a game from many angles, from many angles, but in the end you gotta watch out what's happening at the playing field, and the first card he's activating is a pretty strong one. We're starting it off with Map, and we are revealing the Eglin, and at that point we would have had to chain the Lancea already, and that's not what happened, and therefore Baptiste is free to play here.
So now with this combination, I think that there is a Herald of the Orange Light in the hand of Antonio.
Ooh.
And there is the possibility that you negate the Robina.
Yeah, because you just don't want to get your opponent to the barrier statue, of course. And
exactly.
he's considering, yes,
and it is
we have the
Mudora.
Orange Light plus Mudora. It would have been better to have Orange Light discarding one of the Millers, but still, you take negating the Robina there, because if there's no other but there is Pot of Prosperity. I was about to say, if there's no other Florandrees monster, he will not be able to summon out the Empen anymore, but there are plenty of ways to find another Florandrees monster here. So of course going for the Banish 6, because the extra deck is not what we need in our Florandrees deck. And let's check what he's revealing here. Oh, there's the anti-spell we talked about. There is the Happiest Featherstorm we also talked about a lot today already. So what is the card he desires to get here?
So none of those cards really get you into playing the game right here. Pot of Duality is an option. You really need to find the Toucan, but you can also go for your game 1 play and have Harpy's Featherstorm and just wait it out for a bit.
I think quick play would have also been quite good, because you could have just banished the Empen, search out the Toucan, and Toucan adds back the Empen, so that should have definitely worked too. But I think he has a way to play on here, otherwise he would have not done that specifically. Ooh, he just decides to set the Happiest Featherstorm. He maybe was fearing that one play, that one quick play spell, which just instantly lose to an Ash Blossom, and he didn't want to lose like that, and therefore he went for the safe route, grabbing him the turn skip, grabbing him the Happiest Featherstorm.
Also, as the continuous spell is on the field, if there is a normal summoned monster, Map will activate and you can tribute summon the Empen right here, right now.
There it is, Merly with Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2 is going to be Happiest Featherstorm, but have we triggered our Map, is the question. No! Look, we have no way of normal summoning. There are no small birds in our hand. Baptiste only sits there with Empen in his hand, and now it's going back over to Baptiste. After going Merly and Eglin, it's back to Baptiste, and he has another Pot of Prosperity, so more ways for him to find plays. This is looking good for Baptiste. He can set up his entire board now. It doesn't matter that he couldn't do much in turn 1. He now has another chance to do so.
The only thing going for Antonio is that there are plenty of cards in the graveyard of Baptiste, so if he draws a shifter, he won't be having another turn skip there. Called by the Grave, also really strong, but I mean, there's Toucan. Toucan is really strong here.
Yep, we take the Toucan. Also, we saw that he's on Triple Tactics Thrust, which was very popular this whole weekend, but I didn't necessarily expect it in Florandrees, to be honest. But he is running it. He's here in top 8, so that apparently is the take card you have to run in Florandrees as well. Okay, there comes Telemans Kashtira.
So it is really good that we have the Merly in the graveyard from the crash against the Eglin, and we are going to see if something is being hit now. Tielemans, Kashtira is hit,
Agido is hit, and Merly is hit. This is Baptiste's turn. Agido can activate, and it might find a Necomanic King if it wasn't sided out.
That is going to be huge if we do find that. So
Tielemans,
first of all,
Kashtira.
the mill free is resolving. Now we're milling 5 for both. It is not a Necomanic King. Look, Antonio was furiously looking for a Necomanic King, but there was none milled. And now we're resolving the Merly fusion effect together with the Tielemans Kashtira.
And we also have milled a Harvest, and we have another Calbeck, so there are plenty of mills coming in here. Just play on your opponent's turn if your opponent doesn't let you play on your turn.
Yeah, it's fine.
You take my turn, I'll take yours.
I mean, that's also something that a Fluandereese player would do, so I think it's only fair that the Tielemans deck can also do that. So we are triggering the Hafnis that was milled here by the effect of Agido. And also, oh no, it was Calbeck, so yeah. We are now triggering another mill, I think. We're going for 5 more. Yep, we are. There are Valanceas that he sided in, but he didn't find them in his opening hand. But I gotta say, it looks like he might still be able to come out on top here, because those mills are really helping him right now. He's really getting monsters onto the board, and we saw it in the last game. When there are a lot of monsters on the side of a Tielemans player, it is going to be rough for the Fluandereese deck, because he cannot just take apart this board so easily.
Yeah, the only thing that Baptiste right now has is that there is no access to Kaleido Heart. Rhino Heart was not milled in the process. So maybe, of course, Kid Kalos, as it was released, used as well, or it added something already, right?
Yeah, we did already add, and now we are going for the Dracostapelia.
Okay, so Dracostapelia is activated. I don't know if that helps, because we have Met and the Unexplored Winds. So there will be more than one card.
Normally, yes, but I mean, last turn Baptiste just passed pretty quickly, and he didn't have a whole lot of names in his hand. The good thing, though, is the names that he had last turn are going to be available this turn again, because that Eglin is just going to return to the hand, which is quite nice. And that's just the mechanic that Fluandereese players love and use so often.
There indeed was a Rhino Heart, so I was mistaken there. Rhino Heart was put back into the deck, and now Kaleido Heart hits the field, gets rid of the map, which is so important for the deck.
That makes it so much better, because now the one normal summon that you can normally do per turn is going to be met with the Dracostapelia that's now sitting there on the field of Antonio.
So must be pretty nice on the opponent's turn to summon Dracostapelia, Kaleido Heart, just off of the Kashtira Tielemans. So now Toucan is being played. Baptiste says, this is my turn to play now. We are getting back Rubina, we are getting back Eglin, and we are trying to figure out how to break this board.
Okay, and it resolves. There's no quick play to dodge the effect of Dracostapelia, and therefore it's not much more happening for Baptiste. Play is going back over to Antonio, and he's only facing a Toucan on the field, which is honestly not the biggest threat to Antonio here.
No, and you can even normal summon right now, because there is no map on the field anymore. Kaleido Heart just got rid of it easily. The question is, does he have a lot of follow-up in his hand? Because the cards that he has on the field, of course, they are strong fusion monsters and Kashtira Tielemans, but Tielemans Kashtira. But this is not progressing you. This is a lot of attack points, yes, but you don't have any further plays with this.
Yeah, but the question is, do you even need that? Because Baptiste's follow-up is also heavily disrupted by the existence of Dracostapelia on the field. So, and then there are a lot of cards in hand for Antonio. I think it was 3 or something.
That was a Rhino Heart.
And Rhino Heart is definitely something you could normal summon here and get a lot of value out of. But Antonio really thinking this through. I think Antonio will try to just go for game here. That is the turn that he's trying to end this game here. That is the turn. He's trying to advance into top 4, and he's starting it off with Merly, but there's another Harpy's Featherstorm.
Wow.
Okay, but still, that's a lot of damage already there.
Harpy's Featherstorm, lucky for Baptiste, there is no Pearl Rhino on the field, because that would be 2,000 more damage. But we are knowing that this turn there's nothing coming out from Baptiste anymore. He has no place at all. Nothing is available to him. This is entirely Antonio's turn now.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Antonio is calculating. Antonio is doing the math figuring out whether this is already game, and by the speed he took all his cards into attack position. That looks like it is game, and
it is exactly 8,000 damage, 3,000 from Kaleidoheart, 2-3 from Kashtira Telements, and 2-7 from Dragon Stapelia equals 8,000. The Merly was just enough to crash with the Toucan.
Wow, what a game. Antonio Pereira from Portugal advancing to top 4 here of YCS Lyon with his Telements deck. What an insane game. After a very quick game 1 in which Baptiste took the victory so quickly with his Dimension Shifter, it was Antonio who came back. Won game 2, won game 3 as well. The crowd loves it. Antonio is one of our top 4 players, and he is definitely rightfully so in that spot.
People are applauding, and rightfully so. He came back so many times. This looked good for Baptiste in game 1, of course. For sure. Win after 5 minutes. In game 2, it looked great for him as well. Harpy's Featherstorm, such a powerful card, immediately stopping the entire turn. But you know what it doesn't do? It only stops monster effect. It does not stop attacks, and this is what cost him game 3.
That is true. Also, the Nico King, honestly, in game 2...
I thought it was over.
Yeah, exactly. That was also what I thought. It immediately brought Antonio to his end phase, but he was like, okay, I mean, I can still resolve fusion effects in my end phase. I can still get bodies onto the board, which is pretty good, and which helped him win this game in the end. And also, of course, yeah, you are bringing a Telements player to their end phase, but he's going to fusion summon on your turn anyways, and therefore it was not even that big of a problem for Antonio. He managed to still come out on top. He is one of the 4 players remaining in this prestigious tournament here in France. He's trying to take it down for Portugal, because honestly, I cannot even remember having a YCS champion from Portugal, right?
I don't remember it either.
I cannot even recall if there was a single one, so maybe Antonio is going to be the first one taking it down for Portugal and for the Portuguese community. I would love to see that, honestly, because it's a beautiful country, and apparently they have pretty good Yu-Gi-Oh players as well. So let's hear from our Portuguese hero. Let's hear from Antonio and Ad in the winner's interview.
And here I am with the winner of our top 8 feature match there, guys, Antonio. Congratulations. You are now through to basically the semi-final in those top 4. How do you feel?
It feels pretty amazing. Yeah? Yep.
You're quite a calm and stoic man, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not giving me a lot to work with, but we'll roll with it. So let's go through some of the game that you had. So game 1, there was a bit of a poker face from Baptiste because he threw out that shifter, and so you kind of realized you couldn't play. Were you just wanting to get into a different game where you had a better setup?
I'm sorry, what? I didn't understand.
Were you wanting to just get into the second game and then move on?
Yeah, I was hoping he bricked. He didn't, so yeah, game 2.
Straight into game 2, and then we'll talk about game 2. Again, another shifter turn 1, but you heralded that, heralded the orange light. And then there was the Nekomane King. So let's talk about that, because in game 2, after you experienced that, you seemed to have a couple of moments where you were a bit scared of hitting that again. After you saw that and it put you to the end phase, were you a bit nervous about making him mill?
Well, yeah, why would I not play around it?
I can't argue with this. Why wouldn't you just play around it? And you did. You threw all the way. We'll keep going through the other plays because you're not helping me out. You are really just, you're very calm and considered. I guess you're trying to focus on the end game of this entire tournament. See, this is a guy who knows what he's doing in these top cuts. There was a couple of moments of the Dark Ruler No More, holding off Tears with a single penguin was basically what I wrote down here. So he was really holding you off, but then just ended up going for it. You took that one. And then when it came to game 3, Herald did the Rabina, the Feather Duster, well, the Feather Storm, and then you passed, but you just played around that. You knew what you were doing, you kept calm, kept collected, and then you took it.
Yeah, I had a way to play on his turn, so the trap didn't really do much, and he didn't really have much engine, so.
So you're very confident, you're going through. Wish you the best of luck with the semi-finals. Let's see how we do. Guys, don't go anywhere, because we're going to have a quick quiz, and then we're going to drop into that top 4 cut. Don't go anywhere.
My Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box. Each box sold separately.
Attention Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists! Available for pre-order now, the Pot Collection. The Pot Collection is a very special made-to-order collection of figures that fit in the palm of your hand. Be sure to get yours now at the link below.
Told you we'd be back with a quiz. We're about to get into top 4, but first we've got to try and see which of our 2 commentator teams can get 3 whole points in this quiz. Gentlemen, you can just confer, and the one closest to me will give it. We already tried one of these questions and it didn't go well. So we'll move on to the next questions I have, and I'll shuffle these up. Are we ready? Good. Okay, let's begin. Do a quick rock, paper, scissors to see who's gonna go first. Oh, you're just gonna... Oh, that's very kind of you. Okay. Right, your question is, which monster is featured on the latest released accessories set in the TCG? Do they know the answer? We're just filling that time.
Dark Magician Girl.
It's correct. That's 1 point for the Germans, which means we now move over to you guys. What is the name of the number 106 monster?
Okay.
Do you guys know your number cards? It's quite a tough one. There's quite a lot of number cards by this point, but do you all know what the actual thing is?
Giant 10?
It's correct! Okay, so that is 1 point apiece. So now we move over to you guys. What is the name of the New World Premiere theme released in Photon Hypernova?
Gold Pride.
Correct! Okay, now a question for you guys. Complete the name. Number 41, Baguska the...
Intrepid Tapir?
No, I can't accept that answer, Marcello. So I'm going to have to go over to you.
It's the Terribly Tired Tapir, of course.
Correct. Okay, so that is 2 points to you guys, 1 point to you. Don't worry, anything could happen at this point. So now we move over to you. I'm going to find a hard one. Okay. What is Pearly chasing in Pearly Happy Memory? Do you know? Pearly. We've seen one Pearly feature match this weekend. A relatively interesting archetype, but do you know what Pearly is chasing in this particular one? In Pearly Happy Memory. You think you know? Okay, well, the Italians think they know. Do you guys know?
A knitting ball?
It is a ball, so I'll give you that. Okay. So that means it is 3 points to those guys. I'm sorry, guys, you didn't quite get it. It was a swift quiz, a swift one. We may have one more for you before we get into the final. As I said, sometimes we have to fill some time between these matches so that you guys still get entertainment on your screens while we wait for the big moments. But I believe our players are now ready and waiting for us to begin this feature match. So it's time for the top 4. And like I said, here we are with that top 4 featuring Chris LeBlanc versus Federico Cantarella. It all comes down to this to push into that final here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Lyon. Guys, we're going to do a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Federico's going to roll this one first. That is an 8 for Federico. And that is a 7 for Chris. Who's going to go first? Federico, you going to go first? Yeah, you're going to go first. Federico will be going first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto and Marcello, who are going to be your commentators for this semi-final match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome everyone to the semi-final of YCS Lyon 2023. It has been an incredible weekend. 2,379 players gathered from all over the world to compete. Over 12 rounds of Swiss plus top 64. And now we have only 4 duelists remaining here. And what a showdown this will be. We mentioned throughout the day how the deck breakdown of the event was obviously T-Element dominating just as the field competition, the top cut with 33 out of 64, and now we're left with 4 decks remaining, and let me tell you that it's a T-Element party because there are 3 T-Elements left against 1 Kashtira, and we decided, of course, to go for the 1 Kashtira, which is represented by Federico, the last Italian standing, although Italy, we can proudly say, was the most represented country in top 64, but Federico has an incredible story throughout this top cut, because not only did he kick out Joshua Smith in the previous round, he also kicked out Dinkan Pham, and he is now up against 4-time YCS champion Christopher LeBlanc. I think if you can imagine a harder bracket to win a YCS, honestly, I could not. History is in the making, so let's go to the table to find out who will be the winner of Game 1. And here they are, nice fist bump. This will be a tense one. Federico, as mentioned, has been smashing throughout the competition and is now left only against the best matchup he can face.
Yeah, definitely. I think Federico, we have seen him playing this weekend throughout a lot of tournaments decks, and as you mentioned, he also beat very recognized and accomplished players, and he is prepared to play against tournaments, honestly. His deck is built very well, plays the thrust in his main deck.
And he starts with the Unicorn, so great start here by Federico. That alone would be enough to combo through. Let's see if there is a response by Christopher. Doesn't seem like it's the case, at least for now, which is great news for Italian players. And he gets the birth, which could signal that he already is holding the Theosis. And yeah, we were honestly impressed by Federico play. And if I have to be completely honest with you, he isn't that known in the Italian community. So to see a player play this smoothly, it's quite a surprise. And he is, as mentioned, just smashing the competition. And I think his deck list is the most unique Kashtira version, with the copies of Trust in the main deck and a lot of clutch one-offs, such as 1 evenly matched, which looks random, but when you play 3 copies of Trust, it makes so much sense. Yeah. So great stuff by Federico.
Yeah, we have been discussing this so far this weekend, that Trust, it's such a key card that gives you access to all your one-offs, and also has the set rotation, which I think I really like, also playing the Necro Valley just in case.
Yeah, Necro Valley, Metaverse, as mentioned, very unique deck list, but it just makes sense, I think. Yeah. Because all of these one-off are accessible whenever you need them. And as you can see here, Federico is starting things off really strong here with the Sangrira. Let's check real quick just what kind of interruptions Christopher might be holding in his hands outside of the Avnis, I would say.
To answer your question, just the Avnis, maybe the
maybe
Herald of Orange Light that we have seen a lot of times so far this weekend.
I would say we would have seen it on the Unicorn, right? So This is the solid opening that we have seen Federico do time after time again.
And here comes the Avnis that will mill 3.
This is crucial. Let's see these mills from Christopher. If it's a whiff, it might look like it, and it's still early to tell. Let's see these other shoe mills because he hits the element Kashtira. So we might see some additional milling, and this is first of all gonna banish a few cards from the top of his deck, and then in a new chain we'll get to see something else being sent from the top. Let's see, both players really focused. They're gonna choose a zone to basically make not accessible by LeBlanc. And yeah, they're just debating the chain order here. One of the decks we can say that LeBlanc is maining is the one copy of the Element Meta Noise in the main deck. But let's see these 2 mills. Oof!
Wow.
And he does hit the Kelbeck. He needed to hit something good, and this was definitely one of the best cards. So LeBlanc getting slightly lucky here, we can say, but it's still hard to tell. This is still completely doable, and let's see what he's gonna get through this. So the thing is, now you have the big bang.
Yeah. And here I'm thinking that basically what you really want to go for is to banish the Kid Kalos of your opponent, but LeBlanc is playing 2 copies in case indeed the double losses will banish it. And let's see now if here Federico will be able to put up on the field both the Shangri-La alongside with the double losses and the Arise Heart.
Yeah, just considering their options at the moment, as mentioned, we're gonna see a few more mills, but they are both used to this matchup. Federico, most importantly, now is basically showing some translations to Christopher, as most of Federico cards are in Italian. And we can say Christopher is obviously an accomplished player, but has been playing more against the mirror match than Kashtira. And now we get to see the Fenrir, which actually changes things significantly. Because if Christopher is able to access a fusion such as Kid Kalos, he also has to keep in mind that it can get banished by the Fenrir.
Yeah, now he's going for the Kelbeck.
Yeah, let's see these 5 mills from Christopher. The first 2 not so great, but it does hit an Avnis and a Shayrin. Okay, this changes significantly the rest of this turn. He needed to hit something, and he hit 3 useful cards, we can say, because he's gonna get the Saliek for next turn, and he can get into some fusion summons, but he has to keep in mind that the Fenrir is there. Yeah, thinking about his chain links here, let's see if he's able to play around what his opponent is putting up on the board. But yeah, this is the time where you can afford to mill, as once a Rise Hard hits the field, it's essentially a walking macrocosmos, which makes your life really hard.
Yeah. And I have to say, Christopher was really looking for some of these good meals, and luckily for him, he did meal some of them.
Absolutely, really, really good meals. Now, as mentioned, he gets the Saliek back to the end and gonna go for the first fusion summon. It looks like it would be the Mad Dragon. And yeah, it is. So Mad Dragon hits the field, making potentially some of his cards not targetable, and gonna go for a Kid Kalos.
And this is very powerful because we have seen this weekend that Kashtira players usually go to banish the Mad Dragon when playing against tier elements.
Yeah, the issue is that also Fenrir does target, and if you go for this line here, then you have to use the Mad Dragon, turning it into a Dark Monster, and this way they cannot target it in the new chain. Let's see if this is what will happen here, but the thing is, Christopher has already activated a monster effect. So he does get the chance to not use the Mad Dragon. So he will probably lose the Kid Kalos. Can we check how many copies he's playing? Because that's obviously...
2 Kid Kalos, yeah.
2, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So Christopher playing 2 copies of Kid Kalos. Federico doesn't know yet, but if he goes to access a Diabolosis, he can get rid of the entirety of the Kid Kalos for the rest of this game 1.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that that will be the solution to go for.
Absolutely, and Federico is keeping his composure, as you can see here, locking yet another zone from Christopher, even though he's facing a lot of really good meals. But yeah. Here our judge is just talking about some chain links, it seems. And yeah, after the Rhino Art is summoned, he gets to lock the same zone he meant to. Let's see what he sends from the top. It's a Merly. Okay, so he can go for yet another fusion summon, which could be the Kaleido Art, I would say. Yeah, so he's gonna use both. I think he already used all of the names, right, at this point? Because he went for double fusion, and then this is going to be the third fusion.
Yeah.
And he also used the Kashtira tier elements.
Yeah, you use all of them. Yeah.
Pretty much this is just going to be a card you send to shuffle back to summon the Kaleido Art. And this will be what most likely Christopher will go for. Obviously gonna think a bit about his options. And he's still holding pretty much on a 5-card end. Because he milled a lot of the +1 spell and traps.
Yeah, but this is pretty strong because basically with the Kelbeck being milled at the beginning of the...
And as expected, we get the Kaleido Heart, so he can shuffle back something. Gonna take a hard think, and it's probably the Shangri-La, so he gets his zones back. And yeah, that's the target. Apparently, he's gonna go for the Kaleido Heart. Federico thinking a bit about it. He might have a copy of Triple Tactics Thrust or the Talent, because he's main decking both. And that could be a good way to stay in this game 1. But yeah, this can just show you how much a single Avnis can do, just like it did in the previous top 8 match. Here we get to see the Arise Art finally coming down from Federico. That's what you need to start from if you have opened this matchup. And Prosperity, okay. With this Prosperity, he's obviously gonna try and look for one of his Triple Tactics cards.
Yeah.
Let's see if he decides to banish 3 or 6. Regardless, it will trigger the Arise Art. Because this is the great synergy of the deck with these pot cards. Is it 3? I can't quite tell. You just put all of them together, and yeah. LeBlanc just checking everything. The end seems nothing too out of the ordinary. So let's see these cards being revealed. Definitely looking for Triple Tactics, either Trust or Talent, but he's gonna take his chance to probably turn this into a Dark Monster just to protect the Kaleido Art further from the Arise Art, probably destroying it. Let's see, this is crucial. It comes down to this, and it's already the Talent. So Talent, great reveal here potentially by Federico, who is gonna take his time to go through his options, but it does seem like a great one nonetheless. You can still take the Kaleido as it does not target, and yeah, it is. It's exactly what Federico was looking for. He finds it, and this changes the game significantly. First of all, you get to put something else for the Arise Art, as it was banished, and now let's see what he gets. So that's exactly what is going on here. He gets a second material on the Arise Art. Yeah, gonna just show a translation to the card, I guess, but not that it does anything relevant here. And with the Talent, he can take away one of the monsters from Christopher and then basically get to a third XYZ material, which is great because then you get to pop one for free, you get even more materials, and this is the power of Arise Art.
Yeah, this is good news. With the Prosperity, honestly, being activated,
it's a great pickup.
Yeah. And we have to say, though, that this is the very first turn of the match.
Yeah,
and,
what a way to start things off, right? 12 minutes down the line, and this is turn 1. So, crazy, crazy start.
Let's see here now what Federico decides to go for. I think it will make a lot of sense to use the talent here just to take one of Christopher monster, which might be, of course, the Kaleido Heart.
And there he goes, he's gonna activate the talent, but instead decides to take a look at his opponent's hand. Apparently he feels like he can already deal with what's in front of him and wants to make sure that next turn win is under his belt. This might be a very unnecessary risk from the Italian, but I'm pretty sure he knows better than all of us how to pilot this deck, as he is the only Kashtira player left in competition. So I'm gonna trust him on this one, and as expected now you get a material back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you get the Big Bang as expected, so well played. Now you can go once again for this Arise Art that finally is able to target a card and banish it face down. Obviously, Mad Dragon and Kaleido Heart are not options, but he can use it on Rhino Heart.
Yeah.
And that's what's gonna happen, I think.
Yeah, he gets rid of it. Yeah.
He knows it, so that's what's going on. So now the Arise Art once again gonna get a card back under itself. And here comes even, wow.
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 This
We
is
fought,
good stuff.
yeah, it's definitely great. The Birth, such a strong card. We mentioned how not only does it allow you to normal summon without tributes, but every turn it's up there, you get an extra monster from either the graveyard or the banished zone. And this does so much. Here though, Christopher is gonna use his Shuffler to send all of the monsters back.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because they were all level 7s. So at least, because I think he only has in his banished zone the Rise Art.
So now I think Federico gets to equip something because of the banished Mudora and gets to summon back the Rise Art from the banished zone.
But he has to attach one for the Mudora. Yeah, correct. And he is attaching. Yeah, the big.
And he does. So he attaches from the banished Mudora as expected, and Arise Art is essentially back to being free materials, which is huge. And now finally, after 16 minutes of just the first turn of the semi-final, it seems as if we are approaching the end of the turn. What a start to this semi-final it was. Wow.
Yeah.
And yeah, finally Chris, after playing for so long, is gonna have his own turn. Not that he didn't play during his opponents, honestly, but let's see. It comes down to this turn, whether he's able to break the board. Most importantly, this Rise Art. But there is a metaverse, which is huge for multiple reasons. First of all, it puts the third material under the Arise Art, and this is why Christopher is gonna use this Mad Dragon right away to protect itself and Kaleido.
This is very, very good, because basically now here with the metaverse, we will see the Necro Valley being activated. Good stuff. Yeah, and now the Arizer will put another card as a material.
Absolutely. Now you get one more material on this Arisart, and with Necro Valley on the field, it won't be an easy task for Christopher LeBlanc to get out of this situation. Especially because, of course, now he's not gonna be able to use the Fenrir, as he would be forced to target one of his cards. But as soon as Christopher goes for something else, an option opens up. Now he normal summons. This could easily turn into an XYZ to go for Zeus. And this is exactly what's going on. Baguska, the terribly tired tapir, as we have learned in the quiz, and I'm not gonna forget it anymore, is summoned and will now allow Christopher to try and come back into this game. Great, great stuff here by the American player. As we can tell now, the Baguska, which we usually see in defense position, is quite annoying when summoned in attack position because it cannot be destroyed by opponent card effects or targeted. So this makes it so that you can use it easily for Zeus, as we all know. And yeah, it seems like he will be able to crush now instead. As the protection from Mad Dragon is gone, Arisart is able to get rid of this Kaleidoscope and then put a material back. But this is exactly what LeBlanc wanted, as he's gonna attack over one of his opponent monsters and then make a Zeus to clear the entire field. And there comes the Zeus. Let's see, he's gonna detach two to try and clear the whole board. Yeah, those go banished, and unless there is a response here, LeBlanc managed to fight back into this game one and clear all of his opponent fields. And there it goes. So. Yeah. All field is gone from Federico. Zeus completely punishing the Italian player. And now in main phase 2, Christopher will try to just combo off a little bit.
Yeah, he's activating now, Christopher, the elements Kashtira in his hand, and wow, once again.
Okay, gonna mill. Wow. So not only a name, but he also mills Agido, which means 5 more cards being sent from both players top of the deck to the graveyards, and this is just so much advantage. Yeah.
Let's see what he mills. Yeah, there's also the Merli, which honestly...
Merli again, not that it matters much what Federico is sending to the graveyard, but yeah. He will now go into a first and a second fusion summon, while at the same time shutting your opponent from coming back. I think there is one hope remaining probably in the one copy of Evenly Matched from Federico. And now, yeah, they're just quickly gonna check the order, probably because some cards were upside down while sending them from the top of the graveyard to the deck. But in the meantime, I would say we can go quickly back to us. While they fix the state. Yeah. And just as we were expecting, the start of this match was a great one nonetheless, with both players giving it their best and trying to combo off. The very first turn lasted 16 minutes with Federico trying to play, but a single Avnis from Christopher basically shutting him down, or rather allowing him to go through so many different plays. It is something that, of course, now we are used to seeing from the tier element deck.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise. We saw it in the top 4 when it seems as if Flowanderies was going to advance to the top 4 in the top 8 match. But then a single desperate mill from Tirlem and Kashtira was enough, because it eventually ended up hitting both Kelbeck and Aguido, sending 10 cards, and you know, there is no coming back from there. This was somewhat similar, with the difference that the Italian kept more of his advantage. It seems as if he could get back into the... But the MVP was Mad Dragon, because he protected Kaleido, and at the same time it allowed to go for Baguska, which is just as protected as Mad Dragon, and then the Zeus completely clearing the board is definitely a huge issue when it comes down to these kind of situations, and it's never easy to fight back in a spot like this. As we mentioned, these two are very different players, or rather both very good players, but with drastic different backgrounds. On the one hand, Christopher LeBlanc coming all the way from the US, and one of the few 4 times YCS winners we have. So of course experienced at future matches, experienced to play in front of a crowd. Although, talking from the man himself, he said that here in Europe the situation is quite different. We have much larger crowds, and it's quite different to play with all of these people supporting and rooting for you. On the other hand, though, Federico, it's his first future match, so that can get nerve-wracking, and when it does, it's definitely something that you have to keep in mind, because it can be nerve-wracking playing in the top 4 of YCS already. Playing on stream, even more.
Yeah, I mean, you can feel the tension, basically. I mean, especially because if you are playing against someone who has won a YCS 4 times. So he's super experienced at these stages. And honestly, I think that the way Federico played, he played very well, honestly. With the meal that Christopher had during the turn, he couldn't have done anything else, basically.
But our players are ready. We can just go back. They quickly checked with the head judge, and there was just a minor penalty for Christopher, nothing to worry about. And we can continue the turn with his fusion summons. First of all, we get to see this Avnis turn into potentially a Kid Kalos, as he is playing 2 copies of the card. Yeah. That's super relevant in this matchup, because we know how Unicorn and Diablosis look at your extra deck and get rid of a card. And this is exactly what's going on. So Christopher will continue in this Memphis 2 with the Kid Kalos, now able to access some of these cards. He will activate its effect, then chain one of the shufflers so that he can guarantee adding the Meta Noise back to his hand, which is definitely a really good play, and is the only player I've seen this weekend, at least until now, using the Meta Noise.
Yeah, I think it's one of the very few playing it. I think this card was more popular before, but now with Saldiak being played, he decided to go just for 1 Saldiak and 1 Meta Noise
But Federico has seen enough. He picks up his cards, and it is Christopher who wins game 1. Again, what a way to start this. Christopher losing the die roll, but still on the backtrack, was able to just get some huge mills and win the game. Now, let's take a look at these side decks. What do you think will happen now that Federico once again starts his match?
Well, honestly, the deck is already built to play against tier elements. Indeed, looking at his side deck, I think he is more prepared for other kind of matchups. As a deck, it is already prepared enough for the tier elements matchup in the main deck. So I don't really think that you really want to side a lot of cards in. Looking at the side deck, honestly, I mean, there are the judgments, for example, but I don't think that...
yeah, I mean, you can side them just in case. There is a Q combo in the deck with the Corruptor Ibli.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see that in action as well. Sometimes it's for other matchups. Sometimes it can be played here. So we'll see Federico what he decides to do. But on the other hand, Christopher, who in the main deck had to adapt, has quite a few options in the side deck. We know, and we talked about how he came here with some other of his friends, such as Molina, who also topped with Kashtira. So I want to bet that they tested together, and I think the side deck really shows.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of different options. Once again, Triple Tactics Trust is in the side deck of our player. There's the Nibiru that against Kashtira.
It's amazing.
It's incredible, honestly. So we will soon see the Nibiru. He also has, 3 copies of Book of Eclipse.
And also, yeah, Artifact Lancia, which honestly has been quite underwhelming for a lot of these duelists against Kashtira. But I have to say most of it was because we have seen Kashtira players siding Sanctum and Barrier. This is not the case for Federico, so maybe this Lancia will be much better.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, our duelists are pretty much ready and settled for Game 2, so let's go to the table. And here it is, once again, Christopher obviously open to draw this Avnis going second in this matchup, while Federico honestly had a really good end. Whenever you see the Unicorn, you're happy. And obviously Shifter or some other ways can help, but Planet is just as good to open things up. This can get you the Unicorn, and it does. So solid start by the Italian.
And I think we might be seeing something that Federico tried to do in the first game of the match, in which basically then the ovnis resolved and the game took another direction. But here, yeah, pretty much the same start that we had in game 1, in which Federico added the birth with Unicorn. And here comes the birth, and he will use it to normal summon. Let's see, he has the Fenrir.
Yeah, he does have the Fenrir. So great start of the game here by Federico, who adds every single card he wants to open up with a huge combo. And once again, it's up to LeBlanc, but it's also up to Nibiru. Will Federico play around it? Will he risk it? Has he seen it from LeBlanc? For now, we'll see the obvious Shangri-La that we have seen multiple times over again. Yeah.
Third summon, by the way.
Yeah, keeping track of the summons. We are now on the third. And this is the fourth summon, which means that from the next one on, Nibiru is an option for LeBlanc. Let's see. Because now we're gonna get to the fifth just here with the Big Bang. So if there is another one from LeBlanc, the Nibiru would be devastating in this spot.
Yeah.
And he's only playing Chu, by the way, which is fair to say, I would say. Yeah. And here, as expected, the Fenrir comes up. Now Nibiru is active, so we have to keep this in mind. For now, it doesn't seem like Christopher is interested in interacting with this field. But now Arise Art will come to the field. Yep. So we see the Arise Art, and now things get interesting. For now, there is no Avnis, and it's too late to go for Avnis, but the Nibiru is still an option. Let's see, he can still technically wait. We'll see, obviously, even the Theosis. So
this is a very good start,
the
honestly.
best start of the deck. Because this can get you to number 89.
Best start that the deck can ask for, honestly, because here Federico can really go for the Diablosis, look up at Christopher extra deck and get rid of one of his extra deck monster. Ideal start.
Yeah, not only that, he can use both. So as you can see here, is there gonna be the Nibiru from Christopher? There is the Nibiru coming down, I think. Let's see. Yeah, there is. Only 2 copies, and he does open up the Nibiru. Wow. This is called... okay, the Shifter coming down from his opponent to at least stay in this. But this Nibiru is so strong from LeBlanc.
Yeah, this hurts a lot. We saw this coming, honestly, and here Federico loses all of his monsters.
Yeah, this is huge. But the token is gonna be the thickest token I have ever seen, I think. So strong. Yeah, they're gonna count the attack and defense of the token. But this is so huge. Yeah. Yep, just gonna read the Big Bang, which is not really gonna do much.
But I think he couldn't activate the shifter though, right?
Yeah. Couldn't activate the shifter, and yeah, as you can see here, the Nibiru coming down as shifter, similarly to other cards, says that it has to be sent, not discarded, and therefore cannot be used in this spot. But yeah, this Nibiru is so strong.
Yeah,
from the
it
American.
changes everything basically, because once again Federico played it well, and he tried his best, but once again Christopher had the right answer at the right moment.
Yeah, 7900 attack token. As mentioned, one of the biggest tokens I've ever seen, but I doubt that it will stay there for much longer. Unless there is something that Federico can do. Here is where those cards like Sanctum and Barrier could have been strong.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it seems as if that shifter might cost him the game, because he was kind of being greedy with it, keeping it. If he would have used it here at the beginning, maybe he could get this game down.
Yeah. I think if you see shifter, you just use it right away. Without,
yeah, but now at least he will try to stay in this as much as he can, using the birth tusk to summon back. Okay, so he goes for the Kashtira tier element. So this is still decent by Federico, as he has access to a rank 7. And yeah, he will go for it into another Shangri-La. But definitely a shame that he didn't use the shifter before.
Yeah. It could cost him the game, honestly.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, Christopher is now in a great spot. He even had the Lightning Storm, which he cannot use at the moment because of Nibiru. But he's just gonna take a look at his card. During the standby phase, it will be used to summon back from the deck another Kashtira. But yeah. Let's see. So Federico will use the effect of Shangri-La most likely.
Yeah, in the standby phase, he'll be able to bring on the field another Kashtira. Let's see if Christopher is considering it. He has the Ovnis.
Wow. He gets the Ovnis as well. We don't know if from the top or if he already have any mills the get back the Scream. Wow, this is as good as he gets for Christopher, getting rewarded by choosing, as mentioned, and probably playtesting against Kashtira. I felt as if he needed the Nibiru. It still kind of surprises me that a card like Nibiru is a chew-off and not a free-off. But for now, he will obviously get rewarded by this in a new chain. He will be able to use Kelbeck and Scream. And let's see if there is a response from Federico. Really a shame about that shifter, because all of this would not be possible if he would have used the shifter at the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah. We said that when seeing shifter, maybe he was a little bit greedy.
Yeah, you can just shotgun it, we say. But this wasn't obviously the case. And yeah, now just gonna take a look at this deck. Get a trap card, which I couldn't quite tell what it was. And now we're gonna see these 5 mills. Let's see, Perle Rhino, Talent, Lancia, and there are 2 cards which are really good, which are the Shireen and the Rhino. So yeah, this is looking pretty promising, and we can see the Ibli as expected getting sent from the deck to the graveyard by Federico.
And here Christopher is considering it, because basically now, yeah, there's the bird that is on the field. The planet has been already activated this turn.
Just gonna go through what he has already done, but as you can tell now, he's gonna use both to fusion summon. And has to just be careful about this Fenrir. Okay. I see an instant fusion as well in the end from Christopher. Let's see. And there it comes.
Yeah.
So instant fusion coming down from Christopher, really debating about his options here. He has Merly as well, so he's gonna start things off with Merly. So gonna use its effect. Let's see what he's gonna send off the top of his deck. It is another Kelbeck and 2 Book of Eclipses, so kind of a whiff here by LeBlanc, who has quite a few options if this Fenrir does not activate. And yeah, it seems as if it does not, so Federico not using the Fenrir there.
Keeping it for the next game.
Yeah, if there is one, gonna be one. And yeah, here the sprint is most likely the option, just sending another Merly from his deck to the graveyard to just access a fusion summon. And that's exactly what's going on. So sprint allowing LeBlanc to go for a fusion summon before having to commit to the instant fusion.
And I think it makes sense, honestly. You just use it and then wait to activate the instant fusion later on.
Yeah, and just as our duelists are going through the top 4, the other semi-final has been decided. So the first finalist of YCS Lyon 2023 is Anthony Lopez. So who will join us with his tier element deck in the finals and will meet one of these 2 players. As we can see here, Christopher is pretty much free to do whatever he wants.
Still wondering when Defender will be activated from Federico.
Yeah, he's debating his options at the moment. And he has finally used it on the Kit Kalos. Yeah, so Fenrir is activated, and now he will shut down a zone as well from his opponent, which is the one Sprint is pointing to. But we still see a lot of different options. There is the instant fusion, as he's playing 2 copies of Kit Kalos, and he will go for the Shireen. Let's take a look at these 3 mills. Another Book of Eclipse and a Shireen sent from the top to the graveyard. So kind of a whiff as well. And you can see him not being too happy about this. He is forced now to commit to the instant fusion.
Yeah.
And yeah, kind of mixed feeling applause coming from the crowd as this instant fusion is revealed, because it seemed as if LeBlanc was out of place, but you know, instant fusion is arguably the best tournament card there is.
And here, once again, one of the main reasons why we said that Mad Dragon, usually it's the card that the Diablosis really wants to banish. It's because here, once again, Christopher could try and go for the Zeus play.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. As Zeus won him game 1, he's gonna try and do the exact same thing once again, clearing the 7900 token and the rest of this field with a Zeus. Yeah, you can see Federico smiling, kind of shaking his head at the moment. And yeah, this is exactly what's going to happen. Christopher enters battle phase, it seems like, attacking over the Fenrir, debating his options, I guess. But yeah, the Zeus will just be so strong in this instance. And by the way, there are 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Which obviously changed the way Top Cut is being played, but for now, all you need to know is that it would work as in the Swiss rounds. So these 1000 life points that LeBlanc has taken could actually cost him the game.
Yeah. Yeah, we will soon find out if there will be actually a game 3, because once again here Christopher is holding on into his Zeus play.
Yeah, because now he takes even more. He goes for the Zeus, sets 1 because he wants to activate that tier element card again. And once again, the Zeus making its appearance. Well played by Christopher, recognizing the situation. But let's see if there is going to be a response from Federico. It's the Big Bang as we knew. And yeah, just going to get rid of a lot of the field. Tough one nonetheless. As you can see here, the whole board is nuked, and as there are around 5 minutes remaining, Christopher is 1600 life points down. And to be fair, if he does not make a good board after this Zeus, I think Federico is in a great spot to come back. Let's see if the Italian can find anything to get out of this situation.
Because now with 2 cards left in hand, he really needs anything. A Fenrir, a Unicorn, let's see, or a Planet.
And it's Prosperity, so a great way to start things off. So many cards that Federico can find from the top of his deck to surprisingly take this game. And you can see Christopher shaking his head. And now this is a crucial moment, because with 4 minutes remaining, if Christopher, first of all, let's see if he finds it. No way! No way! No way! Wow! Oh, wow. This has been an anticlimactic ending nonetheless. Let's go back to us. What a way to end this semi-final. And what a semi-final it was. We mentioned Federico going up against huge name after huge name and knocking all of them down. And then here in the semi-final against Chris LeBlanc, 4-time YCS champion. And he had it all. He tried his best. Game 1 went first. He had a pretty solid end, but in the end, he fell victim to the Adventist just getting out of too much advantage. Game 2. That was also quite problematic. It seems as if he had a solid opening, but then a little misstep with a shifter. But most importantly, 2 copies of Nibiru in LeBlanc deck. He picks one of them up. It seems as if it would have been over on the spot, but Federico kept his composure. He tried his way to stay into this game and actually came up with a really strong board, which in the end, after a Zeus from LeBlanc, who was left top decking, Federico had 2 cards, he activates Pot of Prosperity. There are 4 minutes remaining, and I was about to say, should Chris just pick up his card because of the scatter shot?
Yeah.
Which I think is what we should ask him. Was he considering just picking up his cards? Because I know I would, just with the time alone, to win in game 3, because otherwise in Top Cut you get to roll a die to decide who goes first. Regardless, guys, it was a pleasure being with you. This was the last match that me and Alberto will do commentary on for YCS Lyon. So as always, thank you a lot for the support. See you as soon as ever. But before the ceremony, we want to find out who the champion will be. So Ed, let's hear it from you and Christopher.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Thank you for all you guys have done this weekend. You guys have been wonderful. I am here with Chris, who has just won that top 4 match and is now in the final. Congratulations. You have been a YCS champion 4 different times, and you're now heading towards your 5th. How are you feeling right now?
I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous right now.
Really?
that game definitely got my nerves like on edge. Just everything about it, from the shifter, from like having to wait to use my Nibiru like the whole turn to see if like I was losing like up to that point. Game 1, like it was a stressful match, but you know I'm ready for the final.
Well, I should hope so, because that's where you're going next. You've made your way all the way up there, going through the plays. A lot of the Baguska Zeus scooping in the first game. Second game, you know, build a reasonably good field with shifter, but you know, Nibiru, like you said, you really waited on that. So did you plan for Kashtira when you were building your deck? I know everyone looks at it differently, probably already planned for the tier mirror, but did you plan much for Kashtira?
I'm not gonna lie, I just read some of the cards for the first time in top 4, so.
Really?
I just knew that my friends told me, they're like, yeah, Baguska will auto win most of the time, Nibiru, all this stuff. I kind of just like made plays based on like what I thought would like you know where there's the struggle points would be for the matchup. So I kind of just like freestyled it, I feel like.
I mean, it went well. You ended up with that Baguska and Zeus in both games, and both led you to victory. So congratulations. We're going to give you a little bit of time to just decompress before you then get into that final. But congratulations. Here's hoping you get that top 5th. The 5th YCS would be amazing, but you've got one more match to go before that gets sealed. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got that final coming up soon. But first, a short quiz before, we get into the big event. Don't go anywhere.
Brand new for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rise and shine, Ruby. Looks like we got some work to do. Crystal Beasts are back and ready to rack up some wins with their new advanced Crystal Beast forms. You can score cool new cards and add some precious gems to your collection with this all-foil set. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battles of Legend, Crystal Revenge. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back. Told you we'd be back with a quiz. We're just waiting for our finalists to make their way to our feature match stage. So while we're waiting, why not play one more quiz for old time's sake, guys? So wait, which was it? Who won the last game? You guys won? Well, then in that case, I'm going to make sure these guys go first. We're going to play to 3, but if we have to wait a little bit longer, we'll play to 5. Really ramping up the stakes. Right, so your first question. Which monster has the following card text? The machine's ability is said to vary according to its slot results. You'd expect it to be an easy one. A classic Bandit Keith card here. But do they know? Are they going to overthink? They're definitely going to overthink. Listen to them. Listen to them. Vibratory with anxiety. Just like I imagine our finalists are. See, a segue into what I hope. Go on, go on.
Very few hopes, but Machine King is our guess.
Machine King is incorrect. So I'm going to hand over to the Germans.
7-claw machine?
It's Slot Machine. The classic Bandit Keith card, guys. I'm afraid that was wrong. So I'm going to give you guys your question. This is going to be another card description one. Which monster has the following card text? A monster with tremendous power. It destroys enemies with a swing of its axe. Again, another classic card. Some of these you will know if you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For a long time. A Kaiba card. I think it's in the Kaiba deck. Go on.
X-Tiger.
Is incorrect. Goodness, I thought these guys might get these. I thought they were easy, but maybe that's just me being so skilled at Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you know? Do you know? Do you know?
1400, the Blue Dragon. No.
Guys, it was Battle Ox. These are classic cards. I'm going to need you to cast your names back all the way. So I'm going to try a couple of number questions on you guys. Okay. Yeah, the expert on numbers, yeah. So here we go. Your next question. What is the name of the number 17 monster? Do you know? Do you guys know at home? Do you think you know?
Leviathan?
It's correct! So that's 1 point to the Italians. So now I'm going to hand over to you guys for your question. What is the name of the number 101 monster?
Silent Honor Arc.
Say it again for the mic.
Silent Honor Arc.
Correct. So that means 1 apiece. So I'm going to go back to some card descriptions and see if you guys know these ones. A powerful monster whose 2 heads attack as 1. Another classic card, but do they know the answer? We're just filling a little time while our finalists make their way here. And then it's all time. Go on.
I think it's the Wu-shaped dragon, but two-headed behemoth, something like this.
It was close, but that's not it. So, guys, I'm going to hand over to you. Do you know the answer?
Two-headed dragon
is incorrect, guys. It's two-headed King Rex. Yes, I'm very sorry that you guys missed out on that. But let's see this next one. Usually found traveling in swarms, this creature's ideal environment is the forest. Another classic card. I wonder if people who have been playing this game for a while and know the old school decks are going to remember any of these. They have to discuss for a long time on these. Maybe it's because I have the answers written in front of me, but I thought these were kind of easy. It seems that these guys don't know as much as they pretend to. Guys, do you know the answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Killer Bee, maybe?
Is incorrect. I'm sorry. Guys, do you know the answer? Marcello?
Elemental Hero Avian.
Is incorrect. It is Basic Insect. Another classic one. So we're going to try a different question here. Currently it's 1 point apiece. So remember, we're trying to get to 3 here. It looks like our finalists are getting ready. So, tell you what, considering it looks like our finalists have made their way there, and you're at 1 apiece, we're going to make this the decider.